training, which is sit, stay, come, and heal. Our paid levels, 1 through 3, are more advanced trainings that come with video calls from local animal trainers.
Better Pet also provides 24-hour veterinarian help, just in case an emergency happens and you're too far away from an animal ER. No matter the pet, Better Pet provides dietary recommendations from a goldfish to a horse.
This app is convenient and easy to use, just for the price of $4.99. What are the challenges of running a pet?
Sometimes people get a pet without knowing how to train them or their nutritional needs.
Some pet owners may have medical situations occur but do not live close enough to a veterinary clinic or animal ER.
People with a lower income sometimes don't have the money or resources to help their pets. What are the benefits to Better Pet?
93% of all pet owners train their pets. We partner with local pet trainers to get the best quality training.
84% of all pet owners care about their pet's diets. Our app can give them specific recommendations for their diets. We also partner with local pet stores to get you deals on any of those recommended options.
93% of all pet owners take their pets to the vet yearly. By partnering with the local vet clinics, we can provide easy ways to make easy appointments and cheaper visits.
Better Pet's target customers are new pet owners with a lower income, can easily use technology, are young adults that are passionate about training their pets and giving them the diet they need to keep them healthy and strong.
We are seeking $150,000. A majority of that will be put into the app for development, and the other $30,000 will be used for advertising and marketing. Only about 22% of people are downloading pet care apps. We hope that our app could change that, and pet care apps are also expected to expand 18% within the next 6 years. We estimate that we will need 30,060 subscribers to pay back the $150,000 we borrow from investors. Based on recent surveys within our school, we have seen that a lot of pet owners are interested in our app. We also estimate that we will have 5,000 subscribers within the first month and are projected to double that each year after.
We are getting the word out by mobile apps, social media such as YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, etc., pet blogs, and partnerships.
By investing in Better Pet, you could help convenience the life of so many pet owners. Your investment will provide better quality to the lives of every pet whose owner subscribes to this app. You can contact us at the following websites and emails: betterpetapp.com and betterpet@gmail.com. Well, I came up with the idea because I got a puppy recently, and I didn't know how to train him. I didn't know what food I needed to give him for his breed, and I didn't know how to take him to the vet and make appointments that are just easier than calling and waiting forever. So I thought this app would be a good idea.
Somebody that you might refer to them?
We've looked into if a vet partners with us, how they're going to get the money, and then what percentage of that we get. And then we get, if training, would they get the trainers who do the videos get some part of it, and then we also get another part of it.
Have you given any consideration to the possibility of this being also a platform on which other people that may have related products may want to ride on your platform, and would that be a secondary source of rev?
Can you explain that again, please?
No, I forgot what I asked you. No, In other words, if you have a very successful business and it's a platform and it's you have a network out there, there might be other people that might want to be on your platform because there's a long network and they have a product that's somewhat related to yours but not in conflict. Is that another source of revenue potential?
Yes, if someone if another thing wanted to partner with us, we could add them into the app and we'd get half of what they get.
Great, and I'm just going to congratulate you again. This is a fantastic presentation. So yeah, the subscription, that was $5, roughly $5 per month. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, so there's not like a setup fee or anything like that. Once they're in, and it's all good.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. And have you identified a developer for your app yet? You have that?
No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you all very much. We're going to ask you to transition down, and then we're going to ask our next team to come up while they play. Thank you all very much.
Ew, what do I do with these old bananas?
Hold on, guys. You wait till we shoot you, okay? All right, when you hear it count down, then you can start, okay?
Ew, what do I do with these old bananas?
I have nothing to make of these chocolate chips.
This yogurt's about to go bad.
We just made an app for this.
You're right, I'll open that app.
Are there any recipes?
Yes, there's one for banana bread.
That sounds good. Let's make it.
We are presenting our app, Flavor Finder.
Hi, I'm Elin. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Flavor Finder. I'm passionate about this app because I'm home alone a lot, and sometimes I don't know what to make with the food that I have at home. This app could help me and many others.
Hi, I'm Bruce, and I'm head of marketing for our app, and I'm passionate about this app. Because, I mean, look at me. I'm a big guy. I like my food, and I like my gains. I like to see what I'm eating and putting in my body, and our app can help that.
Hi, I'm Mason. I'm Chief Financial Officer, and I like the idea of this app because I'm a senior about to move on my own soon, and I don't always have money for DoorDash, and I'd like to be able to cook some food I can eat.
I'm Alex. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Flavor Finder, and I'm actually a chef myself at home. And I think this app will really help my culinary skills in the future.
Flavor Finder is an app for young adults who don't know how to cook or just may not have the time.
Does it show the nutritional information?
Yes, it will show you everything that you need to know.
What problems is this app fixing?
Well, many young adults consider themselves bad at cooking. Around 50% of people feel that way. Also, a lot of homes waste the food that they buy because they don't know how to use it. Our app can help create recipes from what you already have in your home.
Anything else?
Yes, a lot of people may not have time or money to go grocery shopping all the time, and every year around 48 million people get sick and 3,000 people die from foodborne illnesses.
Does it offer certain kind of recipes? I'm vegan and most apps don't cater to my needs.
Yes, we have a variety of selections such as vegan, vegetarian, allergy-specific, and religious.
So how is the app fixing those problems?
Well, our app provides recipes from food you already have in your home, so there's no food waste and you don't have to spend money going out to buy more ingredients. Also, we provide deliveries, cooking classes and videos, and AI to help you learn to cook.
Is it free?
Yes, it is free to download and to get recipes from, but you have to pay for the online classes, deliveries, and AI assistant.
There's AI involved?
Yes, we have an AI assistant that helps recommend recipes to help you decide if your food has gone bad, and it'll track the food you have in your home.
How can it tell if it's gone bad?
You take a picture of the inside and or the outside of the food that you would like to know if it's gone bad. It'll tell you if it's ripe, rotten, and how much longer you have until it goes bad.
Well, how much does this cost?
It's $10 per class, which is a one-on-one video call with an expert chef, and they last around 10 to 20 minutes. It's $3.99 for AI, $1.99 per video, and the deliveries depend on what you order.
Our revenue streams are from our partnerships, our ads, our AI, money from our online classes and videos, and our deliveries.
Our unfair advantage is our AI, our deliveries, our classes and videos, and our partnerships and sponsors.
So who is the app made for?
Young adults from the ages 15 to 25, people who are low to medium income range, and people who just don't know how to cook. We are getting the word out by TV commercials, social media, billboards, and advertisement.
You can reach out to us at our email, flavorfinder@gmail.com, or our work phone number.
Our financial ask is $100,000 to help pay for the app development and advertisement for our app.
We recently did a survey in our school, and we saw that a lot of people would download our app. To pay back the $100,000, we would need 4,500 classes to be taken, 550 monthly subscriptions, 600 $25 deliveries, and 7,000 videos to be watched. It sounds like a lot, but we have estimated that 2,000 people would pay our monthly fee, and 3,000 people won't pay the monthly fee but will buy classes and videos. We have estimated that number to double every year.
We believe within 2 to 3 years of our app being out, we'd be able to pay back the money that we borrowed.
Yeah, great job, guys. So I'm actually going to let you guys start. Try to catch up.
Again, great presentation, really enjoyed it. I could be a candidate for what I'm going to ask you about. How about older folks? How about folks who have lost the cooking spouse, if you will? Might that not be a market you could focus on?
It would be. We want to help every age and every gender, no matter what you are or who you are. We want to help you learn how to cook. That's our goal.
So I'm not an expert in AI in any way. And the other day, I took a picture of my bookshelf and asked for the best book on a particular topic, and it gave it to me. So how are you competing against AI that in many ways might be able to do some of these things already?
Well, a lot of cooking apps that do have AI incorporated in them don't do the AI that we do. And we've just kind of come up with not necessarily a new one, but a more advanced one in our app compared to all the other apps that do have AI in them. And so, like you said, the one on your bookshelf, that's like a picture-taking one. Most cooking apps don't have that, but ours does.
I really appreciate that you've taken the time to determine who has what role in your business. I think your executive director and marketing is you. So my question for marketing is, what is your marketing strategy to be able to increase your following on the app?
So to increase followings on the app and to increase overall sales, I'd like to start a media page and try to get a mass following to kind of push our app out there among the bigger apps, because the bigger apps have been here longer. They know what they're doing. We got to push ourselves out there and put our feet into the water.
Great job. I just have a quick question about the environmental impact, because your target audience is such a young audience that probably cares a lot about the environment. And you mentioned waste, but it seems like a real opportunity to focus on what's not going in landfills. So what is your advertising angle on that?
For the economy, the advertising handle, well, our app can help that. We have vegan recipes, so we're not killing cows. So you have a steak on your plate, you can have a salad. It'll have recipes, it'll show you what you need, and you could search up recipes for the food that you'd like.
We also partner with the IGA, the Independent Grocers Association, which helps us get local food delivered to you. So like nonprofit stores like Save-A-Lot or Food Fair, like they go to the IGA to get their fresh food, local, not like big chain stores. That's what we would like to use to help really.
Thank you guys. Thank you very much, all right?
Yeah, no, you have to put it on the ground.
All right, up next, we have Free on Deck, Mingo.
Sorry guys, we're gonna have to keep it on time so you don't have to look. You scroll up, not sideways. Is it letting you see that? Here, let me see yours. Yours is one, yeah. So, yep. The top one. All right, now. Just click
The big green button goes forward,
No, you're-
backwards if you go to.
All right, are you ready? Good to go? Sorry, I know it's busy. Okay. I'm gonna count down.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Randolph from Bridgeport High School.
And I'm Caden Cox.
And today we bring you FREE, the Flood Release Emergency Exit.
What is FREE? FREE is an emergency design product to protect livestock in the event of a flood. Farmers will also be adherent to, farmers will also be protected with our product FREE, because in the event of a flood, they're not putting themselves in danger by trying to protect their cattle, but rather adhering to themselves and their family for first priority of protection.
Major floods has made the death of livestock spike, which can be devastating to farmers. And just last fall, almost 1.5 million livestock animals were killed due to Hurricane Helene. And as of right now, there is no reliable option for livestock farmers to safely keep their animals safe in the event of a flood.
According to the West Virginia census, you can see that there are over several 100,000 livestock animals just in West Virginia alone. These numbers relate to FREE as it provides a large quantity of animals that we show to protect with our product rather than just a smaller group of animals.
Our product is a system of fence posts that have two buoyant pins each on one side, and when floodwater reaches a certain level set by the farmer, they lift up and allows the posts and gates to fall away, which allows the livestock animals to get to safety.
So our overall whole idea of free is that, like Andrew had mentioned, when the posts and the gate fall away, livestock can then see that as an escape to go to higher elevation or out of the enclosure to even a next pasture, getting away from the rising floodwater.
Our product has no other competitors and it uses a standard fence gate that could already be found on the farm, and in doing so, does not sacrifice functionality for preparedness.
How free works. So as you can see on the screen with the imaging, when free is set up, it has a latch system and a pin. Once floodwater rises, this pin will begin to move upward, allowing the latch to move in either direction. Once the latch is free and able to move in either direction, when the water pushes it down, this is where livestock would then be able to exit, as we will demonstrate to you now. So as you can see, this would then be where livestock would see the open hole in the fence and take out of their instincts to then escape with the rising floodwater. We talked to a gentleman, his name was Mr. Snell, and he explained a story of a tragic disaster in 1985 with a flood on his family farm. He explained that many animals around the community and on his family farm with sheep were entrapped in a barn and could not escape due to floodwater. Though they were able to have some animals escape their premises, they were met to the conclusion that livestock were still dying and weren't able to escape on another level. With this, they were also not prepared for how quickly flood appearances or occasions can occur. The area and the locals didn't think that the flood would really affect them because of where they lived in West Virginia, but soon realized that it is a problem and you really aren't prepared unless you have a product like free.
Our target audience is farmers with livestock who mainly live in flood-prone areas that are willing to adapt and change their operations with our new technology. As you can see listed on the board are many ways, such as trade shows and industrial events, where we can demonstrate how our product works to potential customers.
We plan to sell a set of free posts for $120 for a profit of around $40 per sale. We have business costs which estimate to around $16,000, including our patents for free, our marketing costs, and our stock. So, like why we get free up and going. Free will become profitable after we sell 320 sets of free posts.
We are asking for $16,800 to cover the cost of the patent and the production of the first set of free posts and the initial marketing of $800.
Thank you, judges, for your time. Any questions?
I'm particularly curious why this is so important to you. You've put a lot of work into this, and why? What's your passion?
So we see that commonly in West Virginia, flooding is becoming an uprising occurrence that happens, as we've seen recently in Mingo County. This kind of inspired us to make a product that does not exist. There's no other competitors that will help then protect the livestock and the farmers, because we see that if they are trying to put themselves in harm's risk to protect their livestock, then they could be setting themselves up for risk and potential of injury as well. So if we can have a product that does that for them, it'll not only be beneficial to the animals but the farmer, especially due to the fact that your livestock are irreplaceable. Like the genetics, the originality of your livestock on your farm, you can't replace that. So while you could maybe go buy another head of cow or buy another livestock animal, you're still not going to have the originality of the livestock that started your operation.
I'm going to push a little bit harder. So that's why it's important to the farmers and the cow, and that was a great answer, but why is it important to you?
So why it's important to us is that with the census we've seen, we feel that we can really make a difference and these numbers, and we can really put a stop or a halt to these numbers plummeting as we've seen over the past years. And these catastrophic occasions not only happen in West Virginia, but all over the world. And that inspired us to then make the product free.
Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Up next, Mingo Medical Solutions. On deck, Steel's Healing Medical Equipment.
That thing's going down.
best idea I've had there with that.
It's because you're here in this inspirational area. All right.
This is bad.
Thank you.
Great questions, yes. Great questions. Really, really smart.
Okay, you guys have, we're going to start them right at the top of the hour. These next two, we're going to start them right at 9. These next two have a lot of stuff, so I just wanted to get them timed. Get up there. Yeah, I think so. They're all good. I've got one more minute. Got 1 minute. Same take. Same take. I'm gonna take these off. I'm gonna try to clean you up. You tell us when you're ready. That's good? Okay, great countdown. Hey everybody, my name is Kaylee Faye, and we are from Mingo Central Hospital, and we are here representing Mingo Medical Solutions. I'm Kaylee Faye, I'm a senior representative. The lady down there on the end is also a senior representative, and Ethan and Reagan here in the middle are our junior representatives. So, while the nature of this presentation is going to be a little goofy and lighthearted, we couldn't present this without mentioning the inspiration behind it.
A man from West Virginia who, like many others with dementia, struggled to navigate the challenges of his condition.
Unfortunately, he did not have the safety measures we are about to introduce.
One day, he wandered off and was unable to find his way back.
Tragically, this accident cost him his life.
We aim to improve the safety and independence of individuals with dementia through innovation and technology. His memory drives our commitment to creating a safer environment for dementia patients everywhere.
As a person living with dementia, I often forget where I am or wander off. This can be dangerous. I need a solution that ensures my safety without making me feel incompetent, restricted, or stigmatized, which I have felt with other options on the market before. Some of these options require a cell phone, which I don't have, or are bulky and irritate my skin, making me want to take it off. I need a way to stay safe while still maintaining my independence. As one of the 7 million dementia patients across the United States, these products bring me peace of mind. Even the West Virginia Alzheimer's Association recommends these measures through a partnership and a letter of support.
Our solution combines dementia alert sweatpants, identification papers, and a tracking alarm sensor to provide a comprehensive system. The pants will have a facility of origin on one leg. Also, it has medical alert written down the other leg. We couldn't put dementia on it because of HIPAA. So if a patient were to wander and headlights hit these pants, they are reflective so they can be visualized at night. The built-in sensor which you have, the built-in sensors move and they will alert staff if the patient is at risk of wandering. The products are also for at-home use, so they can be attached to any kind of clothing. So
As a nurse, I am responsible for keeping my patients safe and monitored. With the PANTS and tracking sensor, I receive real-time alerts if a patient is moving outside of a designated area. This allows me to respond quickly, ensuring that they don't get lost or hurt, especially during a busy shift. I must monitor several patients at once. The sweatpants with the tracking sensor make this much easier. I receive instant alerts if a patient moves outside of a safe zone, so I don't have to physically check on each patient all the time. I can focus on providing care, where it's needed most. The identification papers help too. I can quickly identify a confused patient. My coworkers and I have completed extensive education and training on these devices, which I can pass on to my patients and their families. The bright purple color ensures I never miss a paper in a pile, making it easy to get the information I need in seconds.
This solution not only improves patient safety, but also helps reduce costs related to accidents. As a hospital administrator, it's my job to ensure that we provide high-quality care while managing costs. These costs include product sales, grant funds, partnership work, training fees, and the one-time sensor costs. And here recently, we met with some lawmakers to implement these safety measures at the next legislative session. Now, our startup costs include $5,720 for 10,500 forms, $29,750 for 850 pairs of sweatpants, and a rough estimate of $30,000 for the prototyping and development of the sensor. Overall, this system improves practicality, is cost efficient, and makes the hospital run more smoothly. So, join our team.
With startup costs estimated at $80,000.
And $3,650 invested.
We are asking for $76,000.
Invest in Mingo Medical Solutions.
In conclusion, our dementia pants, paper, and sensors are a complete solution to help patients with dementia.
Care.
Really good job. One thing I would consider is having your services sold separately here inside of this. They could they don't have to be in a package.
This actually does not have to be purchased or invested in as a full three-part project because we already actually have the pants and sensors in 8 different facilities all the way from our Mingo County to Tennessee. So actually these can be purchased separately and invested in separately.
Yeah, I have lots of people in my life that need these pants right now. So how did you come up with the prototyping of the device cost? What went into the development of it?
So we actually have tried to form some alliances with the engineering department at Marshall. The head of that department actually is an MD PhD. He has his medical degree and he has a PhD in engineering. So we tried to form an alliance with that and we got some rough estimated numbers from him. So we actually got it from somebody in industry. So that's where our numbers came from.
A great presentation, folks. Have you had any interaction with the Rockefeller Neurosciences Institute? Ali Rezai has been on 60 Minutes about his unique interventions. And then to follow after that, have you had any interaction with them?
Well, no, not specifically, but we do have quite a few partnerships specifically with the West Virginia Alzheimer's Association. They actually came down, and you have it up there somewhere. They wrote a letter of recommendation for us, so they actually are trying to push for this project along with the letter with the legislature. So we have quite a few people in the industry and trying to make this a standard of care, not just in the state of West Virginia, but all over the country. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alexis Rhodes, and today I'm here with Steel Healing Medical Equipment. As a healthcare worker myself, I know the dangers of working in the medical field, and especially in nursing homes, there's a lot of danger. For example, when I was helping my patient into a chair, I tripped over a medical bed cord. As I was sitting there on the floor, I realized there has to be something better than this. This can't continue, which inspired me to create Steel Healing Medical Equipment. Similar to my situation, picture yourself helping your loved one into a medical bed when all of a sudden, bam, they trip over that bed cord. Luckily, they didn't get hurt, but what if they broke a hip or got a concussion or even worse? Which is why there needs to be something better. That's exactly why my company exists. There are over 900,000 medical beds in the US. That's over 900,000 bed cords waiting to be tripped over. Our medical equipment have no cords whatsoever and are powered by iron batteries, which means no cords, no trips and falls, and nobody gets hurt. Unlike our competitors, we offer the durability of the iron battery, and we offer a battery recycling program. As you can see in the screen above me is a demo. Our iron batteries are small, and they fit underneath the bed so that nobody can trip over them. Like I mentioned before, there are products out there, but what makes us different? What makes us stand out? We are the first medical company to create medical equipment powered by iron batteries. And we also offer a unique battery recycling program where we take in our old and outdated batteries and recycle them into new and updated batteries. We are committed to making sure that our patients are safe while ensuring our environment is safe. Our main target customers are the large nursing homes and hospitals, but we're not stopping there. Our home health providers need it just as bad. Sometimes they have even less space to work with, which means that can cause even more falls. Our long-term customer target is the international medical facilities, because how can our product help the world if it's only in one place? Our primary revenue comes from the direct sale of our medical equipment and our battery recycling program. We also plan to offer in-hospital services, such as maintenance to the iron batteries, and we also plan to train our healthcare workers. We also hope for a partnership with a medical facility. That way, they can help promote our product, and we can ensure their patients are safe. We are seeking $150,000 so that we can launch our website, allowing customers to purchase the medical equipment and to participate in the battery recycling program. With this money, we will also be able to further develop our beds, components such as the iron battery itself and the bed. This will also help us expand our warehouse and office space so that we can meet the demand. That is why I'm inviting you to join us in revolutionizing healthcare. Together, we can create a safer, more sustainable future for those in need of care. Thank you for your time and attention. Any questions?
My biggest question and/or advice, great job, by the way.
Thank you.
Is to look at ways that how you ensure that the battery stays recharged. And then the second one is consider solutions that don't have the battery and actually get the power through the floor. And there's a Volkswagen manufacturing firm that does exactly this with all their equipment. Find the video. It's really, really cool.
Yeah. So to ensure that our batteries stay charged, they have a charged battery from about 2 to 8 years, which means compared to our competitors, that's only about 2 years. So we are ensuring that those will stay safe, and they are recyclable as well too.
Just a quick, because I'm assuming you're in healthcare.
Yes, I am.
In hospitals all over the country, there are different levels of beds.
Yes.
Some are very antiquated, some are state-of-the-art. Is there a plan on how to adapt various types of beds to your product?
Yes, so that's actually one of our main goals, is to make sure that our iron batteries fit every single type of bed. And the price will vary depending on what type of bed you want, but we want to make sure that all of our patients are safe in all of their situations as well too.
Great presentation,
Thank you.
fabulous. As to the battery, you refer to as an iron battery. Explain a little more of the specific chemistry that's used in that battery.
Yes.
There's lots of versions.
So I am in the healthcare industry, and we hope for a partnership with Form Energy, which has recently come to Weirton, West Virginia. And so if we can partner with them, that would make our product even 10 times better. And that's why we're looking for a partner too, to make sure that it is safe.
Sure, and I'm familiar with Form Energy as well. Their batteries take up the whole stage. How are you going to get your batteries to fit on a bed?
Yes. So we will plan to work with them and see how exactly we can do that. Because if there's a will, there's a way.
I'm just curious about the cost of making the battery. I think I saw that it was $9,000 to buy one. How much does it cost to make one?
So the price would be to make the bed, it'd be about $2,500. And when we sell the bed, we would sell it for about between $4,000 to $5,000, depending on what they would want.
And for the home health care, are you partnering with insurance companies to make sure that's covered, or is that something the patient would have to absorb?
Yes, we would like to partnership with the insurance facilities as well as certain senior centers too, so that way everybody can have the product.
You can have a sweet. Yeah, yeah, by all means. I was gonna give it back later. I took it from the men already. I'm just like, here. That's awesome. We all need a sweet treat bar. It's not on the ruler. Congratulations, Mark. We're running ahead of schedule. I'd love to see it.
Good morning. Before we tell you about our project, we would like to share something deeply personal with all of you. Earlier this school year, we lost a student, a friend, to suicide. On the outside, she showed so much happiness to us all. She was full of laughter. No one, not her friends, her teachers, her family, knew just how much she was struggling on the inside.
This isn't just a story. This is it's a wake-up call. It reminds us that every mental health struggle are often silent. And by the time we realize somebody needs help, it might be too late. And that's why we're here today. My name is Colton Tanner, and I'm here with my teammates William Walkup and Ezekiel Gray. We are proud juniors in the Highlander Health Science program at Webster County High School. And today, we're sharing a project that we believe could save lives.
Our project is called Wellness Works, an innovative telemedicine system designed to give students immediate access to mental and physical health care. It's a tool we believe could have made a difference for our friend. It's a tool we believe can still make a difference for so many others.
The problem? In Webster County, we face serious healthcare challenges. We are a medically underserved area with only one school nurse for the entire county. Our school-based health center is also sometimes closed due to staffing shortages. This means that when students are sick, injured, or having a crisis, help isn't always available.
This year alone, we've had multiple overdose attempts, medical emergencies like leukemia and diabetic crises, and tragically, a suicide. They aren't just statistics, they're our friends, our classmates, and we're tired of waiting for someone else to fix it.
What's our solution? Wellness Works. Wellness Works is a two-part telemedicine system created by students for students. It's simple, secure, and scalable.
How does this two-part system work? First, there's the Wellness Work kiosk, a private in-school telehealth station that connects students instantly with licensed healthcare providers through our partnership with Vandalia Health and Webster Memorial Hospital.
Second, there's the Wellness Works app, a HIPAA-compliant mobile platform that coordinates with Vandalia Health's 24/7 care app. This app compromises 17 hospitals, 3 hospital affiliates, and more than 220 outpatient facilities.
The best part, we're not starting from scratch. Wellness Works would be built on the systems that already exist. Vandalia Health has a 24/7 telehealth app and provides networks already being used across West Virginia. Our system would plug directly into that, giving students safe, secure access to care that's already up and running.
And to keep costs low, we'll build the kiosk structure through our school's carpentry CTE program. That means the real investment going into what mattered most: reliable medical equipment, HIPAA-compliant technology, and the licensing needing to run this the right way. We're being smart with every dollar.
Why it works and why it matters. Telemedicine is already working in rural hospitals like ours in Webster County. Vandalia Health recently launched a telecardiology initiative at Webster Memorial Hospital, and so far has been positively received by the community. So we asked ourselves, if telehealth can help adults, so why not students?
We've already pitched our project with Vandalia Health executive leaders, and they see the potential. Our primary target customers would be high school students in need of accessible health care. If funded, Wellness Works could become a statewide model for students' healthcare access. Imagine what could happen if every school in West Virginia had one.
To launch Wellness Works, we are seeking funding to support app development, kiosk setup, licensing, and student outreach. All financial planning was created with feedback from healthcare and educational professionals to ensure long-term sustainability.
Why should you invest in our vision? The positive impact on our school and community has the potential to be life-changing. We are not just asking you to fund a project. We're asking you to believe that students in rural areas deserve the same access to care as everyone else.
Because next time, it could be your county, your child, your student, your friend. But with Wellness Works, that next time might just have a different ending, a happier ending.
We're not waiting for change. We're building it. And with your help, we can launch a life-saving initiative right here in Webster County that can be scaled across West Virginia. Because behind every silent struggle, there's a life worth saving.
I really commend your deep thinking about some very critical issues. I work with high school students, and this is real. There is definitely a generational gap between myself and you all. How will you communicate this product to your colleagues so that they listen and they use it?
First, at the beginning of the year, we will be giving out a form to all the students that will tell them information about it and that they can put their information down to use the kiosk. And it will tell them about the services it provides and what it can help.
Just from a storytelling perspective, you started with a great introduction of someone who matters a lot to you. And just as a recommendation, maybe introduce a little bit more about your friend before you tell us what happened. Obviously, we care about any student that's struggling, but if we really connect with maybe she was president of the student government, or maybe she was the tutor in math class, just let us know a little bit about why you care about her so much, and then we really feel how important this is to you, and really good work that you're doing.
Thank you for that feedback. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm on the state school board. I'm really aware of what you all are talking about, the problem you've identified. So I don't have a question. I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that. Way to take charge of an issue that's made you angry, and it should. So I want to understand why somebody would go to this kiosk versus their phone. I'm assuming all of the telehealth options are available that way as well, or no?
Okay, so wonderful question. The difference between our app and our kiosk is most of the time, especially in places like our school, we're not allowed on cellular devices. And that's becoming across many high schools across West Virginia as they're starting to ban cell phones. So most students won't have access to those apps while they're in school. So this kiosk is another way for them to contact any healthcare professional for any problems that they might have.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
That is the end of Big Ideas. So those are your 6 big ideas competitors, 3 will win, and then we can do additional pieces. AT Woodwork, yes. Okay. Paperwork for you guys. Yeah. Boop. Boop. Here, I'll put them in the box for us. Yeah, so you guys can see them later. It's all this.
Testing. Good morning. I want to start off by saying thank you for your time today. My name is Austin Taylor. I'm excited to tell you about the story of my business, AT Woodwork, and how an investment of $10,000 can help expand my business significantly. I'm currently a junior at Herbert Hoover High School. As an extracurricular activity, I'm the drummer for our show choir at the High Impact. Through school, I've been able to complete the 2-year shop program that they offer, receiving multiple certifications, including NCCR, OSHA 10, as well as receiving the highest score on the NOCTI exam in school history. I am also currently working on completing my OSHA 30 certification. In my journey in woodworking, I've identified a significant gap. Have you ever been to a store, saw overpriced, yet low quality products? I have, and it's a problem I aim to solve. The high cost and poor quality products creates an opportunity for custom craftsmanship, offering affordability, superior quality, and a sustainable alternative to mass production. The advantage I offer over my competitors is to provide a personalized experience for each client. Currently, I offer 3D digital models of products before they're built to ensure clear expectations. Every product is crafted with attention to detail. I also provide one-on-one customer connection as well as on-site quotes for each client. I'm also happy to provide a Porter 5 Forces analysis and a SWOT analysis upon request, which I have provided for you today. I also create custom tailored prices for each client to fit their needs and budget. Currently, my pricing structure is materials times 3 to make sure I cover cost and maintain a profit. Through that, I'd be able to have flexible pricing options for each client, including availability with pricing. With this grant, I plan to upgrade my software, build a website for branding, improve turnaround times, and invest into advanced CNC tools to enhance both quality and efficiency. I'd like to take a moment to showcase some of the work I've created for clients as well as items built through my shop program. These examples highlight the attention to detail that define AT Woodwork, as well as products in continuing and previous slides. The altar and the pantry shelves I have created for private clients while I was the foreman on the Kanawha County School Boardroom, as well as the foreman on the Intermediate Court of Appeals courtroom. Currently, I provide custom products for homeowners, small businesses, and artisanal consumers. With this funding, I'd be able to expand my services to commercial and retail businesses as well as interior designers, further broadening my market reach. In 2023, I made $500 as a hobby. After formally launching my business, AT Woodwork, in 2024, I saw a gross income of over $7,000. Additionally, I pay myself 1/3 of my net profit, and the other remaining 2/3 get reinvested back into my business. I'm confident with the right investment, I could double my income each year or go beyond that, while simultaneously reducing my expenses over time. I'm seeking a $10,000 investment to take AT Woodwork to the next level. Here's how I would allocate the funds. 70% for tools and equipment, 12% for business structure, 10% for safety equipment, and 8% for marketing and branding. In the future, I plan to expand into other trade-based businesses, creating well-paying jobs across West Virginia and helping people provide for their families while growing the local economy. I want to thank you for your time and attention today. I hope you'll consider joining me in creating affordable, high-quality products across the U.S., one piece at a time. And at this time, please ask further questions.
You did a great job, and I don't have a question. I just have a piece of unsolicited advice. Don't have flexible pricing. You're an artist, and your work is beautiful, and you're going to be very frustrated if you sell it below what it's worth.
So within flexible pricing, for instance, here recently, I actually got an order for another altar made out of cherry and maple. She wanted to keep the budget around $500, so I allowed and found lumber such as cherry and maple to keep it within that budget.
I really enjoyed your presentation. A piece of unsolicited advice for me. Have you had any conversation with Gat Caperton? Do you know who Gat Caperton is?
I have not.
I'd highly recommend you look him up because he took over Tom Seeley Furniture and turned it around. And it is really a gigantic artisanal success now. Gat Caperton, I'll give it to you. I'll give you his contact later. He'd be very helpful to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can probably help you with that OSHA 32. But so are any of the designs that you're making original, or are these patterns that you're finding other people doing?
So typically in this day and age in 2025, the patterns that you see before you, such as the boards that you have in front of you or the boards in front of on this table, which I've also created, are designs I have found, but there are some unique designs for clients on a larger scale, such as building a bookcase with cabinets that is more custom to the client.
Okay.
I appreciate that you got your foundation in a CTE center. And you said you wanted to expand and grow. What opportunities would you have to elevate others in CTE programs as you expand your business?
So in general in CTE programs, a lot of kids honestly go in thinking it's an easy grade. I believe that hard work and determination pays itself off as shown. I had a lot of help with my shop teacher over the past 2 years, which I started back my freshman year actually, so I'm in 3 years now. So the opportunities I want to include is once I reach the age of 18, I want to get a general contractor's license so I know what other trades, I know what I'm doing, and I can open up other jobs for other kids that might be interested. Thank you.
What button do I hit?
Forward,
Okay.
backwards, laser pointer.
Okay. Here we are. Okay. Primero que nada, quiero darle las gracias a todos por tomarse el tiempo de estar aquí para escuchar mi presentación. Es un honor poder compartir con ustedes algo que viene de mi corazón, mi cultura y de mi pasión por la comida venezolana. Gracias. I want to thank all of you for taking the time to be here today and listen to my presentation. It's an honor to share this project with you, one that comes from my heart, my family's story, and my passion for Venezuelan cuisine. As a young child, I remember my mom as a strong, independent woman that was always in the kitchen creating delicious meals. The aroma of arepas instantly transports me back to those days, sitting on the kitchen floor, eagerly waiting for my home-cooked meal she lovingly prepared. Those moments are deeply precious to me, especially since my mother was tragically taken from us while bravely defending the innocent from harm. Sabor de Venezuela is my way of honoring her legacy, sharing my culture, and carrying forward the love she gave me through food. There is a gap in the market for authentic Venezuelan cuisine. Sabor de Venezuela offers families and individuals who have never traveled beyond the state or country a chance to experience a new exceptional meal that they've never had before. Families are looking for affordable meals to enjoy together. Oh my God. Affordable meals to join together. And Chester, West Virginia is conveniently located near the Mountaineer Racetrack and Resort and the Fiesta Tableware Company, attracting thousands of visitors each year, making Sabor de Venezuela a good place to go. The food industry in West Virginia is a $5.2 billion industry, making Sabor de Venezuela a solid investment. Hancock County may be small, but we attract 365,000 visitors each year, thanks to the Fiesta Tableware Company. Why we stand out: we have authentic Venezuelan flavor, fresh ingredients that we purchase from local farmers, ensuring we help the community in the economy. Our customers, families looking for a fun and laid-back meal that the whole entire family can enjoy. Culinary enthusiasts, food lovers who crave modern meals. Community locals, people who want to support small businesses and enjoy a new culinary experience. Tourism visitors from the Mountaineer Racetrack and Resort and the Fiesta Tableware Company, looking for a fun new meal. The Comida Specials, they served up the soul of Venezuela with bold, rotating dishes that make customers crave for more. We draw our customers through social media buzz, farm-to-table freshness, holiday and daily specials, and interactive offers. Right here on our screen, this shows our cost. We're making smart investments to have a smart launch and sustainable income. Year 2, we see growth of 10% to 25% through driven in by dine-in, takeout, catering, and I don't even know. I'm seeking for $150,000 for state-of-the-art kitchen equipment, maintenance, licensing fees, and marketing. This is a low-risk, high-reward investment with lots of income streams, community, local ties, and a unique position to start our market. Este restaurante no es solo este negocio no es solo un restaurante, es la legacía de mi madre, una mujer venezolana que con pasión era una expresión de amor, cultura y comunidad. Cada plato que servimos honora nuestras recetas, nuestras raíces y nuestra comunidad. This restaurant is more than just a business. It's a continuation of my mother's legacy, a Venezuelan woman whose passion for cooking was an expression of love, community, and culture. Our dishes honor her recipes, our roots, and our community. We believe in family, culture, and the American dream that helps immigrants share their culture with just an authenticity, flavor, and heart.
So really good job. This is hard to do. I'm picking up the mic first because I did this for 25 years. So reach out anytime is the first thing. Second thing is the restaurant business is very, very hard. A lot of people are going to tell you that. And I'm going to tell you that provides an opportunity. If you're willing to do it, if you're willing to do everything that it takes, there's a market there because not a lot of people are. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Regardless of what happens with your restaurant and the direction you take, embrace your bilingualism. Embrace that in memory of your mom. It's a gift that's going to be able to open so many doors for you in whatever passion you follow.
Thank you.
I'm always going to the storytelling perspective, but share with us the flavors, the spices. Let our mouths water. Tell us what you're cooking. Let us feel the steam on our face from that food rising up. You have a beautiful story and a lot of promise, and we want to feel it with you.
Thank you.
Good job.
That's why I brought the candy bags, because I wanted to bring like an actual meal, but we stayed at a hotel, so that's not really possible. So I was thinking in my restaurant we would have a candy counter for the kids or even adults to taste just something sweet from my home country.
Great. I'm not familiar with the cuisine, so I'm ready to come eat. But you mentioned farm to table. So are there ingredients that would have to be grown specifically for these recipes? Or?
Yeah, we were hoping to partner with local farms to have poultry, beef, and produce directly from those farms, so it would be all fresh.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
You guys good? Judges good?
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Vincent Sigley. I'm currently a junior at Hundred High School. I'm also in the drafting and design class at the Wetzel County Technical Education Center in Wetzel County. I became Part 107 certified in April 2024. This allows me to fly drones for commercial purposes. I currently use a couple of the best drones available to my right, the DJI Mavic 3 Pro and the DJI Mini 3 Pro. The problem, in my community and surrounding counties, there's a significant gap in affordable, high quality, and most importantly, localized services. There's only 2 businesses that appear to still be active as of April 24th. That is Cloudwalk Aerial in Fairmont, West Virginia, and Appalachian Drones in Morgantown, West Virginia. Opportunity. There's a demand for aerial photography and videography. The demand for aerial photography and videography is growing. There's a need for affordable, high-quality services tailored to the needs of my community. The solution. I'll offer affordable, high-quality aerial photography and videography services tailored to the needs of my community. Here's a map. The black circles demonstrate the areas where I can expect the most business. The red pins are locations of my competitors, active competitors. And the black pin is where I'm currently located. So who does Sigley Aerial Services appeal to? Like local business owners, housing developers, construction companies, town halls, and homeowners for different reasons like advertisement, progress documentation, and aerial inspections. Current state of Sigley Aerial Services. This picture was taken last April at Valley Falls State Park, and then a couple days later, West Virginia Tourism reached out to submit my picture. Job pricing. Every job is priced differently according to a few things like equipment wear, operational costs, insurance and licensing, travel, and location. Location, like if it's a densely populated area, because there's different like regulation, like if I was at an outdoor concert, et cetera, et cetera. Power lines and trees. Oh. The average job takes about 5 hours, including editing time, that's picture and video editing, and sometimes the longer jobs when I'm making a huge video for like advertisement, it takes about 6 hours. But my standard rate is between $25 and $30 an hour. Expenses, tax, and profit. My business expenses for every year after the first year is $55 a year for website services, $231 for general liability insurance, and $100 a year for marketing. So that's $386 without my LLC filing fee, which can be waived with a form. If my earnings are $2,000, 15.3% of that is taken out in tax, which adds up to $692 taken out of my business. So if I earn $2,000, that would land me just over $1,300 in profit. Financial ask. For my first year, I need general liability insurance, which is $231 a year. Startup marketing costs like business cards, online ads, posters, flyers, that sort of thing. It's $300. And then travel expenses, gas and vehicle wear, that's $470. So I'm seeking $1,000 to aid the startup of my business. Thank you.
Good job. What have you looked at as far as weddings as a potential marketing or client base?
As far as what, again, I'm sorry?
Filming weddings.
You say weddings? So I actually did a brief shoot for one of my aunt's friends, and it's kind of limited to what you can do as far as weddings. So I've been asked that question a couple times. Like I'm supposed to do a wedding right now in September, but the issue is, and like the client wants aerial pictures of like the venue and stuff, but what people don't consider is the loud, giant robotic bird hovering above them, interrupting their wedding and all the intimate moments. So I'm not opposed to doing that because I have taken pictures like of venues and stuff like that, but that would be more so for the appeal of like the wedding venue, or if they want like a picture of like the landscape, that sort of thing. But I mean, it's possible, but not how people would think. So. Yeah, I could get shoots of that. When I did a wedding last June, that's when my aunt's friend's wedding was. I kind of explained that to them, and they were kind of surprised, but they were fine with, you know, because they wanted to capture like the scenery of the venue, because the venue was pretty. But they wanted to capture like the venue and like them like getting stuff ready, that sort of thing.
So my biggest question or piece of advice, either one, is really two things. Look at the real estate industry. Look at partnering with a real estate agent. I looked at a building once, and I wanted to understand the roof very well before we purchased it, and it was a great ad to get a drone picture of it. I'm going to go out and give you one more idea. Consider doing some sort of referral business, and where you take pictures of roofs and refer them to builders. So second one.
So ideas like that have crossed my mind because I can be like that bridgeway between, like, so like say a client's like, hey, I think there's, you know, shingles, soffit, fascia, something like that missing. So I can go up, get a picture, and then, you know, if I'm in collaboration with the roofing company or whomever is doing the work, then I can be like, hey, client needs this is what, you know what I mean? And to add on to that, the two most profitable, and this isn't like official, but from what I've seen, the two most profitable ways that you can use drones right now is through the real estate industry and like also for mapping. So the small drone over here on my right, it's actually compatible with most modern mapping and like 3D modeling softwares and stuff like that to date, but software for that is pretty expensive. It's like $500 a year. So.
Good morning. My name is Jamila Fleet, and I'm the creator of Stitch Studio. Stitch Studio is a crochet and knit artisan shop focused on utilizing sustainable materials. We combine craftsmanship, sustainability, and comfort into every piece we create. Our business is built on 3 core pillars. The first being sustainable craftsmanship, the second is our therapeutic focus, and the third is our focus on personalization. These strong foundations help Stitch Studio to address the real challenges in the market. The first issue in the market is that the market is saturated with mass-produced accessories made from synthetic materials that harm the environment. The second are customers looking for personalized handmade items often can't find products that reflect their style or specific needs. Third is that there's a shortage of therapeutic crochet products, handmade weighted blankets, sensory tools, especially those that combine therapy with sustainable craftsmanship are rare. And finally, the industry often views crochet and knitwear as seasonal, limiting the ability for handmade crochet businesses to thrive year-round. Stitch Studio addresses all these problems head-on. And the good news is the market is ready for a brand like Stitch Studio. Today, more than half of global consumers say that sustainability is an important factor in their purchasing decisions. Platforms like Etsy continue to grow with 63% of buyers specifically seeking out handmade products to support small businesses like ours. On a larger scale, the global handicrafts market is valued at approximately $74 billion and is projected to grow steadily at nearly 5% each year through 2030. And at Stitch Studio, we built a solution that directly responds to the market needs. We focus on eco-friendly materials, working with bamboo, organic cotton, and ethically sourced wool to ensure our products are as sustainable as they are beautiful. We also offer customizable designs, giving customers the option to personalize their crochet pieces with different yarn types, color palettes, and monogram details, creating products that are beautiful and truly reflect who they are. Additionally, we deliver unique therapeutic line, weighted blankets, textured comfort items, and fidget toys that combine emotional support with artisan craftsmanship. And finally, we create dynamic, seasonally versatile products, designs that extend beyond cold weathered items to keep our collections relevant and in demand year-round. The products are designed for people who aren't just looking for crochet or knit items. They're looking for meaning and emotional connection. We serve new parents offering sentimental keepsakes that captures life's first moments. We reach gift givers who want handmade, thoughtful presents that you can't find in big box stores. We resonate with eco-conscious fashion enthusiasts who align their purchasing decision with their values, seeking style without sacrificing sustainability. And we support individuals in need of therapeutic comfort, offering products that blend creativity, warmth, and emotional support, especially for veterans or those living with anxiety. To meet the growing market demand and fully realize Stitch Studio's potential, we are seeking $10,000 in funding. This investment will allow us to purchase the eco-friendly materials used to produce our products. It will also help our marketing efforts by reaching a broader audience through online advertising, email campaigns, and printed materials. We also plan to invest in advanced production tools, including professional knitting machines that can help us maintain efficiency while also maintaining the handcrafted quality. Part of the funding will allow us to bring in additional makers to help us increase our quantity. And finally, we will strengthen our presence in the community by attending craft fairs and hosting events.
Yeah, great job. So one of the big questions that comes up with a lot of the businesses I speak with is, where are you going to find your workforce? So I'd like for you to elaborate on that a little bit. Who's going to help you make this stuff?
Other artisans that are skilled in their trade.
So one recommendation is, first of all, great job, but a recommendation is to have some pictures of your products in your slides so we can see. But I love the angle of the comfort of the products that you're giving as therapeutic, and I wonder why that is important to you. How did that come to matter in your creation of these products?
Well, my mother is a veteran, and I often go to the VA hospital. I visited the VA hospital with her certain times. And I know that there's a lot of individuals there suffering from PTSD and other mental issues. And I just know that there isn't really handmade items, crochet knit items that are offering any type of therapeutic support for them. Thank you.
And I have a question, but it's also a challenge. How can we get customers to stop buying garbage? I was going to use another word, and buy high quality things that we use on a daily basis.
So the people that are going to buy mass-produced items, they're just going to. But what we're targeting is people who value sustainable craftsmanship, and we're targeting new parents and that therapeutic, those individuals with therapeutic needs.
Up next, we have Take 3 Photography, and on deck, we have We Come Together.
Good morning. I'm Take 3 Photography, and I'm the founder, Abigail Stewart. So a little bit about me. How I first got into photography is me and my family, one of our big things is national parks. So every summer we go to all the United States national parks, and we're trying to hit all 64. And with that, I always take my camera. I got my camera at the age of 13, and I love to capture the uniqueness of every national park and everything that it has to offer. And then also, I'm a CTE completer of aerospace engineering at my high school. And with that, we learned the curriculum of drones. This drone here, I actually designed and built on my own, so I really have the understanding of what goes into every aspect of every drone. So with Take 3 Photography, we're an all-inclusive services. So we don't just provide your regular still photography, we're also incorporating that aerial and that videography that you can only get from these drones. So still photography's been around for ages. Everybody knows about your regular camera. But what's new and what's changing with the times, aerial and video photography. But the problem, lack of professionals. There are so many hobbyists and recreational flyers that are trying to take advantage of this growing market, but what they don't have is the knowledge and the certification to be able to do that safely and legally. So why Take3 Photography? With Take3 Photography, we have the 14 CFR Part 107 FAA certification that allows us the knowledge and certification to be able to fly these drones properly, safely, and legally. We have the knowledge from our certification to be able to fly. Flying drones is not something that's just easy. If you take a look at this, this is what a sectional chart map looks like. And all you can see is all of these different places that's different airspaces. Each different airspace has different rules and regulations of what you can do in each section, and that's something that people need to take deep care and responsibility in making sure that you're applying the FAA regulations in each sector. Also with that, whenever you're in these different classifications of airspace, sometimes you need to obtain a waiver. And you can only do that with this Part 107. So with this, we're able to use our local connections to be able to fly places that recreational and hobbyists can't do, such as national parks, state parks, anything like that where you would have to attain a waiver to be able to first fly. So I want you to imagine this. You're at your wedding day, you're taking pictures, but then you don't just want your regular photos. So you get a video of the bride walking down the aisle from above, a bird's eye view of the moment, all of the family being able to look at her walking down the aisle about to say I do of her biggest moment. With Take3 Photography, we're able to take your normal, regular moments and take them from a new, fresh perspective. Market growth. Drones it's growing in demand. It's had almost a 25% compound annual growth rate, growing almost $3 billion from 2023 to 2024 alone. This is something that you want to invest in. Financial ask. So with Take3 Photography, we're asking $25,000 in startup costs. $10,000 of that would go into cameras to be able to get the best ability out of each camera, and then also $10,000 for drones and manufacturing. So each of the drones, they go up in price as we want to be able to get that best capability out of each drone, which includes 4K, people tracker, and everything along with that. And then also we're asking for $500 for drone licensing and certifications, and software also to be able to edit these photos after they come out. And then also $500 for permits, because it does cost money to be able to get permits to shoot in such places as like getting a waiver for a national park or a state park. So this is Take3 Photography. Are you ready to take your photography and your memories to new heights? Thank you.
Fabulous job, and congratulations on being a complete aerospace completer. That's fabulous.
Thank you.
Where did you do that?
Bridgeport High School.
At Bridgeport?
Yep.
Yep. That's where I went to class. Do you have Raphael?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, Raph. How you doing? No, I just wanted to tell you what a great job you did. It's really wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, great job. So, I lost my question. So, what would you do as far as marketing? You mentioned $1,500. You want to break down where that money's going?
Yeah, so I actually have my own website that I've designed myself for the photography aspect of it right now, and just being able to build upon that and adding the incorporation of the drone. And then also there's such a big market for like Instagram or TikTok, because that's really where this drone is like going viral, having these videos in a different perspective, and also being able to market within the community also, because this is a small business idea, so being able to share the community with this new advancement that we have.
Also, they were talking about real estate opportunities before, but don't forget about Airbnbs. So many Airbnbs have that aerial view. And thank you for mentioning TikTok. I cannot believe we've been sitting here with all these presentations by these young people, and TikTok hasn't been mentioned. Good job.
Thank you.
You've talked a lot about the regulations. Things change all the time. What's your plan to stay current on the different regulations that can turn on a dime?
Yeah, so with a Part 107, you actually have to get it renewed every 2 years. So that allows for you to be able to keep up on regulations because it is changing. Rules and regulations are changing every day. So they enforce that by having you renew it every 2 years to maintain your updated status. Thank you.
Hello, we are We Love Together. My name is Sarah Likens, this is Braden Stoffel, and this guy is Jesse Walton. We are juniors at Ravenswood High School.
Our school had 2 non-English speaking students that came seeking a homely, welcoming environment, but were only met with murmurs and loneliness.
Do you remember having that one kid in school who would come with the same clothes every day and they would be dirty and unwashed, and instead of having friends or anybody ask them what was going on at home or if they were okay, they were met with murmurs and unkind words?
Our business idea is a nonprofit organization that is to help our community.
According to the 2020 Seminole census, over 50% of our townspeople are unemployed. 37% don't own a home, and nearly 48 are in poverty.
Our organization, we want to offer help for finding a shelter, or for finding shelter, or providing food, and providing comfort for people to stay.
We seek to talk to many of our community members, our minorities, our elderly, anybody who could be of use or help. And we would like to take donations for, raising money for not only us, but for people around us in need, like medical patients who can't really take care of their bills, survivors of, national disasters, or flooding, like earlier ones people have talked about. And
we also plan to open up buildings that provide food, hygiene products, clothes, and everything someone needs to live.
Since some people can't afford, we also plan to we also plan to help them have a place to stay, to help and provide a cell, a place so they can just have like a new jump start to like help them.
Yeah, once we get a building, we would like to first take our step back and go over what we've done previously and, try to further what we can do. And then our building, we would especially like it to have, a bathroom with a shower for, these people who can't afford hygiene or just really need it after a long day. And we would also like fresh produce to, take care of our community members who maybe don't have access, as well as, pantry foods and stuff like that.
This matters because we want to help our community. We want to like bring up we want to get them out of depression if they're in it. We want to help young kids who are all alone, people who are just struggling out in like the real world. We want to give them like opportunities to like connect with people, to like just have fun and be able to like actually have another start in life.
We also want to emphasize cleaning the environment by hosting trash cleanups, by giving people bags of goodies in exchange for the trash they collect.
Yeah, like you said, we could do different, events within the community, like these trash parades where you go around town and pick up trash as you go, and rewards for, little goodie bags and stuff like that. And we would also like to host little surveys every week, like, which character is better.
I love that we have a nonprofit presentation. So as a nonprofit, often you feel called to do something. So what of the things, the services that you want to offer, or are you already doing in your community?
I think the only thing that's offered in our community currently is food pantries, and we want to offer that and more to our community.
We also do have churches like every other week that like offer like dinner nights so people can get like a free dinner. But we just want to like expand, like help them have a place for shelter, like so they can be clean, so they can have clothes, just all and above.
Yeah, this is fantastic, guys, and love where your heart is. Just some unsolicited advice as well. I think you might be better off focusing on one small aspect of what you're doing and knocking that out of the park and then growing into the others. Because I think if you approached some of the local businesses, you got Tymet coming, you've got KS, you've got several large businesses there that would probably benefit by helping the community as well, or would want to help the community. So I think if you came at them with a smaller ask that you were able to accomplish and build on that, you'd probably have a little bit more traction.
I want you to look up a business that's in Boise, Idaho. It's one of my favorite nonprofits. It's called Life's Kitchen, and it's set up so that it can be financially sustainable. And they take young people at risk or people at risk, and they run a restaurant. And then they train the people within the restaurant to do these jobs. And so it's financially, it works all the way through. It's helping the people you're wanting to help, and it creates a sustainable business out of it. So look at models like that. There may be a construction business that you could start that would work that for you.
I just want to say your beautiful hearts are shining through. And one really good way to get started would be to partner with the groups that are the food pantry that's already happening, and then grow from that.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes Spark West Virginia. So can we just give a round, wow, I mean, right? Like, let's give them a round of applause. That is tough to do, and you all did an absolutely incredible job. I do not envy our judges. So at this time, we're going to transition. Spark students, you are welcome to stay, watch the rest of the competitions. We'll have food trucks. Jen, what time does food trucks start? So that'll be around. There's some snacks out in the lobby. So you're welcome to get up and go. We're going to get the West Virginia Innovation and Business Model Competition set up. So we'll have a little bit of a transition here. But Spark, we'll see you back if you're not going to hang out for the awards this evening. So thank you. Incredible, incredible job.
Hey, Sean, can you bring me that HDMI cable?
Thank you. Oh, well, here, I do have, oh, sorry. Okay. All of us should get Okay. Perfect. I'm excited. So, Nice. That's actually how I met. Well, really, my boss, he was also a
Get the middle?
person who was supposed to judge this like a few years ago, and he was sick, and I was working from home. Okay, I have no idea what to do this morning. I showed up, and that's how I went all in, and I've been doing it ever since. And it's like my favorite.
Where do you want it? Back behind them or?
I love that. I've actually, been contemplating going back to get my MBA. I went for journalism for 10 years. Dan Hollers, I talked to him like almost every day. Yeah. Well, honestly, what kind of prompted me, I've always thought about going back to get my master's. When I was in journalism, I was like, oh, maybe I'll do communications. And then when I moved back to West Virginia and I went to the chamber, I was like, oh, maybe I should think about an MBA. And then, of course, with the news rights management, what a great time. So, yeah, it's been out my mind. Technology management, that's what I do. Oh, man, I'm sure that's my knowledge changing. Actually, it doesn't change as much as people think. The tools, yeah. But all my, I run a technology development company. So what we do is that we have 2 case studies out of the investment. So they actually get real work. So they learn patent analysis, they learn patent evaluation, they learn how to deal with patents, technologies, all the methods, tools, all that. And they have to take 2 either new ventures or new patents, and they have to do their evaluation. So they have to do their Nothing is better than hands-on experience. Right, and they it's for real companies. Yeah. They have to do NDAs. I love your next. In journalism, I always thought, I'm going to class, and then I had to go to, I was a feature reporter to start out with, a sports reporter. So I'm having to go to all these events, do all of this extra stuff, and I was like, what's the other major thing? We're all doing hands-on. Yeah, they should. Yeah. That's not for us. It's for them.
I can handle
Yeah,
that.
and then if you get lost anywhere, you just hit down, and then it'll go back to 5 minutes. Because I pre-programmed the clock. Once you hit down, we just go back to 5 minutes. So if you get lost anywhere, just hit down. Oh, perfect.
Do we want to pull up a presentation and try? All right, I'll let they made it caveman easy for me, so.
Would like to welcome everybody this morning to the 8th edition of the West Virginia Innovation and Business Model Competition. I'm the event organizer, Olin York. I'm an assistant professor of entrepreneurship at Marshall University. We're very pleased and honored to have a number of our Sister institutions join us in this competition, including WVU and our host, Shepherd. Would like to give a big shout out to Shepherd for putting on a fantastic hosting job. As always, they always do a first-class job with everything that they're involved with. Real quick, before we get started with the competition, I want to introduce our judges. We have Barbie Moody Wood of Advantage Valley. We have Alan Letton of Marshall University. And we have Kaylin George from the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce. So thank you all for helping us with the evaluations today. We will go ahead and jump into our first participant. That would be Ronnie's Rings. Your timer's right there.
Okay.
And here is your advancer for the slides. That goes forward, that goes backwards.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Am I allowed to put it on the stand?
If you can make it fit, I was having trouble with it.
Were you? No, I won't even try. I feel like that's a little scary. Oh, there you go. All right.
Ready?
Yep.
You may begin.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Cameron West, and my small business is Ronnie's Rings. I take vintage silverware and upcycle them into rings and eventually much more. So in 2020, during my freshman year, I was in my dorm room, and I was scrolling through TikTok, and I came across this girl making rings out of silverware. And growing up, I was always at craft shows with my mom. I've always loved being creative with many hobbies. So when I see something that intrigues me, I instantly have to try it out myself, which is exactly what happened with this. That night, I did hours of research and see what I needed to do. I spent a few months saving up to get my first $100 ring bender. And then I learned the process, and for about 2 to 3 years, I just made rings for me and my friends here and there. And then around this time last year, a close friend came up to me, and she was like, "Cam, you need to start selling these." So here we are now. So the problem. There is a competition for raw materials between businesses to secure necessary resources for their production. Overconsumption is a huge problem right now, especially with fast fashion, with clothing and jewelry. People will get it for trends and then wear it for a few months and throw it out. It'll go into landfills and eventually will pollute the earth. The market accessibility is going down right now, and then people want handmade, local, and also just made in the United States right now. And my solution. So let's see if this plays. Oh. Oh. Let's see if it plays. Oh no. I don't think my video is going to show, but I took this video off my TikTok to kind of show you guys the process of how I make my rings. So I'll just talk you guys through it. So first, I usually choose the piece of silverware that I want to bend. I'll cut it, or I'll size it, mark it, and then cut the handle off of the spoon or the fork. And then I'll sand down the sharp edges with my sand belt. And then I will polish the silverware the best I can. And then I use a hand push ring bender. And then I bend my ring, and then that's how I get my rings. So my target market, so this past year I really discovered my target market by doing as many shows as possible. I really discovered that I do my best at outside festivals over indoor craft shows or indoor craft markets. At outside festivals, I can usually make around $500 to $2,000, and then at indoor craft shows, I just do not do the best at. And then I typically attract 20 to 40-year-old women that kind of give off a free-spirited, hippie, eco-friendly vibe. And the global sustainable product market was valued at $355.3 billion in 2024 and is expected to reach $692 billion by 2033. $25, sometimes even more, depending on the festival I'm setting up at. So my selling labor is $10, $25 per hour, and then so each ring I sell usually make a profit of $11.75. And then I kind of just wanted to add my startup cost to show you guys what I started with. Like I said before, my cost of my first ring bender was $100. My sanding belt was passed down to me, so it was $0. And then my bolt cutters was $20, and every other tool that I used was, secondhand. I got it from a thrift store that was passed down to me. And then my cost of displays, same thing. I got it off Facebook Marketplace, so it was around $200. My ring displays, all around like $150 together, and then my tables and everything else I used for my displays at my shows were $0 because they were passed down to me. And my competitive advantages: I am sustainable, I'm unique. Out of all the shows I've ever done, I've never seen anyone do anything like mine. I'm independent, I don't need to rely on anyone else to get my products, and then I'm profitable. And my growth opportunity. So purchasing new and better tools like a ring bender I've had my eye on for a few months would make my job so much more smooth and convenient. And same goes for like a new bandsaw, a new polishing tools, and so many other tools that I could use. More convenient and attractive tent displays to intrigue my customers and kind of bring them into my show. And then increase my inventory, just have a lot of everything I'm gonna be making. And then lastly, what's next? Sign up for as many shows as possible, host classes, teach people kind of what I do, set up my own website or even sell through another website like Amazon or Etsy, make rings at my shows. People can even like pick out the silverware they want, tell me their size, and then they can see kind of the process of how I'm doing it. Promotion, just post more on social media, and expand my manufacturing. My biggest thing is I have so many ideas of what I want to do to recycle this silverware and make it into so much more than just rings. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, and really, really great job.
Thank you.
I love your story. Thanks for telling us about how you found your passion, and then, really, someone gave me advice one time and said, find what you're good at and lean into it, and obviously you're good at this. We can see your lovely product right here. My question for you is, what sets us apart from other jewelry that might be similar, and what is keeping someone from maybe trying something of the same, and how would you deal with that if it comes?
So what separates us is that I'm recycling something, and I think that's a really big thing nowadays because of how bad, the landfills are and how bad pollution is right now. It's really cool just to see, this has been around since probably the 60s or the 70s, and it just keeps coming back and keeps coming back. So I think that's really cool. Eventually, I would love to take classes and just learn how to make other jewelry rather than just like bending things, like bending silverware. But yeah, I think I just haven't seen anyone else do anything, at least locally, like I do. So that kind of separates me from everyone else. That's just like making jewelry with like stones and stuff like that and beads and stuff. So you're welcome.
Good presentation.
Thank you.
I have two questions here. So the first one is, you didn't say how many rings on the average do you sell per event?
What was that?
How many rings on average do you sell per event?
So at each show, that's kind of when I went into like how I do better at outside festivals than inside festivals. So typically around like 15 to, I think my most was like 40 at a show. And I will do, like, each ring I said was $35, but I'll even do sales like buy one, get one for $60, or buy one, get two for $60, $10 off. But yeah.
So if you expand the business, getting the new equipment, how do you see branding it in such a way that you can get more increased sales?
So one, I can make, if I mentioned that ring bender that I've had my eye on, it is just so much more durable and would make my job a lot faster. So I could produce a lot more rings, and then just having a better tent display, setting up at as many shows as possible. I'm kind of holding off because I can't really I'm not trying to spend that much money at each festival I'm setting up at, but just definitely keeping busy every single weekend, doing as many shows as possible, and just having a better tent display. I have so many ideas to intrigue people and bring them in. So I think that would definitely help. And then also, like I said, expanding my manufacturing is just making more products so everyone can be involved in what I'm selling rather than just people who wear rings.
All good?
All right. Well, thank you guys so much.
Very, very good job. Congratulations. Our next participants are Cap Shock.
Let me get this reset real quick.
Are you ready?
Go ahead and advance. You can begin.
Imagine you have a child playing an impact sport. He plays all through youth, all the way to the highest level possible in high school. During a game in his junior year of high school, he takes a hard hit. He goes back to the bench and he isn't thinking anything of it. His coaches don't notice, his parents don't notice, and his teammates don't notice. He goes back out onto the ice chasing a puck into the corner when he takes another hit. That hit will end his career in the blink of an eye and make him miss the rest of his entire year of high school. My name is Benjamin Landolina, and that is my story. This is me, and that's my dad. That was his worst nightmare as my coach and his worst nightmare as my parent, because he was the decision to keep me off or put me back out onto the ice. Now, my story isn't unique at all. And in the US alone, 3.8 million concussions occur in youth sports every single year, and it is estimated by the CDC that 50% go completely under the radar. That's why today I introduce to you CapShock. CapShock is a completely mechanical concussion alerting mouthguard. How this works is there is a small capsule in the front of the mouthguard. When that capsule experiences a deceleration over 75 Gs, it changes from white to red, not diagnosing a concussion, but creating an immediate physical visual indicator to get screened before you go back out and play more. Our market is absolutely massive. Our total market of all protective sporting goods in North America is $9.4 billion, with a serviceable market of all concussion gear in just the top 4 sports is $2.6 billion in itself. Our beachhead of youth through collegiate ice hockey is $10 million, and these markets are growing exponentially from now until 2030. Through targeted Facebook ads, group posts, we have amassed 350 parents already on our pre-order list, and we're in talks with 5 Division I NCAA schools. We're currently having conversations with the Los Angeles Chargers and a few different NHL teams as we speak. Our advantage lies in the fact that we are completely mechanical. Simplicity is the key to our mouthguard, and this allows us to take the average price of a concussion alerting mouthguard from $250 all the way down to $50 retail price. And we can manufacture this ourselves under $3 a unit. Now, by being mechanical, there's also no need for charging, software, or any sort of FDA or HIPAA clearance. We are bringing our manufacturing completely in-house and project to have our first pilot units produced by the end of May, and we have verbal confirmation from the Virginia Tech Helmet Lab that we are doing a full-scale clinical trial by the end of August with a Kickstarter following directly after that. We have pilot tests scheduled for October of 2025, including the USA Olympic women hockey team and countless professional teams. We plan to be market ready by January of 2026. Why us? My name is Benjamin Landolina. I am the CEO and co-founder. I'm a mechanical engineering sophomore here at WVU and a Haas manufacturing scholar. My business partner is Alex Kaluzna, and he's my COO. He's a business informatics sophomore at Indiana University and was a business mentee for Microsoft for the summer of 2024. Today, I'm asking for $3,000. This $3,000 is absolutely crucial to our development and will provide all of the supplies we need for in-house manufacturing, from our resin 3D printer to our vacuum former to everything we need for regulatory and safety equipment. Before I end, I want to go back to the story I told in the beginning, and I want you to imagine the exact same scenario, but this time I'm wearing a CapShock mouthguard. I go out and I get hit. I think nothing of it. I come back to the bench. Nobody notices anything until I open my mouth and my mouth guard is red. That's when my coaches pull me out to get screened and determine that I have a very, very mild concussion. From there, I go on to miss 2 weeks of ice hockey, and right after that, get back into play and go on to play collegiately. Thank you very much.
I would have a lot of questions, but I'm going to stick to a few. First of all, I worked with Virginia Tech on their concussion protocol work, so I'm glad to see this come out. The first thing I would ask you is, you said that you wouldn't need FDA approval. Why would you think so?
Yes, sir. So that's a great question. It comes down to very tedious wording, and what we're doing is we are not a diagnostic tool, right? We are not declaring to detect a concussion in any way. We are identifying that there is an impact threshold that relies on a linear deceleration, and when you exceed that threshold, it is likely that a concussion occurs. So what we're saying is you exceeded that threshold of a heavy impact, go get screened to make sure that you don't have a concussion by a medical professional or seek a medical professional, and then you can go back out. And we're not saying, hey, you have a concussion, and that's when FDA clearance would come in, because it would be classified as a medical device. We're not.
I would advise you to look a little bit further into that, because it really comes down to what your claim structure is as to whether you need FDA clearance or not. Last question of all the ones I have here, I'll just do this. How did you come up with the 75G limit?
Yes, sir. So the 75G threshold is actually the nationally recognized threshold by the CDC, and there's countless clinical trials published on it, and that represents the lower end of the concussion threshold, saying that if you experience an impact where you're decelerating at over 75 Gs, it is likely that you have a concussion, but of course there are variables on height and weight and age, and these are all things we plan to work with.
Great story, great hook, wonderful presentation. I have kind of a similar question to the last one, and apologies if I missed it, but do you have a patent, or are you working on a patent? Is that something in your field? And also, if you don't, what is going to stop someone else from creating the same thing and maybe producing it at a less cost or at, in a mass market?
Yes, ma'am. Great question. Yeah, so we are currently provisional pending, and that is the methodology of putting this non-proprietary capsule inside of the front of our mouthguard, and we project to have a full utility patent sometime in the next 10 months.
One quick question. You said you need 3D printing. Why wouldn't you injection mold instead of 3D printing?
Yeah, so injection molding is incredibly expensive up front, and that was what we were planning on doing. And with injection molding, we have to put $9 to $10 grand up front to make that mold, and our unit cost would be $7 to $8, but we cannot iterate at all, and I'm an engineer. That's what I like doing. I like constantly iterating on the fly, and by bringing our manufacturing completely in-house, I'm 3D printing an inverse of a mouthguard, and I'm vacuum forming around it. So if I want to make changes that I thought of in my sleep last night, I can go on my computer, change the model, 3D print it, and we're iterating on the fly, whether that's something I want to change or something that a team told me when we're testing our pilot batches.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Another excellent presentation. I hope our audience appreciates how much hard work our students put into these efforts, and hopefully you come away impressed with what our future looks like in the state of West Virginia. Our next contestant is Optimal Performance.
Good morning, everyone. My name is TJ Bailey, and today I'll be presenting to you my business, Optimal Performance. Give optimal, live optimal. See, a huge problem that we're facing today is everyone is so into the screens and face on the screens, whether it's work, school, or just scrolling on whatever the app happens to be today. And that's becoming a huge problem with our dopamine addictions and everything around that. So my solution to that is creating comforting clothes that inspire people to get outside and get active. And that's more of a look good, feel good type deal to get everybody outside and away from the screens. Our product are oversized distressed t-shirts. In the future, we plan to drop hoodies, sweatpants, hats, backpacks, the whole nine. And then once we get further along, I plan to drop things like supplements like creatine, pre-workout, protein shakes, and things like that. Our target audience are people that are 14 to 27 years old. I choose this target audience because for me, I go to the gym pretty often. So these are the people that I'm seeing that are pretty, they go to the gym real often, so these are the people I'm targeting. From a lifestyle aspect, I'm choosing people who are more active individuals, so gym goers, students, runners, things of that sort. And then from a psychographic, people who are socially conscious, I choose people who are socially conscious because we are donating 9% of our proceeds to different charities, donations, funds, and things like that, because what our biggest thing is growing more to give more. And then also people who are trend aware and community focused. What makes us different is our look and our message. From a look standpoint, is our distressed, oversized look. No other brand looks that way. And then from a message standpoint, we're very driven on helping communities and giving back. That's why we're so big on donating and helping those who need it. And we're not a money-hungry brand like other big corporate businesses are. We're all about helping. Our marketing strategies are primarily going to be through social media, so things like TikTok, Instagram, things like that, so paid ads. Also physical things like flyers, QR codes, and then also word of mouth. My financial goals and projections for year one, we're aiming for $7,000 in revenue. And year two, we plan to double that and then some for $15,000. And then year three, we plan to triple that and then some for $50,000 plus. I have these goals because I'm still a full-time student at Marshall University, so I can't dedicate 100% of my time to the business, but I dedicate a lot of time to it still. For a long-term vision, like I already said with the year one goals and the revenue, but also to have 2 successful sellout drops, reach 1,000 followers on Instagram, 2,000 followers on TikTok, just to continue to keep our name going, and then connect with different fitness influencers to continue to grow our brand and grow the business to gain more recognition. And then for a 3 to 5 year, our goals is to start looking at property so we can open our own gyms and our own physical stores so we can continue to expand. You know, it's not only just the clothes. We're going to continue to grow and grow to get more things. And then also in our 3 to 5 year plan is to do charitable events like football camps, basketball camps, like food drives, back to school, things like that. All that for the youth and people who need it, because like I already said, we're all about giving back. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. It's clear that you have a passion for this, and I love your sweet story about giving back to the community, and the more you grow, the more you want to give. So I think that's a great message. I am curious about the material, since it is, for people who are working out, what type of material do you have in mind, and some of your, manufacturing, how that's going to work, and the cost of each t-shirt versus how much you want to sell it for?
Yeah, so the cost of each t-shirt, it cost me $26 per shirt to get them manufactured. So when I drop, I plan to aim it to be about anywhere from like $30 to $40 per shirt, just so I can make money, and since a percentage of that is going to different things. And then also the weight of the shirt, it's a thicker cotton, just to get it's more of a bigger shirt to get people sweating, get people going, things like that.
I want to follow up on her question. Thinking about the materials, most of the performance industry has moved away from cotton because it absorbs sweat, and then now you've got a problem with microbial problems, odors, things of that nature. How do you plan on dealing with that in your designs? Because cotton has a problem with that.
Yeah, that's a great question. That's just more so me working with the manufacturers and telling them exactly how I want it, and just more technology-based things. Cause I wear my shirts pretty often, so I can see and give it different reviews and see what it's like. So I haven't personally had a problem with anything absorbing any odor or anything like that, but that's definitely something that I'll continue to work with my manufacturers.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Another excellent presentation. Appreciate optimal performance. Our next participant is Simply Smoothies. And they have gifts. Our judges signed waivers, by the way. There's the clicker that advances, that goes backwards. There's your timer. As you get to the end, just try to wrap it up. 10 minutes. Okay.
Can she have one too?
Hey everyone, my name's Logan,
And my name's McKenna.
and together we started Simply Smoothies. We are born and raised around this area, and there it is. We are born and raised around this area, and we love smoothies, so we decided that we were going to start a mobile food truck to sell our smoothies and protein shakes. But I want to get into our story a little bit first. About just over a year ago, we started a mobile detailing company. We go to you, we detail, et cetera, et cetera. We did very well with that, and we managed to get a lot of money from that. And we saved it up, and we wanted to move on, because if you've ever asked a detailer, it's a lot of fun detailing cars. So that's why we moved on. So we wanted to find a business that was suitable for us and our entrepreneurial spirits. So we sat down with a piece of paper, and we wrote out all our passions. And we found that one of the most significant passions that we have is we both love to lift. We both love to go to the gym. We both love to run, et cetera, et cetera. So every time we go for a run, we come back, we get a smoothie. Every time we go work out, we come back, we get a protein shake. You don't want to lose the gains, and no one else does. And we asked around at the gym, and we asked, what do you guys want? And they actually told us that they're wanting a protein shake place, and a smoothie place, and a food truck. Just smoothies, protein shakes, etc. So we went shopping, and obviously we couldn't find a brick and mortar. We thought we could, but you guys could probably guess why we couldn't afford that. So we opted with a food truck. We bought this food truck in November, and we've been renovating it, and it's actually ready right now. We just applied for our health permits and stuff.
Some of the products we'll be selling are smoothies, smoothie bowls, protein shakes, cookie dough bites, and parfaits. Some benefits of going to us rather than Tropical or Playa is we'll use straight coconut water and fruit. In your smoothie right there are only 4 ingredients. We don't add sugars, dyes, fillers, or artificial sweeteners.
So we got no artificial stuff in there. Just looking at the market trends right now and our target market, the smoothie industry is actually growing at around 10% per year for the next 10 years is what they're estimating, while the fast food industry is about 4.4%. So if you take those numbers, I'm pretty good at math. I can figure it out that it's just over 2 times what the fast food industry is doing. Especially when you take into consideration that West Virginia and the Eastern Panhandle is growing at about 3% per year, especially in our area. I know, because I'm a local, that there's plenty of neighborhoods going up, and that means the market's going to grow like crazy. And just right now, the global wellness economy is at $6.3 trillion. I know that's not the smoothie economy, but we fit in there somewhere.
Here are some of our competitors, whether direct or indirect. Some are like food trucks, while others are brick and mortars. None of them have anything healthy or whole food nutrition like we will.
And if you take the ones that are food trucks, so Kona Ice and Toasted are food trucks. We couldn't find a smoothie place around here, by the way, like a smoothie food truck. But the 2 that are food trucks, they don't sell smoothies. Nowhere around here can you get a smoothie in a food truck. And nowhere around here can you get actually whole food ingredient smoothies. Like, you go to Tropical, they'll pump it full of syrup. You go to Sheets, they'll pump it full of syrup and ice. It's nothing good. It's not nutritious. It's not the way you're supposed to eat. Getting into the pricing a little bit, we charge anywhere between $7 and $10 for our smoothies, depending on the size. We have 2 sizes. Bowls, 1 size, $10.99 to $12.99. Protein shakes, $8 to $10. And we do anywhere from 50 to 75% profit on our smoothies, and that's gross profit. It's not including our labor costs. For the first year, at least, maybe the first couple, we're not going to be paying ourselves. We see that the best way to grow our company would to be reinvest all our profits and try and get maybe another food truck, maybe a brick and mortar, and expand.
Here are our startup costs so far. We spent $12,500 on our trailer and generator. The remodeling totaled $2,000. We bought our inventory for $250 and our machinery for about $5,000. Our legal fees totaled $150, and our signage and menus that we've bought this far have totaled $100.
So as of yet, we've spent about $20,000, and you can read up here all the things that we could use to help us grow and expand. That totals about $5,500, but we don't necessarily need most of that. And
Hey, great job, great smoothie. Thank you so much. Exactly what we needed this morning. We were up here, and I was like, man, can they come down to Huntington, because we would love to have you there. Love the concept and everything, and I love thank you for taking us through the thought process of showing what you tried and then really looking and say, what are we passionate about and how can we make that into a business? That's a great story. My questions are maybe, I mean, it seems like you are well on your way, so maybe just some things to think about. I know that you had startup, grocery costs in there, but how do you plan to deal with the changing prices of groceries? We know, inflation is going up. Have you thought about that in your overall cost? And then I was just curious where you're planning on putting your food truck. Are you going to be outside a gym, or are you going to be looking towards events? What's your plan?
Here's some of the potential locations. I made some backup slides just in case people ask these questions. We'll be setting up like at local gyms, football games, little kids soccer games, everywhere that you can think of. We picked out a lot of locations that are free that we could set up. I know that a couple of presentations ago they were talking about setup fees and stuff. Back to the inflation thing. We do know that inflation is a big thing, and obviously our prices would have to change with inflation. I think what we did is we looked at a local smoothie chain called Playa Bowls. There's not one around here, but we love this place, and we kind of modeled our pricing off of theirs. And I think that if we see the industry's prices go up, then we can go up. We just don't want to cut into our customers too much. This isn't like a super rich area, and we know that, and we don't want to overcharge.
Very good presentation. So I have a suggestion and then a question. So my first suggestion, as all of us who have been business owners up here, we would advise you don't deny yourself payment. One of the biggest mistakes most businesses make is not paying themselves. That's not an advantage as you may think it is. So that's a piece of advice. The second one is a recommendation on for the adult part of us. We think you should find some organic bourbon and use that as well. Just.
We'll have to wait till I'm 21 for that one. Anything else? Nope.
Thank you.
Another excellent presentation. As an educator, I'm always pleased when I hear students talk about indirect competition when competition is raised. That's a often overlooked area of competition. Our next participant is AgraGo. As he is making his way to the stage, I want to take a moment to thank my colleagues, Jim Dovell at Shepherd and Alan Beaver and Ann Jones at WVU. They do an excellent job assisting and coaching their participants. So thank you guys, much appreciated. You a pacer or do you want to stand? Let's pull this off. Maybe ignore the countdown. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. My name's William Hodges, and today, I didn't really have a story like everybody else, but I do have a question. Who are we as Appalachians? As a young child, when I grew up with my grandparents and my parents in a small rural area. And I watched small agricultural operations develop and struggle to develop numerous times. West Virginia specifically also does neglect, not on purpose, but does neglect the agricultural industry because of our outshining industries, such as the coal mines or chemical production or anything of that nature. But I think that it's important that we recognize how much agriculture is really here. According to the USDA and the 2012 census, there were 21,480 farms in West Virginia with a total of 3,606,674 acres in production. That was an average size of 209 acres, And small farms that are considered small because they're selling less than $250,000 in agricultural products accounted for 29% of the total farm sales. I think those are big numbers for us to kind of ignore, but I think I have the answer to that. And I like to call it Agrigo. Agrigo is a centralized distribution, storage, and even market system for local, smaller agricultural operations. The reason I created this is the idea that I can take away this barrier of entry from these smaller agricultural operations, such as not being able to move their goods due to capital, storing their goods, or just wanting to make sure they can at least sell it off. Now, the question is, what is the definition of small agricultural operation? What do I mean? Who am I talking about? I'm talking about small town farmers / ranchers. I'm talking about beekeepers, small greenhouse operations, hobbyists of cultivation and goods production, as well as medium-sized greenhouse operations, of course, with growth. Now, why Agrigo? What do we have that others might not? Well, first is the flexibility of services, which in the other points here you will see ties in, and that directly ties to the fact that the whole premise is to centralize where it's necessary. Larger warehouses and storage facilities for high traffic volume areas, smaller joint locations to bounce products where they need to be, whether I'm moving them for somebody else, I've bought them and moving them myself, or I'm storing them. We handle most of the work. When I say we handle most of the work, I say that because we're not using semi-trucks like you'll see out west with grain farming, and it's hard for them to get into places like that here with semi-trucks. So the premise is more of a transit van or truck because I'm also operating on a smaller scale. And that does cut costs down significantly, allowing us to handle a lot of that work for people that, say, might not be of age to do so, like they're too old, or they don't have the capital for it. Now, the question that is asked now is, what do I need for this to begin? I have chosen the bare minimum just to get this started. And from a community search on a community marketplaces on a used 2012 F-150 with 150,000 miles, which is a lot, I can get an average of around $2,200 for that and $6,000 for a pole barn kit that is just a very minimal storage facility that of course can be added onto based on the requirements that I need to meet on my products that I'm either storing or I've bought myself. That totals to around $8,200 for the storage and transport vehicle, and it's more than sufficient to start with. And of course, as things go on, that's where the money goes directly back into transportation. It goes directly back into storage. In closing, Agrigo has major potential. And I don't just say that for hearsay. I say that because I haven't seen anyone really help anyone in the agricultural field the way that this could. No one's paid attention as much as they could, and I really don't see anybody competing. I haven't seen it. The industry needs help, and we can do that for them. We can not only push my own operation, but push others to compete. Let's make it easier for them and make the country what it was built to be, but better. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Great presentation, very clear. I have a couple questions, but the first one is, I'm just curious if you have reached out to farmers, because you make some persuasive arguments and you bring up some conclusive points. I'm curious if you've reached out to farmers and what the response has been. Have they, did they say that this is something that they need and, they're not seeing the help? What was that driving force?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it was actually because those statistics and everything, one of my buddies who grew up on a farm, and that's where he's going back to this summer, he's the one that said, after he heard I was doing this, he's like, really? He looked into it, and he said, Nate, this is serious. He was like, I can't tell you how many times that we've had semis come to the farm and they have a 6-hour drop-off time because of trying to maneuver. He said, or the cost of it. He said, some products aren't worth pushing that far for that much money. He said, it's just not worth it. And he was like, and that availability alone is more than definitive to say I would do it. And he was like, even if I knew that you weren't like the biggest company, he said, they're not always gonna look at that. They're gonna look at who's doing it right, who's doing it locally, and who's gonna keep doing it.
Thank you for sharing that. And just a clarification question about the business. It seems like it is a local distribution business. Is there a technology aspect to it? How would farmers sign up? And then it sounds like, you or someone you would hire would be the driver and go make the pickups and do the drop-offs. Is that kind of the gist?
Yeah, so it's kind of, in a way, a resource allocation thing. Like you're really looking at stuff isn't moving. Like if product doesn't move, it technically isn't worth anything because nobody's wanting it or they can't get to it. And so I think that it's, say, Farm A has something Farm B needs, or Greenhouse A has something that Greenhouse B needs. I can say, hey, I'm going to cover that, because that leaves them the time to actually stick to their operations and make sure everything's operating well, so that I can make that movement for them at like a flat rate based on whatever it is, how far, like the product weight, how much of it, of course, gas, things like that. But no, it's more of if you need something moved because you can't move it, or you need something stored because you can't store it, or you want to just make sure that you have a sell, you can sell to me and I can redistribute that, especially with the fact that West Virginia has the most farmers markets by capita.
Good presentation. Have you looked at, there was a project that was funded by West Virginia Community Development Hub that was looking at doing something very similar to what you were doing. They were trying to go to local farmers, and if I remember correctly, it was in the northern Panhandle area, and they were using that to distribute to farmers markets. They ran into a cost challenge, and so they had to shut down after operating for about a year or two. Are you familiar with that?
No, not personally, no. I didn't know about that.
So I would suggest you go look at that, because they've got the detailed economics and everything, and you can probably see some of the challenges so you can design ways to overcome that. But
Okay.
they were doing something very similar. It was a truck. They were picking up from farmers and then distributing at farmers markets.
Thank you, thank you. Are we good, guys? Awesome, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Good job, Agrego. Going to request our next participant come to the stage, Green Plastic. And as Green Plastic makes her way to the stage, I've been asked to deliver a PSA. After the conclusion of this part of the competition day at roughly 12:30, we're a little ahead of schedule, so hopefully we'll stay that way. There are food trucks on Butcher Plaza, which is to my right, your left, out the back doors. So be aware that you do have food options on site. Green Plastic, are you a pacer? Thank you. Advance. Go back is the red.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Your timer's right there.
Okay,
You get to 5 minutes and it dings. Try to wrap it in like 10, 15 seconds.
Cool. I got you. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
You can begin.
Hi, my name is Cassidy Blatt, and I'm working on a startup called Green Plastic, which is looking to tackle plastic pollution by creating a sustainable alternative. So if you use plastic today, I see you have your water bottles there. Did you know that every minute a garbage truck load of plastic is dumped into our oceans? Also, it takes 450 to 1,000 years for that to decompose. The most horrifying fact of all, we as humans have created more plastic within the last 10 years than in the entire 20th century. So with that being said, it seems like a scary problem. What's the solution? How do we combat this? Well, my solution is hemp plastic, specifically packaging. Hemp plastic is derived from hemp polymers using hemp plastic pellets to create an eco-friendly alternative that's not only sustainable, but also biodegradable. My goal is to work with local West Virginia farmers to create sustainable and, while still being convenient, hemp-based alternative for products or for businesses to use for their shipping purposes. My initial product line would consist of hemp plastic bags, packaging peanuts, and hemp plastic containers. The manufacturing prices currently for hemp plastic bags is around $3. Meanwhile, for peanuts, it's around $3.50, and for containers, it's around $3 as well per pound. Luckily, we are seeing some growth within the industry. This being said, we expect the manufacturing prices to decrease. So within 10 years, hemp plastic bags could be around $1.50 to produce, with peanuts around $1.60, and for the containers, $1.75, just by 2035. So the market opportunity for bioplastics currently is around $11.2 billion, but as I mentioned before, we are seeing that growth. So it has the potential to triple to $33.7 billion. The same goes for annual e-commerce sales with $4.2 trillion, but the specific segment I'm looking at is the hemp plastics potential, which could grow to $850 million by 2035. And this has already been proven successful by companies such as the Hemp Plastics Company, Hemp Tensils, Lati Plastics, and Macklemore Holdings. So why should you choose hemp and why should you choose me? Well, for one, we're both homegrown here in West Virginia, with West Virginia producing around 6,000 pounds of hemp in 2022. Some more benefits of hemp is that it absorbs 4 times more carbon than trees, which could address another issue regarding deforestation. It only takes 3 to 6 months to break down as opposed to the petroleum plastic. It has regenerative soil properties, and it also uses 50% less water than other bioplastics to produce, such as corn, rice, and seaweed. So why should you choose me? Well, I'm a student at WVU and studying entrepreneurship, and I've been doing my own personal research on hemp for the last 3 years. I am also a client of the Hayhurst Launch Lab, where I met my material scientist, Mason, who I've been working closely with this semester. I am also fortunate enough to be working with Vantage Ventures, who has given me the opportunity to grow my business into something I could have never imagined it to be. I've also connected with the West Virginia Department of Agriculture hemp coordinator, Mike Arnold, who has given me the ability to speak with local hemp farmers within the state. So with all that being said, here's my timeline for the next year. A couple weeks ago, I was granted $1,200 by a safety pitch competition, and I will be using that money to attend the Alternatives Product Expo in Nashville, Tennessee. And then with the knowledge and expertise that I gained there, I hope to create my first working prototype by the end of August. And then with some more testing and prototyping, I plan to launch that product on the market by November. So, would you be willing to help us out with this goal of mine by helping us create our first working prototype by the end of summer 2025? We still need to purchase the rest of our raw materials and equipment, such as the fiber, the stock, the pellets for comparison, as well as the molds, drying racks, and the testing tools. So, if you're willing, every dollar invested is a molecule of hope for our planet's future. Thank you.
Very, very good presentation. I like this particular area. I'm going to ask you a question. You know, one of the things you're saying is that hemp plastics is biodegradable, but yet every landfill in the country is designed not to degrade. So what's the real advantage of having biodegradable hemp plastic?
The fact that it won't be there for 1,000 years. It will only be there for a couple months. Right now, because we're working with packaging, we hope to eventually grow to water bottles as you have. But right now, the technology isn't as advanced yet to hold the liquid with the biodegradability. So that's why specifically we want to work with dry products, which would be the packaging. And then it could either be reused for another purpose, or it could just break down right then and there in the landfills.
Yeah, well, it won't break down in the landfills. That's why I asked that. But the other question is, if you go to bottles and everything, have you thought about the FDA requirements and everything you would have to go through?
I haven't looked at FDA, but I specifically as of yet, this is why we're kind of shifting towards the packaging. But I do know that I may have to do some OSHA training. It's not required now for my prototyping, but once we start growing the business, I will have to look and try and get into that.
Thank you so much. Really clear presentation. This is really all new to me, so I'm just curious about the science behind it, about the process of hemp plastics. I think any great business owner really has a good understanding of their product, and I'd like to learn a little bit more about how it would be made.
Well, because I'm an entrepreneurship student, I don't know too much about the logistics, but I do know enough to tell you. So because we're using the fiber and the stalks and the pellets, we're going to use the fiber, strip that down, and mix it with some additives, and then we'll put that in the molds, heat it up, and then make the products that way. We have another option with the stock. Okay, sorry. That would be with the stock. With the fiber, we would be using that for the packaging peanuts to blow it up eventually and then use that for the peanuts. As well as the pellets, that would just be an easy fix too with the molding and then drying.
Really interesting. Thank you.
Is that good? All right.
Yeah, we couldn't get the mic on, but that's good. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Our next participant is Mayor's Beloved Bakery. Let's welcome them to the platform. Do you pace? You want this off the stand or? I'm a pacer.
Appreciate that. I fell in love with baking during the COVID pandemic. Somehow, during a period filled with so much loss, it gave me something positive to look forward to each day. Moreover, I loved how close it brought my family and I. Now, we were already close, but somehow our bond strengthened with my contribution of a homemade dessert. I noticed this same trend when I began baking for my friends. Thus, I realized that homemade treats foster all of three things: community, relationship, and connection. This leads me to my pitch of Mayor's Beloved. Mayor's Beloved will be a bakery stationed in Jefferson County that seeks to solve three key problems: lack of business in the area, nut allergy complications, and lack of community involvement. Currently, the Jefferson County Development Authority is pushing for new businesses to be implemented into the area. By being stationed in Jefferson, we will positively contribute to this push, as well as the projected economic growth as seen in this chart within the Eastern Panhandle. Additionally, we'll be contributing globally as the baking industry is expected to increase at a 4.5% rate. It is estimated that 68% of adults with food allergies experience anxiety and panic attacks on the basis of their allergies. I, myself, also having a tree nut allergy, I can relate to this as well, especially going into bakeries. Thus, Mayor's Beloved will be 100% nut-free from start to finish of production, and the facility as well. In relation to lack of community involvement, one of the things that I hear often, especially since coming to college, is that there isn't a lot of things to do around the area. So to combat this, we will push for weekly activities to keep the youth engaged. Activities such as karaoke nights, movie nights, and even community service projects will, one, open the door to unify the area and also give them something to look forward to and to be involved in. Our target demographic will be teenagers within the 15 to 19 age range, college students, as well as adults 65 and older. Our biggest competitors will be the Cottage Kitchen as well as Bovaire Bread Bakery, being that they are also having that family-oriented environment that we want to allude to as well as the variety in goods and services that they provide. However, we are competitive in that we will be a nut-free facility. We'll also seek to be in benefit of our customers, accommodating to what they would need, as well as having lower production costs. The cookie that I gave to you all really only individually cost 22 cents to make, which is 88 cents less than average. Here's our projected menu and the goods that we plan to provide. So cookies, cupcakes, event cakes, and brownies as well. This is projected to expand as we grow, but this is just to start. It is projected to cost about $89,000 to open Mayor's Beloved, taking account the building space that we want as well as equipment, but we plan to utilize social media and word of mouth advertising to promote, as well as other ones as we continue to expand. If I am to win the money, I would first register it under an LLC license, as well as purchase more efficient equipment to help me. So KitchenAid mixers would be awesome, as well as a label machine for my logos. And I would also seek out community kitchen spaces to use until we take the steps to purchase an actual building. So in essence, Mayor's Beloved is more than just the selling of sweet treats and desserts. It will be an experience, both inside and outside of our store, creating memories that will last a lifetime, unifying the community, and cultivating a space for love and fellowship to thrive. Thank you.
Very good presentation. Quick question. We love the cookies, by the way. Why is it that your cookie cost is lower than the average cookie cost? How do you pull that off?
Yeah, well, I would say where to shop at is a big thing. Buying in bulk has helped me a lot, and utilizing Aldi as well with the price for that. And with the logo itself, it's just printing off. It's a 8 by 11 paper that I print off, and it's taped onto the package.
Then second question, because you only have really one major competitor in the area, have you thought about how you can take that competitor and make them a partner since you've got such a small market?
Yeah, that would definitely be really awesome, especially since it's a lot of what we want to do. I think partnering with them maybe for local events and also just getting advice from them, maybe even within our advertising, coming together would also be great because it'll help to also unify the community, which is essentially what we're all trying to do.
I echo this. Great presentation. Often a good business starts with a good product, and you have a great product. It's actually almost gone. And I love the idea about a homegrown solution. You know, I've always loved to bloom where you're planted, so I really appreciate your passion for your own community, and thank you for taking us through the story. Just a couple things maybe just to think about. When you talk about who is a target demographic, I would think about, and actually, someone else said this in a business competition a couple of years ago, but think about who has the money. So people usually in the workforce, they're the ones who are going to have the money. So maybe think of ways to target them a little bit more. Maybe reach out to businesses. A lot of businesses have events, and they would like to use local vendors for that. And in the same vein, of partnering, maybe with your competitor, also you could look to partner with restaurants, like local restaurants that maybe don't have a dessert item on the menu. I love going to a local restaurant and seeing them working with others in the community. So really, I just thought a great presentation and overall great message. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
going to invite Forrester's friend to join us. And I know you're supposed to under-promise, over-deliver, but the opportunity for interactivity with this is very promising. Do you need two mics? Okay. Your timer's right there. If you get to 5 minutes and the bell dings, just right.
Hi, we're here to share with you our idea for a product that we'd like to call the Forrester's Friends, that we think will innovate the chainsaw safety world. I am Rhea Markochik. I am currently a Forest Resource Management student at WVU. I am also employed as a forest technician at the university's research forest, where I have experience in felling and cutting with the chainsaw, and then I am also the secretary of the WVU Forestry Club. And last semester, I was a Forest Entrepreneur Fellow.
And my name is Gabe Kelzer. I'm also a Forest Resources Management student. I'm a sophomore. I have over 3 years of experience as a climbing arborist for a local tree company. I have extensive knowledge on chainsaw modification and repair, and I am the treasurer of the WVU Forestry Club. We were actually just elected as president and vice president of the club.
This past fall, with the help of the WVU Launch Lab, I was working on another project and had the opportunity to attend the Forest Landowner Conference at Penn State. It was here that I was able to communicate with a lot of landowners and realize that many people have access to chainsaws but do not have proper training, as it is possible for anyone to be able to buy a chainsaw.
So there are two current solutions concerning chainsaw safety, and while they both serve their purpose and should always be used, we could be doing much more. So the first is the chain brake, which I'm going to wander over here. It comes on a chainsaw when you purchase it. It was patented in the 1970s by Stihl, but any chainsaw is allowed to use it because it's a safety measure. They didn't want to gatekeep it, but you have to manually rock your wrist forward to engage it. You can't really engage it while you're cutting unless you know you're going to get cut and you stop it, which never happens. It wraps a band around the clutch and keeps the chain from spinning. And it's really only used when you're moving to your next location and walking around. The next is going to be chainsaw chaps, which is going to be cut resistant, not cut proof, which many people don't know. But it's leg coverings that cover the front half of your legs and go down to about here. A couple implications with chaps is that they have to be clean, they have to be within their shelf life, they have an age limit, they need proper number of clasps. If you're using an electric chainsaw, the constant torque from an electric chainsaw will cut right through them, and the biggest thing is people just don't wear them.
So our inspiration for our product is a table saw that's currently on the market called SawStop, and the way SawStop works is it uses an electric current that it detects if it comes in contact with a human, and it retracts the saw blade. So our plan is to be able to modify this technology to be able to put on a chainsaw.
So the product that we are going to create is going to be an aftermarket universal, so it could go on any chainsaw. We're not making a chainsaw, we're making a small product like this one, that when it detects human contact, it'll either engage the chainsaw's OEM chain brake, or it'll have its own chain brake and it'll block the chain. And I will iterate that this is meant to be supplemental and a last chance effort. You should still wear your chaps and safety gear while using a chainsaw.
So for our next steps, we are foresters and we have experience with chainsaws and know the mechanics of it, but we are not engineers. So we are planning to work with engineers to design a prototype by the end of summer. Along with that, we're planning on working with the WVU Lane Innovation Hub and our OSHA representatives at WVU to create a prototype.
To create the prototype, we're estimating that we're going to need about $2,500 for materials and labor cost. And then we're also asking about another $1,000 for a chainsaw to be able to test it on, as we don't want to damage or ruin any of our good chainsaws.
Allowing us to create this product will help us to innovate and change the chainsaw safety industry for professionals and hobbyists across the world. And that is the Forester's Friend.
Very nice presentation. I love this concept. I'm familiar with Chain Stop and the technology behind that, so I have several questions. First of all, Chain Stop was just recently patented in the past 2 or 3 years. What is your plan for using this, given that that patent already exists?
So the Saw Stop, it's a complete product, like it's a table saw. It's not a chainsaw, and you can't add it to any table saw. The Saw Stop is the entire table saw. So their patent only applies to the table saw, and the fact that it's not a additional product, and since we have an aftermarket product going on a chainsaw, that's what sets it.
I would suggest you talk to a patent lawyer, because what it is, and you said it very clearly, it's that ability to see the capacitance change when it touches human skin, and that triggers a electrical device. And so there are also patents on that electrical device.
Yeah.
But you can license that. So, but I would say go look at that.
Definitely.
So the second question then follows that. How would you, what is your idea of how would you do this proof of concept without cutting off someone's finger or leg? What's the proof of concept here?
Sorry, can you repeat that last? That's hard to hear up here.
Yeah, what's the proof of concept? How are you actually going to test whether this works or not?
So with the Saw Stop, they tested it with hot dogs. Basically, you just have to make sure that it triggers when it detects a change of current, basically. So anything that has a different current then would trigger it.
Thank you for your presentation. You are definitely experts in a field that I don't know that much about. I think other people here definitely do. I am curious, have you thought about or looked into the market and market size and what this would cost once, let's say the technology is out there and you can do this? How much is that going to cost? Is it going to be implemented? Sorry, I think there's feedback. Is it going to be implemented directly to the chainsaws or going to be aftermarket? And I'm going to turn this off so we can stop hearing it.
So we're like very, very, very beginning stages, so we have not looked into what it's going to cost. But it's going to be aftermarket, so it's not going to be a whole new chainsaw. And it is going to be worth it compared to the price of a chainsaw. So this here cost $1,000 as it is, and they could go up to $2,500. So it'll be a fraction of the cost of a new chainsaw and make it worth it to save a life.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Forester's Friend. Very interesting and engaging presentation. I'm going to invite Picklebark to the stage.
Good morning. My name is Edward Mathis, and I would like to unravel the chip industry with you guys by showing you Picklebark. So we live in a world where there are snacks everywhere, and there are very few low-calorie options. So over the last 100 days, I've been on a fitness journey, and one of the biggest things that I've missed is chips. They're easy to snack on. They're just, I can just sit and mindlessly just eat them, but I always feel terrible after I do it. So my idea was to create something that was a little less traditional and a true low-calorie option that I wouldn't feel terrible about eating. So the number one issue was there were no chips out there that were under 100 calories per serving, which the traditional serving size is 28 grams or 1 ounce. There's no clear alternatives out there. There are some that are better for you, which would be like kale chips or cauliflower chips. They're between 110 to 130 calories per serving. Regular potato chips are around 160 to 200 calories per serving, which is significantly more. My solution was to create something, whether it was a chip alternative or just some other crunchy food that would meet that quota that would fit my health needs. And I got the idea from watching a YouTube video of people making fruit leather, where they dehydrate pureed fruits and they would take it along their hikes because it was lighter than just taking a bunch of fruit with them. So I wanted to create something like that. And I used pickles that were between 0 and 5 calories per serving. It allowed me to have a crunchy snack that just absolutely solved all the issues that I was facing. So my target audience is 18 to 35-year-olds who live a healthy lifestyle, or those that are interested in living a healthy lifestyle, and if they want to make a change. So I went through 3 iterations of this product. I started with just dehydrating pickles themselves, and I ran into the issue of the dehydration was not evenly distributed, so they would come out kind of soggy. My second one was I pureed all the pickles and spread it evenly on a sheet, dehydrated it, and it became a crispy, crunchy snack that I wanted. I also started making pickles that didn't have salt in them, making the puree and dehydrating that. That way I could flavor them however I wanted. I could do, salt and vinegar, barbecue, Cajun, whatever I felt the need that I wanted that day. The current problems I'm trying to fix are the thickness of the bark itself and keeping it crunchy for days at a time. That's probably the biggest issue I've faced so far. In closing, pickle bark is a product that could change the way we view snacks, from being worried about calories or feeling bad about what we eat to simply enjoying them and not having that remorse or self-hatred that many of us feel after we've eaten something that's bad for us. Thank you.
All right, nice presentation. Couple of questions. First, how do you make sure you have the shelf life you need since you're trying to go commercial with this?
So I looked at the shelf life of dehydrated vegetables, and it's usually several years. The shelf life of pickles themselves is usually several years. So I didn't see a problem with that it being at least a 1 to 2 year shelf life once it's dehydrated.
But even with that, when they dehydrate, they preserve it with salt. Are you looking to do the same thing?
Well, they don't. Are you talking about like other things that they dehydrate that they use salt to keep it?
They'll use salt or citric acid or something.
Well,
of that nature.
pickles already have salt in them. Salt and vinegar is one of the 2 big ingredients in pickles. So they've already got that salt content. The ones that I don't make with salt, pickles initially, I mix in the seasonings in the puree, which will typically have some sort of sodium in it. Like if it's a Cajun seasoning, it's going to have sodium in it, or whatever, whatever the case may be.
Then, second question, since this is a commercial food product, what is your FDA approval process before you can start selling it?
In terms of, so I don't want to sell the product itself. I actually want to patent the idea and sell it to somebody who actually produces pickles or chips, because I think that if I were to start, mass producing pickles, the market entry is so much harder than selling the idea itself. So getting patents on my process and just stuff like that, and then selling the idea versus marketing and selling the product myself.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here today. I'm a little bit dill pickle obsessed, so this was right up my alley.
Pickles are really big right now.
They are.
Very trendy for some reason.
The flavor is definitely there, and I can tell that you have thought a lot about the marketing. And maybe this is a little bit of a question, a little bit maybe something to think about. When you were doing your market analysis up there and you were comparing it to chips, and then I got it and I expected something crunchy and crispy, and I know you're still going through prototypes.
Right.
For me, I was like, well, it immediately was a tiny bit of a letdown, because I'm like, oh, is it supposed to be a chip? And it's not. But then you talked about fruit leather. And I was like, oh, if this was kind of marketed to me as, oh, this is pickle leather, or
Right.
something like that, I would not think anything of it. I'd be like, oh, this is the consistency that it's supposed to be. So maybe just think about that. I know you're still trying to work up to getting it crunchy and crispy, and that would be fantastic. And I would definitely have another one. But it definitely compares more to like a fruit leather or dehydrated fruit. And I think when you put that in someone's mind, it's easier for them to make the connection.
So yesterday is when those were made, and that's why they are crunchy when they first come out. But that's one of the things I'm trying to fix, is like how to keep it crunchy, and whether that's sealing it, like vacuum sealing it in a bag or something like that to keep air out. That's probably what I need to do next to try and keep it crunchy. But yes, they are crunchy when you first make them.
I'm excited to see where this goes. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Last but certainly not least is Humble Hives. And I have to say, just to kind of peel the curtain back a little bit, I ask all of our contestants every year to send me their PowerPoint presentations beforehand so I can put them on one file, and that way we have at least some smooth transitions. This was the funniest named file I've ever seen, or at least it made me laugh. Of course, this is called Humble Hives, but the file said bees in capital letters with an exclamation point. And so I get this file, I think either last night or this morning, and it says bees. And I was like, that's fantastic.
Yes, that innovation is just one of the things I'm bringing to the table. The big green button goes forward, right?
Dances, that goes backwards.
Oh,
You a
perfect. Thank
pacer?
you very much.
You a pacer?
I probably will. I get excited.
There you go. There's your timer. If
Awesome.
you get to 0, you don't have to dead stop. Just take about 10, 15 seconds to wrap up.
10, 15 seconds sounds great. Thank you.
Does this work?
It does. Perfect. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Malachi Hansen. I'm a biologist here at Shepherd University, and I would like to talk to you about my apiary Humble Hives. So in case any of you didn't know this already, bees are awesome. They are amazing creatures. They play a very important role in pollinating both our natural plants and our commercial crops, and in doing so, they produce a delicious surplus of honey that we then get to eat. Awesome. It sounds like a great deal, I know, but there is one big issue, and we call that issue colony collapse disorder. Now, since the onset of this colony collapse disorder, it has been the standard that we lose about 50% of our American beehives every year. That is a very alarming number, and last year that number reached a record high. We lost 60 to 70% of our total honeybee population, and this isn't just the small bee apiaries going out of business. Some of the country's largest apiaries are very literally going up in smoke. However, there is a bit of an opportunity here because with colony collapse at an all-time high, bees are more valuable than ever. And that is an opportunity that I very much would like to take advantage of. I have been working with some of our area's most proven apiarists. I've been working a lot with Jason Murphy. He's the owner of Hive House Apiaries. And last year, amidst the record-breaking bee losses, he only lost 3% of his bees. That is a great number, even on a good year. I've also been working with Dr. Groff right here at Shepherd University, who is doing some really fascinating work with honeybee health, and I am very excited to continue working with him. Now, right now, we have a small apiary set up on Shepherd University. Now, I would like to continue expanding that, and by year 3, I would like to have beehives set up that are off of the university property. We would like to do this at a relatively low fixed cost by creating a profit share agreement with our landowners instead of a lease agreement. And by spacing out our hives over several properties, we're going to really reduce our biosecurity risk, and any disease outbreaks are not going to impact us as severely. Now, to keep our cost of goods sold low, we're going to focus on direct business-to-business sales. That way I don't have to worry about the expenses that come with bottling and label making, at least not in year 3. And there are lots of local businesses that buy honey. We got all our food services, restaurants, bakeries, creameries, breweries, as well as some of our local retailers and other apiaries that already sell honey directly to the public. Now, my year 1 investment has already been made. We have our bees, they are set up, they are getting their hives built up in the field right now. But to reach our year 3 goal of 40 beehives, we will need additional investments between $7,000 and $9,000, depending on how many splits we're able to get from our initial beehives. And this money, of course, it's going towards more bees, more hives to put those bees in, as well as some additional equipment. So the apiarists I've been working with, they tell me they usually expect to get about $1,000 a year from a healthy overwintered hive. Bulk local honey, right now that's selling for about $6 a pound. That price has been going up and is expected to increase even more. And a single beehive on a bad year, like a very bad year, we can expect about 50 pounds of honey. On a good year, ideal conditions, we can pull as many as 200 pounds of honey out of a single hive without affecting their health. And so by year 3, our 40 hives, if we have a good season, if we keep them healthy, we can expect to bring in as much as $40,000 off those hives. And next page, there we go. Now, honey is non-perishable, it won't spoil, so that there aren't a lot of costs associated with storing and transporting it. Disease treatment cost, we expect to be about $25 per hive, plus another $200 to $300 to cover my gas for driving around. So our year 3 operating expense would only be $1,300. Of course, we do plan to expand this business beyond year 3, and that includes looking at new revenue streams like selling queens, selling hives. And there's a high demand for tours of beehives and bee workshops as well. And I'm not looking to rent my bees out as pollinators because that introduces a huge biosecurity risk, which I am not interested in. Now, of course, I would be more than happy to stand up here and talk to you about bees all day, but I do have a time limit, so let me just summarize my presentation by saying right now there is a very high demand for bees in our area and in our country, and I have been working with some apiarists who have produced really incredible results even amidst our record honeybee die-offs. And by ensuring we keep low break-even costs, we make it so that even if we do have a bad year, if we lose some colonies, it doesn't sink our business. And having a successful apiary, that's going to be great for our community value and especially our local agriculture industry. Thank you very much. I hope you have lots of questions. Okay, I would have loved to stand up here and tell you everything I know about honeybee health. The issue is it'd take a 5-minute presentation to a 2-hour presentation. So let me, how much time do I have?
1 minute.
Oh my God, okay. So, okay. What we're really looking to do, I think what's the biggest thing that helps bees is focusing on adaptive treatment. Now for the overwhelming majority of humankind's like 10,000 plus year history of keeping bees, they have needed no treatment. All you did was put bees in a box, they were fine. That approach is no longer working. The beekeepers who stuck with that approach, all of their bees are dead. Now, there are other beekeepers, sort of the larger industrial scale bee farms that we see starting to go out of business now. Their approach was they take an insecticide that works, and there's not many that do work, especially since one of our biggest issues is varroa mites, which is a bug that parasitically attaches itself to another bug, and you have to kill the little bug without hurting the big bug and without damaging the honey in the hive. And so when a product is found that does this job, the big folks with thousands of apiaries already, they are going to douse their hives in that solution about every month to make sure their hives stay healthy. Now, if anybody else here studies biology, you're going to notice the issue with that. No matter how effective your solution is, it's not going to kill every single bug. The ones that live are resistant to it. They pass on those resistant genes. And so in about 4 or 5 years, all you've done is created a stronger version of that parasite, which is completely resistant to your treatment, and which is why just now we are starting to see these massive die-offs in our larger apiary industries because they did not treat properly. And so I've been working with Jason. What he does is, I think it's pretty great. We use about 5 different mite-controlled methods, and we rotate those out at least every year, sometimes more than once in a year if the levels are bad. That way, we use treatment A, about 0.001% of the mites survive. They pass on that resistant gene. Next year, bam, we hit them with a different solution that they are not resistant to, wipes out those resistant genes. And since we don't send our bees out to pollinate across the country, they aren't exposed to other bees with other diseases, which is how you end up contracting American foul brood. I feel like maybe I'm going too far into bee health. Did I pass my 2 minutes?
Yeah, you passed it.
You passed my 2 minutes. In that case, I don't think I have time to talk about American foul brood or even European foul brood, unless you wanted to ask another question about it.
She's got another question.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the sweet presentation. Pardon the pun. I think
was
the
a great
best
pun.
thing to happen to the bee community in the past couple years is having you as a spokesperson, because you are very well spoken, great tenor. We really liked going along this journey. I think my only note would be in a competition like this, just walking us through the process. My main question was the first question that was asked, and maybe having one slide that just kind of, I know it's hard to simplify, and you're very passionate, and I believe that you're an expert, and if I ever have any bee questions, I'm coming to you. But maybe just adding a slide and take people through the process and show them why your solution is so much better. Because now hearing it, I'm completely bought in. So great job.
Well, thank you.
That's it. Thank
Welcome.
you.
Anybody else want to know anything about bees? Because I really like talking about bees. All righty. In that case, thank you all very much.
With that, we have reached the conclusion of our part of the competition day. I want to once again thank my colleagues at WVU and at Shepherd. Without our partners, this would not be a robust competition. And as interesting as it typically is, last year we had an outstanding competition, and this year matches, if not exceeds that. So I want to commend everybody that participated. You guys did a fantastic job. Let's give them one more round of applause. I'd like to thank our judges once again, Kaylin, Alan, and Barbie. Without you guys, we can't make meaningful decisions as to how we award prize money. So thank you guys. And finally, I would like to thank Shepherd for hosting this event. This is a fantastic facility, and I got to visit a part of the state I've not been to. So thank you guys. With that, I will vamoose. See you. Thank you.
try and keep it way under. Let's see. Okay, come in, have a seat. We're going to get started. Okay, welcome everyone. Vantage Ventures Validation Day. What the heck is a validation day? We're going to get to that in a couple of slides, but this is going to be a little different than a normal pitch contest or a normal demo day. And here's a brief overview. This last semester we had 12 great startups, and they're all sitting right here in our cohort in the Vantage Ventures Accelerator. And you're going to hear an 8-minute pitch, well, not a pitch, an 8-minute presentation from each of them. Before we start, I just wanted to give a little background on Vantage Ventures and what we're trying to accomplish. Now, here at Bridging Innovation Week, we talk about all the great and wonderful things we're doing for entrepreneurs in the state. And it's true, but it nonetheless remains a fact that the state has a long way to go. We're actually dead last in terms of startups per capita, dead last in terms of venture capital dollars and deals done in the state. And so this is a really big problem, and it's the one that Vantage is going to help try to solve and help make improvements for here in the state. Our job is to find good entrepreneurs, like these folks sitting over here, and invest in them. We're basically trying to find the diamonds in the rough. And the way we do that is through this accelerator program. This is a 13-week program where you come to Reynolds Hall or participate via Zoom. So this is open statewide. We have people from Martinsburg, Clarksburg, Elkins, Little Birch, from all across the state, not just Morgantown, that participate. And if you get into the accelerator program, you are given $10,000 of technical assistance funding. This is non-dilutive funding. This is provided by the Economic Development Administration. And you get to participate in the program. You get to come to meetings 3 times a week. And I think one of the big underestimated and undervalued parts of Vantage Ventures is the community. I know that a lot of you have really developed very close friendships, and you know, it's good to know you're not alone as you're going through this entrepreneurial journey, and you can commiserate or celebrate or whatever with like-minded entrepreneurs who are in the same situation or similar situation to that in which you find yourself. We focus a lot in this accelerator. It's not a very instruction-heavy, as in, oh, here's how you run an SEO campaign, and we're going to talk about, you know, theory for a long time. It's about getting stuff done and testing assumptions. So entrepreneurs, they make a lot of assumptions. Some entrepreneurs are aware that they're making these heroic assumptions, others not so much, but we help you kind of find your blind spots, figure out product market fit, and actually progress and move your business forward. So, you know, here's just a shot of the room we meet in. It's in the Ideation Hub. It's a really cool room. It has a couch, a couple couches, and we bring food in every Thursday night from really good restaurants, and we try to feed you and keep you happy. We also have a pre-seed investment fund, and our committee actually met this morning. And so 4 of the 12 startups that were in the last cohort were invited to pitch for up to $100,000 in actual funding. So this would not be non-dilutive. This would be in the form of a SAFE, a simple agreement for future equity. And so we had 4 of them pitch the investment committee this morning. And I think they're probably hoping I'm going to announce the results of that right now, but I'm not. We're going to wait till tonight at the awards dinner to talk about that, sorry. But we, thanks to the WVU Foundation, have the ability to make significant investments in helping you get started. And so our first cohort of the accelerator was last fall, and we had our validation day presentations in early December, and we made our first investment in Bright, who, if you were here yesterday, hey, hi, Ann. You heard from Bright yesterday. So they have $100,000. They've leveraged that. I think they're closing around a $700,000 pre-seed round right now. Who should apply? You should apply, or people you work with or know should apply. So we're open to any entrepreneur in the state of West Virginia. Students count, even if you're not a resident. So if you're a West Virginia student at Marshall, WVU, anywhere, or you just are a resident, then you're able to apply. Specifically, we're looking for people who are willing to put some work in on these businesses. And so our entrepreneurs have all put a lot of work in over the last 13 weeks. And some of them are full-time on their startups, but others are not. Some are working alone, others are not. It's what we're really looking for are scalable businesses. So businesses that have a national or global market and have kind of bigger potential than just growing beyond Main Street. And so that's what we're looking for. It's pretty broad. It's great if you're tech, but it's not a requirement. And so anyway, we're looking for good entrepreneurs. We're looking for gritty, resourceful entrepreneurs with decent ideas, because guess what? Your idea is probably going to change 100 times along the way anyway. So we're not going to put too much stock in that. I'm going to skip over this slide, but suffice it to say, we play a role in the WVU entrepreneurial ecosystem. Essentially, what we like to do is take people who are competing in Ignite and move them into the accelerator. It's kind of a really good flow, although you'll see a couple of our startups have gone the opposite direction and done the accelerator first. So what are you about to see? These are validation day presentations. These are not demo days. These are not pitches. But we are not going to have Q&A. This is going to be more information and learning. And I want to point out, this is not a pitch contest. We love pitch contests. Launch Lab, we love you. Ignite, we love you. This is not what we're trying to do. We already have good pitch contests. We don't need another pitch contest. And it's not a demo day. And by that I mean, usually what you get is a polished perfection in the pitch, in the presentation. And what we're trying to show is something a little different. We're trying to show, warts and all, what the startups went through over the last 13 weeks. So we've encouraged them to take a big risk that some of them are uncomfortable with. But I have a hypothesis, maybe we're testing here, but I think that general audiences and maybe even investors, everyone knows most startups fail, right? They're destined to fail, and there's some fatal flaw or multiple flaws that are going to cause catastrophic failure. But no one ever talks about those, and we kind of gloss over it, and the point of the pitch is to hide it and kind of misdirect your attention away from those areas. But here, we're instead going to focus the spotlight, and we've encouraged the entrepreneurs to say, we thought X, and we were wrong. And here's how we learned that we were wrong. And now we think Y, and we think Y is better for these reasons. So we're encouraging them to be open about the process they've followed and be a little vulnerable and honest about kind of things they got right and things they got wrong. Because our focus is on learning. So we want them to learn and validate, pivot, iterate, experiment, test their ideas. And so we're going to see something that's a little different than a standard pitch today. So if you or anyone you know might be interested, you can apply at our website or scan this QR code. But we're accepting applications for the fall 2025 cohort through May 15th. So you have 2 weeks still to apply. It's not a terribly onerous application. So definitely still possible to apply, even if you haven't thought about it until this very second. And with that, we are going to move in to the actual presentations. So we're going to have our first 8-minute presentation by Walid from Geneva, and I'll welcome him up to the stage.
Is that the remote for it?
Yeah, green is forward.
Okay.
Back.
Okay. Hello? All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Walid, and today I'm going to be presenting my company, Geneva, for you all. Geneva stands for Generative AI Voice Assistance, and voice AI is the future of customer interaction. Have you ever had the experience of calling a business to be greeted by a rigid bot that gives you the option to press 1 for disappointment, 2 for frustration, only for you to press 3 to start all over again? Well, Geneva's here to fix that. But Geneva's not just focused on an end-user experience problem. The average restaurant in the country leaves around 20% of all phone calls unanswered. At the end of the year, on average, that's $100,000 left on the table, $100,000 in revenue, just untapped. Margins are also decreasing, and with Geneva, restaurants can save up to 95% on payroll costs. Turnover rates in the restaurant industry are insane, but the good thing is that AI doesn't quit. It only gets better with use, and you don't have to keep training it again and again. Across the board, control, security are big issues while outsourcing, and I believe that automation allows time to relax. I graduated with a bachelor's in physics from WVU and went on to work as a mechanical designer as well as a project manager managing projects worth over $6 million in teams with more than 10 people. The company's journey really started in January of last year. We spent the whole year really going to as many restaurants as possible and learning their processes, learning their pain points. By December, I tried to use enough AI tools to realize that I need a development team to actually take this to production grade. So I contracted TechCode, my software development partner. And in January, we made it to Vantage Ventures. And by April now, we have 8 direct clients, as well as having demoed for a POS company based in Maryland with around 8,500 direct restaurant clients. In May, we hope to launch our pilot and expand our online ad campaigns as well. Now, 2 main customer segments. The first one really is independent and chain quick service and full service restaurants that still rely heavily on phone usage. Our initial assumption was that restaurants need a cheap alternative to human labor as well as outsourcing. And so we went to 350 plus restaurants. I met executives at 2 Maryland chain restaurants, as well as a franchisee in West Virginia. Across the board, everybody agreed that if the product is as described, there's a clear value proposition for all of them in it. And in fact, sorry, moving on. All right, so our second segment is point of sale companies. Our initial approach was just directly to restaurants. And we initially approached POS companies for API documentation so we can integrate with their systems. And this journey led to meeting a POS company that instead was actually interested in adopting our tech across the board. So the 2 main pivots that came from being in Vantage Ventures, first approach was full automation, so replace the human employee at the store, but we quickly realized that owners also see a lot of value in maximizing revenues. So we added a pay-per-minute model that can basically be used as a helping hand during busy times. And the second thing was direct restaurant clients still are our main approach. However, we are focused on securing partnerships with POS companies as well, because this allows them a competitive edge and us huge jumps in scale. In terms of traction, as I mentioned, we demoed for a POS company in Maryland. We have our second demo in 8 weeks. I have 8 direct clients. Our product is at beta level readiness. And last but not least, we have funding opportunities through Vantage, as well as saving opportunities through being part of startup programs for several of our vendors. So the market opportunity for voice AI specifically was at around $10 billion in 2024 and is projected to grow to around $49 billion in less than 4 years by 2029. We believe there's around 663,000 restaurants in the country that could use voice AI, and 363,000 of those are ready today. Geneva hopes to hit around 25,000 users by the end of year 5, taking our revenue to $7 million in year 2 and $69 million in year 5. I'm going to be leading all of our sales efforts initially, boots on the ground, revisiting all the restaurants that we've made the connection with, and using our online ad campaigns to expand outreach to more of them, build reputation through our pilot, build a brand identity, and approach bigger enterprise clients as well as potential POS partners. Once our growth is fast enough, we plan to contract a commission-based SaaS sales team. There's several pricing models. There's several pricing tiers in the preset and the subscription, but you can also do pay per minute, and we're open to doing custom deals for enterprises and partners. So as an ending note, just the vision ahead for Geneva. As AI agent technology and AI technology in general emerges and matures, we hope to evolve our products along with it. Think sentiment analysis, a perceived human connection with the voice agent, personalized based on you over time as you speak to them more and more. And overall, to really, in the coming years, expand to and become a voice layer across all industries. The opportunity for voice AI is tremendous, and Geneva wants a piece of the pie in every field. Thank you so much.
Awesome, good job. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tafara, and I am the founder of Farmers Tool. Farmers Tool is a solution that is designed for small and medium-scale livestock farmers to simplify how they manage and run their operations. The bottom line at Farmers Tool is simplicity. We want to simplify how data is recorded, analyzed, and reported by livestock farmers. Currently, farmers are spending up to 20 hours a week updating and recording paper-based methods, and they're also losing up to 33% of those documentation. And if there are any errors in those documents, this could cost them up to $5,000 annually. And guess what? 68% of farmers are still relying on those paper-based methods. This is the problem that Farmers Tool is addressing. This is an example of a breeding sheet for a specific farmer at a specific time. The information that is on this sheet, it's hard to understand, it's hard to follow. It's also hard to do any type of analysis and reporting with this information. And I'm going to show you how what Farmers Tool does to basically simplify this information, if the demo works. So this is the Farmers Tool dashboard. It shows you an overview highlight of what your farmer livestock operation looks like. You can add your livestock, as many as you want, import, export, do a bunch of stuff. You can attach health records. You can also add some feed, analyze, see how much feed your animal is eating, do some analysis on it. You can also add locations. You can also do some asset management on it, assign an asset to an animal. And you can also do some financial analysis, get all your transactions in one platform, categorize them, attach them to your bank account. You can also do some income and expense reports, very detailed. And you can also do individual livestock analysis, see how much each animal is giving back to you. I'm going to show you a quick demo here on how to add a breeding event. It's very simple. Pick two animals, a male and a female, gives you important information. Boom, you have your breeding events. And you can also update them, record how many offsprings you have, put in as many as you want, and that's it. You have your information. Then you go back to your livestock analysis, pick one of those two animals, and you can do some analysis on it, and it's easy to read, easy to analyze. This is what Farmers Tool is about, simplicity. But how did we get here? We have a product, we have an MVP, we have people using it. We started developing the product in July of 2024 when I founded Farmers Tool. And from that period up until December, we had a lot of things that were going south for us. We had a lot of assumptions that we did not test. And we had no traction in place. We had no strategy on how we're going to be able to launch this thing. And then Vantage came along. I got a call from Elliot in December. He said, hey, man, you got accepted. And that changed the game for us. When we started in Vantage Ventures, we were able to do a lot of assumption testing. That was a lot of what we did. We did a lot of assumption testing on a daily basis. The assumption test allowed us to be able to fine-tune what our product is going to be about, who our market is going to be, and who we're going to target. The first assumption that we did was, do all farmers do extensive record tracking? This assumption allowed us to be able to fine-tune what our product was going to have. Because at first, we were just wanting to build a product for all farmers. Anyone who said they're a farmer, if you do crops, vegetables, livestock, we wanted to build a product for you. But the assumption was rejected because not all farmers do extensive livestock tracking. Do extensive record tracking. So this allowed us to only focus on the livestock farmers because they are the ones that we found out that they do a lot of extensive record tracking. We're able to interview up to about 60 farmers doing different things on their farms, a lot of messages, and a lot of online research. After this assumption test, we're able to move on to the next assumption that we also tested that was very critical to us. We tested to see if we build a solution, will the livestock farmers find this valuable enough to continue using it? This assumption was validated to a certain extent. We found out that the livestock farmers that will continue to using this product and find it valuable are those that do high-value animals. The high-value animals are animals that take a long time to grow, and you also invest a lot of money into it. It would take you a year for you to grow a cattle or 6 months to grow a pig. You want to keep up with your records on it. So this was able to have us focus not only on all animals, but only on those high-value animals. And there was about 15 to 20 of those. This led us to our third assumption. Can the software accommodate all these animals? Well, it cannot accommodate all the animals. Why? Because the data is not the same. Everything you use to add different animals is not all the same. So we were able to also fine-tune to only come up with the 5 animals that have data that is similar. So our product is only able to accommodate just cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and rabbits. These assumption testing was crucial and important to us. Like I said in the beginning, we were all over the place. And after these assumptions, we know who we want to target. Through the 13 weeks of our program, we were introduced to a lot of tools that changed the game for us, tools that allowed us to save a lot of costs, save a lot of time, and change how we actually build the product. We were able to build the product using AI. At first, I had developers who were building the product. 6 months, had built about 10% of the product, got introduced to AI products, fired all of them, and I got to work. In 10 weeks, I was able to build the product that I just demoed you using AI. 100% of all the code, I asked the code how many lines of code it has. It has about 110,000. All of them written with AI. This allowed us to save over $10,000, and we spent only about $1,000 to build the entire product. This was huge for us. Some of our key accomplishments in the program, we were able to test our assumptions. That was the anthem. We tested those assumptions pretty much on a daily basis. We were able to develop a clear strategy on how we're going to launch this product, who we're going to focus on, and who we're going to be targeting. We're also able to find something that is close to a market fit on what kind of product that the farmers want and they'll be able to continue using. And we're able to save up to over $10,000 just in production, as well as hosting and deployment of the product. And most importantly, we were able to create the entrepreneurship network. We were able to meet some of the important VCs, everybody who was in the network. We're able to rub shoulders with some of the entrepreneurs who are in the game, been in the game. And that was crucial and very important for us. Now, where's Farmers 2 going from here? We have launched our product, and we're in the beta stage. We have farmers using it, giving us feedback, and we are improving the product. In August, we're going to give our early adopters a discounted rate. And in December of this year, we're going to fully launch the product, let the beast out. Let's make sure those 68% of those farmers who are still using paper-based records can adopt Farmers 2. So stay tuned. Thank you.
All right, hey everybody, I'm Andrew Stokes with Leaf Crafters, running this with my wife Paola, and together we're helping people garden smarter, not harder. All right, so since I joined up in Vantage, I had a business idea, but Vantage really helped me take it to the next level. In Q1 of this year, I generated $6,000 in revenue. That equals the entirety of all of last year combined. We've now nearly made 1,000 orders. We're about 985. We should be hitting it today. What I learned while I was in Vantage was the importance of A/B testing through marketing. We ran $2,566 worth of ads. We ran $1,100 worth of ads, and we made $2,566 off those ads we run. Learning valuable things in the process, such as our customers and our business segments. Here's an example of our products. While I was in Vantage, I was able to take my product to the next level, enhance product pictures, and I was able to refine my market through the A/B testing. These are our regional wildflower seed mixes. We have them available in 10 different varieties. We also offer seed bombs. We have these in the same 10 varieties. These are great for just throwing out and letting nature take care. So while I was in Vantage, I learned the power of the assumption test. When we got there, like I said, we had a business plan, but we didn't know where we were going to take it. One of the assumptions we made right off the bat was that free shipping universally converts better. This is not the case. Through our testing, we learned that there are different segments for free shipping, priority shipping, and people who just don't care. We learned that through our A/B testing. We also learned that there's valuable demand for our products, not only just direct to consumer, but also to other businesses. Learned this through our A/B testing. We were able, through the assumption testing, to save ourselves some problems. We had an idea of how we might ship our products. We shipped the products to ourselves, and we shipped our products to a family member and back to ourselves to see how it would hold up. And we learned valuable insights into how to take our product packaging to the next level. The most important assumption test that we ran while we were in Vantage was that we learned that farmers are open to contract farming. We learned that they're not just making very much money off of traditional row crops, and they're actually interested in switching over to wildflowers to make even more money. This has helped give us a path forward. So who did I learn even is interested in our products? I learned that gardeners, gifters, families, and businesses are interested in our products. These are valuable insights we gained through the marketing. While I was in Vantage, I spent about $300. I was able to fully develop an AI-trained app using that $300 and a low-code, no-code tool called Replit. The app is fully functional and allows a user to upload a picture of a plant and receive instant actionable advice on how to take care of that plant and remedy any diseases it may have. The app is being used by our beta testers and is planning to come out this summer. So what did I learn while I was here? AI tools drastically reduce the time to development. For that $300 investment, I believe I made about $10,000 worth of product. Very happy. The farmers responding to the contract farming was surprising. I wasn't sure that they were going to be open to the idea of getting off the traditional row crops that they had been growing for so long, but so many of them are so frustrated with how little money they're making off of it that they're very open to the idea of something else. And I learned through the A/B testing that very subtle tweaks to your product picture and how it's presented can have measurable impacts on how much revenue is generated off of those ads. So what's next? We're going to be launching our public MVP 2025 this year. We plan to expand our products directly onto Amazon, our own e-commerce site, and get directly on the shelves of stores. We'll be finalizing our Delaware C Corp by the end of next week, and we plan to secure additional funding to scale. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mona Gias, and I'm the founder of Empower Medical. As a physician with over 6 years of inpatient and post-acute care experience, I've firsthand witnessed how health literacy directly impacts our patients and patient care and outcomes. Now, imagine you come to the ER with a viral GI bug, or that's what you think you have, and as you're in the hospital getting images and tests, you were just looking for reassurance, but you see that something is wrong. Suddenly, doctors look concerned and specialists come into the room. A GI doctor mentions a mass. Further specialists discuss interventions, and all of a sudden you're being bombarded with all this language that you have not much familiarity with, metastatic, staging, intervention, all these words that seem like a foreign language. And you're being asked to make important medical decisions based on all this information that you don't fully understand. If you put yourself in the patient's shoes, you quickly realize how our healthcare system is very overwhelming for the average patient. So through my practice, I see this on a regular basis, and this is what inspired me to create Empower Medical. So I joined Vantage Ventures and iCore at the same time, and I had the idea of creating a platform that would essentially be a bridge for patients and to help bridge this gap in communication for patients, between providers and patients. And I started with the following hypothesis, that patient understanding is directly related to their outcomes. Basically, I surveyed and interviewed hospital executives and patients and providers, and I learned that some of the key challenges that patients are facing, one of them is medical jargon does create a barrier to patient comprehension. One of the biggest ones is limited face-to-face time between providers and patients. There's a lot of nuances that providers really can't get across to the patient in order to really help the patient be fully successful once they leave the hospital. Stress and anxiety during the inpatient stay really impact information retention, and this is also, there's a lot of studies that say this as well, and this all comes down to that traditional modes of communication are not working. What we're doing currently is not working. Through even further interviews and market research, I uncovered that the biggest pain point is that causes a lot of downstream effects and problems is discharge confusion. This leads to improper self-care. For the patient, it causes them to be overwhelmed, and once they're home, it can lead to bad outcomes and increase in readmissions, which is also what the hospital systems and the executives are concerned about, the readmission rate, which also causes costs, preventable financial costs. So essentially, the healthcare system is failing both the patients and the providers and the hospital system. So knowing all this information, I created my platform based on these gaps, and I focused on pre-procedure support, during recovery, providing support and tools for adequate recovery, and the biggest part that doesn't really exist is post-discharge support. So ongoing assistance and care for the patient when they leave the hospital, they have kind of a safety net. Essentially, our pre-procedure guides are illustrated. They're videos and illustrations. It's in 5th grade comprehension reading level, but that can be further tailored to, if the patient's more medically literate, then that can be also tailored, and also to their specific native language at home. And also, the continuous support can also be formulated through text message. So if someone is not as tech savvy, they can participate with just text messaging. And this can help us provide continuous support without ongoing, problems. So where are we at now? We're finalizing our minimal viable product. And next will be usability testing and pilot implementation, which will be soon. And I guess the next step would be expansion and integration across hospital systems. I honestly think this should be a gold standard in patient care. It should be integrated into clinical workflows. So hopefully, once we implement, we can really make this the next way we deliver care to our patients. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sean Keene, co-founder of Drone Assist Services. We are a semi-autonomous vegetation and pest management company.
Slide. And my name is Walter Veselka, the co-founder. Slide. Hit me up. Here we go. Our story, right? My name is Walt Veselka. I'm the co-founder of this company with Sean. I'm one of the senior statesmen in Vantage Ventures. So very happy to be here. It's a great experience. You know, I came from a little bit of an entrepreneurial experience, right? I told Ryan and Elliot last night, one of the things we need to stress is like, we all start a business to be able to sell a business, right? And so my first business that I started was very much oil and gas related, very challenging, get it done yesterday kind of work. And upon selling it, I decided the second half of career, I'm gonna kind of work with the type of projects I wanna work on with the kind of people I wanna work with, right? So this is a big step for me. So I spent my whole career building teams, whether that be an entrepreneurial team, which I've done, and then once I sold that business, I transitioned back to WVU, and I was a grant writer, right? I write applied research grants. And so what that means is you put teams together on a concept, find people smarter than you, right? Set objectives, and start building. Very entrepreneurial-like skill set. And so the last 3 years, I've been in this space with my co-founder, Sean. We'll talk a little bit more about what we do. And I'm a dinosaur, man. But as I've been exposed to drones and working with machine learning, I just see opportunity in this space, right? And you put yourself with great people, and it's kind of inspired me to jump back into the entrepreneurship game with good people like Sean.
Yeah, so I'm a graduate student at West Virginia University, part of the Davis College. Walt and I both work for the Natural Resource Analysis Center. And like he said, you know, the past few years, I've been working on a project for identifying invasive species or species-specific models from drone imagery. And then we've actually been treating this with a spray drone, which is what we're here to talk to you more about today. So.
Great. So we had great results from our research, and we're kind of jumping around here. But how do we transition from applied research at WVU and p-values and statistics to making money, right? And it's a huge jump, and a lot of faculty and staff can't make that jump. And we're really fortunate at WVU. I mean, there's a lot of people with tailwinds that have been promoting how to do business. Why not be 53 and 51, which we can only go up from there, right? And I actually been involved with entrepreneurial ecosystem. I give a shout out. This wasn't part of my speech, but Michelle O'Connor over there might have been part of my first experience back in 2006 with Guy Peduto, the late Guy Peduto. So anybody that knew him, and I was never an entrepreneur at first, right? But you get around people like Michelle, and you get around people like Guy, and they have a way of inspiring you, right? And they have a way of saying you can do this. You know, there's going to be people who are worse than entrepreneurs than you. There's going to be people who are better than you, right? It's okay. It doesn't translate to business success. It's all about effort and trying and finding to do that team. And so we really I wanted to be more deliberate in this time joining a business. Our first time around, I felt like I caught lightning in the bottle, jumping on the Marcellus and Utica train. I used to work out in California, so I was familiar with all this environmental regulations. And so we wanted to be more deliberate. So that's why we reached out to Ryan and Elliot to say, you know, how do we grow a business I'm not going to say the traditional way, because there's no traditional way to grow a business, but how do we protect ourselves, protect our investment, and make sure we're making these right choices, right? Validation testing. So originally I had come in here because we had a lot of government contracts that we would just get on SAM.gov and find invasive species, right? And we thought, hey, we got a drone. We'll just get on SAM.gov and get some of these jobs. And so what we found out pretty quickly is that SAM.gov isn't really ready for drone work yet, right? The technology is outpacing the regulations in the bid process. And so from that, we really had to think about pivoting our market. We know that SAM.gov is going to be there, and these municipal contracts will, but how do we work work towards that, and we're ready for when they launch? Oh, you just dropped me on this one. So I guess my previous company, I'd say the start of this idea is, you know, we did a lot of herbicide work back in the day. And anybody who's familiar with herbicide, I was a little conflicted. I got two boys, 11 and 13 years old. And you're worried about chemical exposure. You know, I would send 22-year-old kids, 23-year-old kids with a backpack sprayer out there to do traditional invasive species management at my old job. And we'd be spraying plants, but people don't realize as you spray plants going in, you got to walk right through all that stuff coming out, and it's getting on your clothes and going through you and everything else. And then for anybody that's never managed a business or people that have managed a business, there's no any way to sugarcoat this, but you put a bunch of 23-year-olds on overnight with per diem, and you got yourself a liability with nighttime activities and extracurriculars, right? So you'd have a big staff, people getting exposed to chemicals. Man, how do I do this and have the right mind? So, I have a farming agricultural background with family, and we started seeing these spray drones, like in Ohio, spraying corn and soybeans. And so from a research perspective, it was like, well, how do we find that intersection of where natural resource management can meet precision agriculture? So we were funded by the Office of Surface Mining and the Richard K. Mellon Foundation. They thought this was a good, investment in their time. How do we do early detection, rapid response is what they call it, for invasive species? And after 2 years of going through this with Sean, kind of a poor demonstration of our research, but you can see, well, I can just put it this way, I was blown out of the water by what we could do, right? The efficiencies that we were able to achieve, the labor savings we were able to do, and we'll go over some of these other value propositions, but just a digital record and knowing exactly where we treated with what plant at what time.
Yeah, so with these aerial treatments, we have several different focuses that we're going after. And one of them is, like what Walt mentioned, is public health, not just reducing exposure to herbicide by workers, but also treating these vector-borne diseases that we're seeing increase over the past decade or so. So Lyme disease, West Nile virus, these are all things that we can treat and mitigate by this selective targeting feature that we employ. Additionally, worker protection. So to that point with reducing chemicals, chemicals are necessary for the demand in agricultural yield. So we're all familiar with the Monsanto settlement that was finished a few years ago, which cost a ton of money, not just for the herbicide company, but it really exposed and caused distrust through the public for using these chemicals. And we want to help fix that. We want to apply a efficient, effective, environmentally safe, and responsible treatment that is mindful of these risks to workers. And additionally, we have slips, trips, and falls. 15% of OSHA incidents are reported like this. Working on dams, working along coastlines, rugged terrain, something we're all familiar with in this state. This removes those workers from those scenarios, and instead it provides a safer and more effective treatment. So like I said, the chemicals are necessary, but we can be smarter about how we apply them. Rather than using these full-size fixed-wing crop dusting planes or backpack sprayers, both of these can be extremely time-consuming and costly. We're proposing using a semi-autonomous treatment with drones.
Right, so Vantage really made us focus on our value propositions, right? And so we touched on a little bit, but precision with optimal coverage, being able to get these drones up and flying with short term. And a lot of the most important thing is this digital record keeping, right? So when we go out and treat a farm, we're able to go out there next year or the year after, know exactly where we treated, what needs to come back and do. And that record keeping is important because it's just important, right? When you're spraying herbicide, you're just kind of out there hitting and going. But having that digital record, you know exactly where you've mapped, exactly what you put down, and you can make adjustments for future treatments. And I guess the most important thing is, Sean alluded to these dams and vernal pools. Like with drones, you can reach really hard to reach places that are challenging, right? And so optimal coverage in that hard to reach places. And so we've been stressing this to some of our clients and kind of hammering on these value propositions to find some targeted niche industries until SAM.gov is ready for us.
So, as Walt was talking about earlier, the path to get here has been long, and we've experienced kind of both ends of this horseshoe with the traditional methods and now more of the novel methods of application. So In 2024, we had demonstrated this to the Department of Ag and the Natural Resource Conservation Service. And then we were really fortunate to be part of the 2025 Spring Vantage Ventures cohort. And this was really, really awesome for us. Walt's been in this position before, but I haven't. So, to have a mentorship from him and Ryan and Elliot, and as well as, collaboration with a lot of the other members, was just really helpful. It really helped push us along and accelerated our progress.
So in this process, they teach us how to differentiate our markets, right? How to zig when everybody else is zagging, right? And so to prepare as we go is, there's a lot going on with the current administration as far as protectionism and tariffs. And so we made the decision, and we started off our company, and we purchased a USA-made drone, right? And what that's going to do is allow us, I went back to some of my old oil and gas companies, some of their safety meetings, and for example, they don't even allow DJI projects, which is a Chinese-made manufacturer, on their right-of-ways or pipelines, right? Because all that information is sent back to a server overseas. And so then all of a sudden our critical infrastructure can be compromised. Other people have, locations. And that's the same thing with one of our clients we're hoping to get into is Army Corps of Engineers as well as Tennessee Valley Authority. We reached out to them. So if you understand infrastructure and the damage that be caused by locks and dams, we see these SAM.gov contracts coming out and having provisions for an American-made drone manufacturer. So we've kind of zigged that way to try to set us up for the future.
Yeah, and to Walt's point as well, other companies like Berkshire Hathaway, their oil and gas division, energy infrastructure companies, anything from oil and gas to renewable, there is a critical security component to this where there is a prohibition on foreign or non-NDAA compliant drones. So that is one of our market niche points, is going after those with USA-made drones that have those prior approvals.
So initially, this is not quite the right use of SAM, SOM, and TAM, but we started off with one drone. You got to crawl before you can walk, then you can run, right? And so with our first drone, we'll be looking at really what we've been good at for the last couple of years, invasive species management, but also targeting things like orchards and some specialty crops and these public health initiatives. We can do that with our one drone that we have, that it's an American-made small model, right? And we hope to drive revenue, and so as we expand, we can pick up a larger unit and expand to some of these bigger things. We want to do compression stations and pads at oil and gas facilities. Those pads need to be made vegetation-free, right? And so we see that as a great market, as well as things like I mentioned, that Tennessee Valley Authority. Can you imagine hiking up something like the Summersville Dam with a backpack sprayer or even dragging hose, right? It's a miserable thing, and I felt so bad making 20-year-old kids do it. And now we can just fly it and knock it out. And our expansion model, I think, is what Ryan and Elliot were excited, is we see this as like a franchisee model, right? I have a lot of business connections. There's people that I've worked with over the years, so they're very interested in this, that have moved on. And that's one of the shortcomings of my former company, is I couldn't get people. I said, look, we need to either expand geographically or in services, and I couldn't get the old business partners to agree to that. And now we have the team to expand geographically, right? And we can have a team in Pennsylvania, and Sean's going to be working over here in Percival, Eastern Panhandle style. And so as we get larger jobs, these pods or these franchises can come together to tackle larger jobs. So that's kind of what we see for our market expansion and how we're going to grow our company.
And just to finish it up, again, back to Vantage Ventures, we really had learned a lot from this, and it provided us a lot of momentum to move this idea along. Just recently, we had pitched in front of the West Virginia Launch Lab competition, the safety pitch competition, which we were rewarded $8,000. And we're going to be using this money for purchasing a multispectral unit. And this will enable us to take these same academic methodologies and results and then transfer them over into the commercial sector, which will provide a more selective targeting, more efficiency, and higher accuracy.
Yeah, and I guess I would also say, with Vantage Ventures support and momentum, I mean, We rolled in here and saw some invasive species here on Shepherd campus, and this morning when I had a few hours, we already went over to the biology building and talked to them about doing a demo with their students and working with Shepherd University's farm here, and they seem to be open to the idea, right? And so Vantage has taught us, like, there's opportunities all over the place. You just need to open your eyes and be creative, and the worst that people can say is no, right? I guess the one closing thought I think is to mention here, I'm not sure how I'm doing on time, but like, I'm out. All right, I'm out. Well, these guys are great. That's the thing, man. I used to be from a very combative industry where it's elbows out and very challenging. And getting with these Vantage Ventures people, I have nothing but good things to say about the support and the camaraderie and the way people are helping each other. It completely exceeded my expectations and kind of changed the way that I look at business and how I want to help others out there. So I'm very fortunate and thankful, and I apologize for going over, fellas, but I kept looking for that timer, and it said 0 the whole time. So what's a guy like me to do, right? Thank you very much, and
Thank you, everybody.
thanks for everything.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Eric Watkins, and I created the Athlete Store. It stands for Athlete Without the Financial Well. It's a way to help athletes and athletic organizations make more money. So a little bit about me. I'm a former professional boxer. My first pro fight, I earned the nickname the One-Arm Bandit. I earned that name because I broke my arm in the first round, and then I beat the guy with one arm. No lie. But the not so cool part about that was I got plates and screws in my arm till this day. And I got $700 for that fight, and it didn't even cover the cost of my copay. So how cool is that? So, and I'm a software developer now. I'm a digital agency owner, and I promote professional boxing matches in Morgantown, West Virginia. Morgantown's the hub of the state, and I have the biggest hotel in Morgantown, and we sell that place out, don't we? So, before that, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, in Morgantown, West Virginia, we had a drinking and driving problem, but you know, some people have been to High Street here, I'm sure, and I started a designated driver business. This was a complete disruptor. It disrupted the taxi cab industry. I gave out thousands of rides home to people, and we reduced the DUI statistic in Morgantown, West Virginia. And then I got disrupted by Uber. And so I got to do what oh, well, that didn't go, but there's a video here. Oh, let's see if I can click it. Oops, that didn't work. But either way, we've been able to put on a lot of fights in Morgantown, West Virginia, which this won't, I can't get it to skip, but I messed up the screen. Here we go. There we go. Either way, we've been able to put on 9 professional boxing matches in Morgantown, West Virginia, from Milan Park, the Saberton Station, to the Morgantown Event Center. And we packed that place, and it's a great experience for everyone involved. We've been able to create the minor leagues of professional boxing in Morgantown, West Virginia. All these guys got to start somewhere. And we've been able to launch guys to fight for the UFC, bare knuckle, PBC, which is another big league. And we have a fighter who fought in Morgantown, who's about to headline a show for the LFA, which is on the UFC Fight Pass, which I'll show you about in a second. And this is just another example of our fights. So what I figured out with Vantage Ventures, that we had such a good thing going, that we're just going to do it more. You know, why mess with a good thing? So we're going to come to the Morgantown Event Center. Instead of 2 times a year, we're going to come there 4 times a year, from now till the end of time, you know, for 20 years. And we're going to create an annual sports season of professional boxing and amateur boxing in Morgantown at the big show. So back to my little $700 surgery thing y'all heard about. The problem is with athletes in boxing and combat sports in specific is that you do not get paid enough to get punched in the face. You do not get paid enough for the injuries and the training that you're going to have to go through. So that's why the Athlete Store is near and dear to my heart, to help athletes make more money. So this is me fighting in Madison Square. So we created the Athlete Store to help athletes and organizations make more money. It's to help these guys make more money, my fighters, to help them make more money and pack out shows. So the number one assumption I had before I came to Vantage Ventures, that every athlete wanted a website. Every athlete wanted a shirt with their face on it, and every athlete wanted to sell sponsorships. Turns out only 10% of them really care. So we worked and we adjusted and to really educate them to what they have to gain by using this new business model to their athletic career. And we also figured out for paid accounts, why? Because we have a competitor, and they offer some of the stuff we do, but not all the stuff we do. So a big shout out to Vantage Ventures in forcing me to do Replit and Cursor and Lovable, and I've been able to outdevelop my competitors and make stronger platforms than them within clicks. For a week, and $100 has been able to outdevelop what they did in 4 years with $100,000. And also the competitive advantage is I'm me, I pack arenas. This is what we actually do. This is from our last fight on March 1st at the Morgantown Event Center. And I'm an e-commerce and automation expert. So the market size is about 13,000 professional fighters in America, in between boxing and MMA, not including kickboxing or other disciplines. And the amateur ranks are unmeasurable. And that's our beachhead market. Also, this is Mateo Gardner. Mateo Gardner is headlining the LFA show. The LFA is on the UFC Fight Pass. Hop on the Athlete Store. You can buy his walkout shirt, and you can buy tickets, and you can see all of his sponsors. And this has helped Mateo greatly and loves it and raves about it. So what we're looking to do is we're looking to get business funding so we can have better cash flows, so we can put on 4 fights a year and knock it out of the park and create experiences like this. So with the Athlete Store, which helps fighters, we're going to just use a giver's gain principle in a freemium model. And we're going to just help promoters, we're going to help fighters, and we're going to help athletes make more money. With the Athlete Store, with the giver's gain model, it's free for them, free $99. But there's always a transaction fee. So whenever one of your fans buys a shirt and the athlete gets the profit for that, there will be a transaction fee. And once we run those numbers up, $4 a transaction fee times a couple million, sounds good. Also, our competitors, we realize in our assumptions as to why we weren't getting the promoters is because everybody wants live stream. Live stream, live stream, live stream. Not everyone wants to come to the arena. So we incorporated live stream, and we undercut our competitors who charge 25% fee, and we're going to give back 15% fee, which helps out our people. And for the business model, we're going to be free with the transaction fees, and we will also offer a $100 account for all your business operations, which would go high level in CRM. And then the money we project to get anywhere from $280 to $160 with 4 fights a year, and this is just for fights alone. And our mission is to bring back real boxing and real sports to West Virginia. We want West Virginia to be seen as a national spotlight instead of a national black eye. So this is Eric Watkins with Real Fights in the Athlete Store, and I went too far. But
Imagine you have a kid playing an impact sport. He plays all through his youth and all through high school when he's playing at the highest level he can. He takes a hard hit and he doesn't think anything of it. He goes back to the bench, his teammates don't notice, his parents don't notice, and his coaches don't notice. He goes back out 5 minutes later chasing a puck into the corner when he gets hit and goes headfirst into the wall. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, his career is over. He misses his entire junior year of high school, and his cognitive level in high school is where it was when he was in 5th grade. My name is Benjamin Landolina, and that's my story. However, my story isn't unique at all. 3.8 million concussions occur in the US alone in youth sports every single year, and it is estimated by the CDC that 50% of them go completely under the radar. Today, I introduce to you CapShock. CapShock is an athletic mouthguard that completely mechanically alerts to potentially concussive impacts. How this works is there's a capsule in the front of the mouthguard that changes from white to red when an impact exceeds the threshold of 75 Gs. My name is Benjamin Landolina. I'm the CEO and co-founder. I'm a sophomore mechanical engineering student here at WVU, and my co-founder and COO is Alex Kaluzna, who is a business informatics student at Indiana University. Now, our advantage is that we're completely mechanical, and the beauty of this lies in our simplicity. By being mechanical, we can take the average price of a concussion alerting mouthguard from $250 all the way down to a retail price of $50, and we can manufacture this completely out the door for sub $3. There's no need for any Wi-Fi, charging, software, or any sort of FDA or HIPAA clearance. Now, before we got to Vantage Ventures, we were making many key assumptions about our businesses. The biggest one is that teams with larger budgets could afford the censored mouthguard, so why would they choose us? And we had to find value behind our own product to prove this. How we did this is we sent cold outreach messages to NHL teams, to NFL teams, through LinkedIn and email, hundreds of emails to the biggest teams we could possibly find. And we ended up landing a meeting with the Los Angeles Chargers. We walked them through our product demo, and we showed them exactly what we're about. And we confirmed that there's positive interest in teams like this, as they actually told us and sent us an email that they want demos from our product, because even though they could afford it, the players themselves did not want to deal with charging the mouthguards. They were losing too many of them, and they were too uncomfortable because the ones with sensors have to be bulky. So that confirmed our first customer segment. The second is coming into Vantage Ventures, we were under the assumption that we had to raise a bunch of money up front so we can get injection molded prototypes. How this works is you have to carve out an aluminum block with a CNC machine every single time you want to prototype your product to be able to injection mold it, which allows for no iteration. And as an engineer, I like to iterate on the fly, so I wanted a solution to this. Through Vantage, we did deep research, and we found out that injection molding is not the only way to prototype our mouthguard, and I actually stumbled upon vacuum forming. So with vacuum forming, I can actually 3D print the inverse of my mold. So if I have an idea the night before and I want to change my product, or if we're talking to a team that is using our product and they say, hey, you should consider this, instead of spending another $8,000 on an injection mold, I can go 3D print my own inverse mold and vacuum form one sheet of thermoplastic around it, creating another prototype. And this drastically reduced our cost up front and allowed us to take our pilot unit cost from $8 all the way down to under $3. Lastly, we thought that parents of youth athletes would show direct purchase intent because our problem is so prominent, especially in sports such as hockey and football, and we had absolutely no way to prove this. We posted organically to Facebook groups with ice hockey parents because that's what I know the most. We also targeted ads on TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, and actually had some posts go organically viral in these groups. We went out to Minnesota, and we had multiple parents come up to us in our booth in Minnesota and say, hey, I saw you guys on Facebook. I'd love to learn more. And through this, we gained 350 parents on our pre-order list, and this proved to us that this problem is something that needs to be solved and something that parents care about enough to put their own money into. Now, through these ads, like I said before, we got 350 parents on our pre-order list. On top of that, we continued our cold outreach. We A/B tested emails, we A/B tested ads on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram to get in talks directly with these teams. And currently, we're having conversations with 5 NCAA Division I teams. We're still in conversations with the Los Angeles Chargers, with the USA Olympic women's hockey team, and 2 different NHL teams. Now, the key takeaways we got from this were our key resources, our customer segments, and our value props. And we were able to optimize every single one of these through our assumption test here at Vantage. We integrated AI to automate our own pipelines, and I'm not a very tech-savvy person, so we were able to build our own internal tools and software that we could potentially scale to later using Replit, and I have absolutely zero coding knowledge, so this was a game changer for us. We outsourced our UI and UX design and built a whole new website through Upwork, and got full-scale animations done for 1/5 of the cost that we thought we needed for a medical animation up front. We also connected with tens of VCs, advisors, and many people that are key players in our industry, and gained insights from many other early-stage founders that are in the same position I am. We focus on building every single week, and accountability from just showing up every single week, doing the same thing, and jotting down our assumption test. I'm not going to harbor on market too much, but our market's pretty huge, and our total market of all sporting equipment over the top 4 sports in North America alone is $9.4 billion. And when you whittle that down to just concussion gear, it's still $2.6 billion. And it is dominated by 2 key players, so we need a solid way to penetrate that. And the first is our cold outreach. This stemmed from our assumption testing, and I had no idea how to do it at first, but through our A/B testing and just constant iteration, we landed on LinkedIn as it's our best source of outreach. On top of that, we're creating incentives for those athletic directors and athletic trainers and equipment managers to refer their friends and colleagues to us right off the bat, and that just helps us grow our pipeline exponentially. We have an affiliate skate with another West Virginia university company, Best Damn Tape, this summer in July, where our mouth guard is going to be in the mouth of 40 Division I and NHL players. We're marketing straight to LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram, and leveraging our own connections in hockey, as me and my co-founder played hockey for 15 years together at the highest level. I created the first sketch of CapShock in August of 2023 and tried making a silicone motivator in my dorm by myself 2 months later, which failed terribly. And after constant iteration, we have a fully working model today, and we're bringing our manufacturing completely in-house and should have our first pilot units done by the end of May 2025. With that being said, we also are in talks with Virginia Tech Helmet Lab, and we have verbal confirmation of a full-scale clinical trial done by August, with our pilot batches sent out directly after that. We have a goal to have 5 B2B contracts completely signed by December and roll out our products in January of 2026. Thank you.
Has anyone here ever been an advice bandit? Someone who sees someone content with their sack of solitude and is absolutely compelled to rob them of this with questions like, why are you so quiet? You need to get out of your shell. You just need to be more extroverted. No. The challenge with this well-intentioned, very common advice is that it makes several false assumptions, which in Vantage Ventures, we're all about testing assumptions. This advice assumes that the louder you are, the more of a leader that you are. It creates this idea that introspection is somehow incompetence, or that the perception is more important than the impact. And so many introverts are facing a choice whether to pursue their ambition, knowing that that leads to their draining, not just mentally, but physically and socially, or do they lean into the authenticity of needing to have that time away, but also recognize that because of those perceptions, it may mean less opportunities, not just within the workplace, but within their relationships as well. I'm Jacqueline Shawless, the founder of Aussites and the executive director of the National Center of Intersectional Studies. And as an introvert, I know quite a bit about this, and I'm one of the leading researchers on the lived experiences of intersectional introverts. One of the most important features that I've come across in my consultant work with clients from executives in Fortune 500 companies to at-risk teens and all in between is that when we lean into the truth of introversion, we get real impact. And the truth is that introversion can, in fact, be an asset. That quiet and competent are not antithetical, and that when you provide both insights and intention, there is impact and income to be made. And so I created Aussites. This is a digital platform that is research-based, AI-powered, and hyper-niche that centers the experiences of introverts. It allows introverts to practice in real time their social engagement, receive a beautiful report of not only what they're doing, what they can improve, what goals they have to enact in real life, and to track their progress. Additionally, they are matched with other individuals looking to improve in a variety of areas, as well as resources to help them along their way. I like to describe it as them getting a chance to practice in private so they can progress in public. Before Vantage Ventures, this was a passion project that was a metaverse-based platform, and we had quite a bit of success in doing this. It was a combination of the then state-of-the-art metaverse, along with my background in social science, as well as my consulting and coaching experience. And we had a 90% increase of our users' self-confidence, as well as a number of people who either did business together or created other collaborative experiences beyond the platform. We also received national attention, and I was awarded a Champion of the Metaverse Award by the National Association of Black Engineers. So we had a lot to go on from the beginning. During Vantage Ventures, I decided to focus on the three key differentiators to see where AI could fit in, because this original platform was before AI existed. And though we largely had positive experiences, there were a few key things that stood out. One of the main things was that we wanted to focus on that personalized coaching. Thanks to the advent of AI, we can now go from simply taking advice on practicing with small talk to being very tailored to the individual's needs based on not only how they are communicating, what they're wanting to do, how they best communicate and receive feedback, and to make this a very personalized experience. And all of our users wanted this. They were thrilled that they would be able to get exactly what they needed, the way that they needed, and a method that they wanted. Our second assumption was disproved, and honestly, it hurt my feelings. I assumed that users wanted a realistic, immersive environment. Remember, I mentioned this started with a platform that was based in the metaverse. 90% success rate. 85% of the people said, no, thank you. I don't want metaverse. What's that? Is that real? So this was a little bit of a blow to my ego. But what was a curious caveat is that of the small sliver of people who were yeses, all of those were enterprise users, and they were quite interested in having this applied for their business, either as a supplement with this real-life engagement in this immersive environment, or to have it to replace. The third assumption was around collaboration. I assumed that users would be excited about being able to meet other people without peopling. And if there are any introverts here, I'm sure you know the challenges of needing to make small talk and nod and be on. And so this was 100% confirmed. The thing that came up again and again in the responses was that our users were really excited about being matched with people and having a curated environment. So it wasn't a matter of knowing everyone or even trying to figure out who would give the best bang for the buck. Our system allows them to make the most of those interactions so that they can lean into those deep connections that so often come with introverts. Post Vantage Ventures, we intend to continue this. We're currently finishing up the prototype, which will complete in this quarter. Next quarter, in Q3, we will have the soft launch, and we have our 20 beta testers, and 12 of those have already agreed to promote our product during the Q1 of 2026 launch, and that will give us access to roughly 275,000 people between social media, their podcasts, various media outlets, et cetera. And then in Q3 of next year, we anticipate having our white label enterprise version. And this will allow us to play around with not only some of the voice and sentiment AI, but also perhaps having that interactive piece for those enterprise companies. And lastly, if there are any introverts who want to join the journey, who would like to experience this once it's ready to go, got my QR code right there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Zach with EdgeConnect. We are a Salesforce integration platform as a service app. I'd like to start off with a quick case study that we got while I was at Vantage. We had a personal injury law firm that came to us with a QuickBooks integration. And the problem they had faced was with the fact that they didn't have any developers on staff. They didn't have the funds to really hire a developer to create this because it was going to take 6 months to create it based off estimates they got. So they decided to be a quick beta tester for us for our solution. After using it, they did implement it in just a couple hours and saved them over 40 hours of MOS via just drag and drop with absolutely no developers whatsoever. We got a quick testimonial here. Some things I'd like to point out is they was able to do all without writing a single line of code. And they're looking forward to using more integrations that are leaning toward that direction. So what's the problem that we solve? Integrations are complex. There's tools out there to solve that, but they're really, them themselves can be more complex and higher cost. Time consuming as far as that goes. Developers can eat up a lot of time. Along with that comes higher cost, at the time. There's also data silos. So a lot of companies have their information spread out among various systems. And that system, you want them all in one spot so you can read that data in one location. So what is that integration platform as a service? It's an application that's made to connect various data sources together. Imagine like QuickBooks and Salesforce, or Experian and Salesforce, whatever it may be. I just want to touch on what a connector is. A connector is just to read that data or modify that data. So like, imagine I want to read transaction from QuickBooks or wherever it may be. So what do we offer? We offer a drag and drop solution to that with over 200 pre-built connectors, and our goal is to empower everyone, both developers and admins. How do we do that? Well, we allow these developers to actually go through and create their own custom connectors to on-premise systems. And then we allow admins to go through and, with no code whatsoever, connect these systems to each other. We're affordable and powerful compared to our competitors. We're at a fraction of the cost, but we have all the same features. We also have one feature our competitors don't have, and it's a powerful feature in that we're not language restricted. You can use any programming language you choose. As long as it supports out of the box, we're good with it. So again, we offer a faster time to value with that. So it takes just minutes to create the integrations versus the developer taking months. That increases efficiency, and now you got your admins or business people managing your integrations versus your developers and getting it mixed up and stuff and getting everything confused. So what's our competitive advantage? We're cost. Cost is a big one. Our cost is way lower than our competitors. We're starting at $499 a month, where competitors start at $5,000. We got all the features of MuleSoft there without any of the cost of it. And MuleSoft comes with no pre-built connectors. We also offer speed to value and flexibility. Again, with your own connectors and no code. MuleSoft recently got acquired by MuleSoft back in 2018. Well, MuleSoft originally got acquired by Salesforce back in 2018. They had 1,200 customers at that point and $296.5 million at the end of 2017. They've grown 6% year on average, and in 2018, they was acquired for $6.5 billion in cash and stock. It's because Salesforce seen the need for tools like this. So what did we learn at Vantage? We learned that not every SMB needs Salesforce. Not every SMB using Salesforce needs EdgeConnect. So a lot of SMBs do have integrations, but what we found out was ones with simpler integrations, such as basic QuickBooks stuff, can be done without the use of our app using some free tools out there. And we also found that bigger companies and stuff have more of a need for it. Not so much the small mom and pop stores, but more like your fast-growing businesses. We also found out that banking and healthcare facilities should be a target market. Through cold emailing, we was able to get a better response rate from both banks and healthcare facilities due to the fact that they have more complex integrations. They need to be HIPAA compliant or PCI compliant. We maintain that but not store any of their data. We also learned that not every SMB is excited about AI. We was exploring an AI feature to have AI go through and help optimize these flows and stuff for them. We realized that some companies, especially smaller businesses, ain't so optimistic about having their data shared with AI over security concerns. We feel like we might be able to solve that via training sessions, but it's just not worth exploring at this time. Just a little meet the team. Zachary Edgel, I come from a background of Salesforce development, I got years in it. And then we got Chris Summers, who helps out on the business side of it. Seasoned entrepreneur. He's definitely a serial entrepreneur with ties in the food industry and the tech industry. He's had several acquisitions that have been successful, and that's it. Thank y'all.
Great job, Zach. Good afternoon. My name is Andy Walker, founder of Heirloom, a mobile app that is focused on reshaping the way that we document our lives and preserve our memories. For over 15 years, I've worked in social media marketing, and I've spent more time than I care to admit listening to people share about how they use social media. And a primary use for social media has always been documenting memories and life events. But unfortunately, social media is problematic for this purpose for 5 key reasons. First, these social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram weren't really designed to help you look back. They lack the core functionality and search features to help you quickly find things that you've posted from years ago. Next, the pressure to present a curated life really is holding people back from sharing the full capacity of the memories that they want to remember for generations to come. Next, distractions and doom scrolling is continuing to eat up more and more of our most valuable resource, which is our time, stealing us away from our family, our friends, and our kids. Data privacy concerns continue to be a big concern on these platforms. 79% of adults in the US say that they're concerned about the way their personal data is being used by companies. And then lastly, mental health and safety has always been a big issue on these social media platforms. Just with teenagers, 48% of teens in the US say that social media has a negative effect on their mental health. So my story, a few years ago, my wife and I were entering a new stage of life of parents of 3 young boys and experiencing what felt like 100 new memories every single day. And we wanted to capture these moments seamlessly, easily, with all of the context that they deserved, and privately. But what we discovered was there was no real great way to do that outside of social media. And so that developed my idea for Heirloom. Heirloom will have the look and feel of a social media app, but with the privacy you deserve. It is focused on one audience, and that is you, the user. So all of your memories, big and small, will be collected in one spot for you. So photos, videos, articles, links,
pretty much anything that you would typically share on social media, but with the privacy and with the safety that you deserve as a user. I'm very passionate about this. My driving principle behind Heirloom is the idea that your life is worth remembering. And in our digital age of of information coming and going, having photo albums with 60,000 photos on it, how are we going to continue to pass down these moments to future generations? And so I want to build Heirloom to be a tool to help make that possible for you. The features, again, will include a streamlined social media interface, advanced search features to help you quickly find your moments, the ability to pass down moments to family members and friends and children as you desire. So imagine you're a parent and you've been taking 18 years worth of photos of your kids, and one day they sign up for Heirloom. And with a click of a button, you can pass down all of those moments that you've documented from their life to them. There will also be daily featured moments and on this day things to regularly keep these things in front of you. And then, of course, cloud storage to make sure that these moments are always at the tip of your finger. So coming into Vantage Ventures, like many of the other entrepreneurs have mentioned, I hadn't done a lot of assumption testing. I had had loose conversations with people, I had my own ideas, but we hadn't really kicked the tires on what we felt were our strongest value propositions. And so throughout the past 13 weeks, that's what we've been focused on. So I developed a series of meta ads for Facebook and Instagram that tested out my core value propositions. So the first was privacy. What we discovered is privacy is a priority for our potential users. Users are looking for a simple but a secure way to document their lives. What we saw of the folks who clicked on the ad, we ended up with a 45% conversion rate on our landing page, demonstrating that there is definite interest in this value proposition. Next, the big one was eliminating distractions. We found that users really want to develop a distraction-free alternative to traditional social media apps. So the things that I mentioned earlier, such as doom scrolling, I think probably most of us in our room have found ourselves just sitting there mindlessly scrolling, stealing time away from our lives. Users are looking for an alternative to that. What we saw was a 61% conversion rate based on this value proposition. This was our highest and most popular value proposition that we found through testing. And then this one really surprised me, an idea that was disconfirmed during this process in terms of a value proposition for user acquisition. And that was the advanced search features that would make it easy to find your memories and find your moments. What we saw, it was essentially a 0% conversion rate on these ads. I still think that it's going to be a strong feature that people will learn to use and really love once they begin using Heirloom. But in terms of a value proposition that is going to generate user acquisition for us, definitely doesn't seem like it's going to be our strongest. And what's great is that'll save us from wasting money down the road as we roll out marketing campaigns for user acquisition. And then throughout this whole process too, we've been wanting to validate the demand for Heirloom. And what we found out is users are not satisfied with the current app options that are out there. Through our form, when people were signing up for early access, we saw 61% of people respond and say that they've tried apps and social media to document their lives, and 84% of those folks said the available apps do not effectively meet their expectations for this purpose. So there is a demand there. People are looking for an alternative to what's currently on the marketplace. So let's talk about our primary user segment. We are looking primarily at millennials and Gen Z, specifically focused at parents and skewing even more towards the moms. This is a large, quickly growing user segment, and we believe that there's a lot of growth opportunity. These folks have grown up using social media and these types of platforms, so it's going to be second nature for them to pick this up in their life. Then also travel enthusiasts and people interested in documenting their lives as well are secondary audiences for us as well. And so before coming into Vantage Ventures, we hadn't established a wait list for early access to the platform. And so I'm really excited to say that with just spending a couple of $100s in these meta ads, we have over 250 users who have already signed up for early access and are ready to use the platform. So how are we going to monetize this? How are we going to build a business off of this? And so our idea is to follow the freemium model. So the app will be free to download. It will come with a certain set of features that people can use to get them started, and also some basic amount of storage so they can start storing their memories. Then they will be hit for a premium subscription that will upgrade them so they will have increased cloud storage so they never lose their moments, they never reach a limit on that. and that they'll also get exclusive features. Remember the feature I mentioned at the beginning about the ability to pass down your moments to your friends and loved ones. That is an example of an exclusive feature that would only be available to our premium subscribers. We also believe that there's a path forward for monetization through strategic partnerships with companies like Chatbooks and Snapfish, these companies that provide physical products such as canvas prints, memory books, things like that, that really dovetail in nicely with the vision behind Heirloom. So where we are on our project roadmap, we are currently wrapping up the development of our iOS MVP that is set to launch by the end of Q2, and then we will head into the product launch of that to our early access users, and then also to the wider marketplace, and then also continuing to develop the app and refine it, and then also develop a web-based interface so people can use this on their computers as well. So what's next? So phases 1 through 4 have been self-funded. And so in the next phase, we are going to be seeking investors for a pre-seed round of $150,000 utilizing a SAFE. And so this funding is going to go strictly for user acquisition, our hosting costs, and then the continued development of the mobile app and the web-based platform. So we would love to connect with any potential investors. We're not here to pitch, but if anybody's interested, we'd love to talk to you. But the most important thing that I would love for anybody to do here today who is excited about this, is interested in it, I would love for you all to sign up for the early access. So we've got a QR code on the screen. You can scan that, get on the early access list, or you can go to our website, getheirloom.app. Thank you so much.
Hello.
All right.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Connor Briggs. And I'm Seth McLean. And we are the founders of Plug-in Promotions. Plug-in Promotions puts phone charging stations with digital display screens on bar tops, advertising both local businesses and menu items. So I'm going to break down what we do real quick. So we take these phone charging stations to local bars and restaurants, and we tell them it's completely free, there's no risk or liability, and it can only benefit them. From there, we go around to several other local businesses and restaurants, and we set up a network of these digital billboards in the restaurants. After that, we go around to the local businesses like doggy daycares, roofing companies, et cetera, and we sell the advertisements that go on all the screens in a particular district.
Oh, my Lord. So yeah, as Connor mentioned, we make our money from selling the advertisements that display on these screens, and our contracts have ranged from $750 to even $6,000, and on average, these customers are only spending 49 cents a day to be displayed in each location. That's a competitive rate compared to our competitors that are doing $2.22 up to even over $27 a day.
So what do we do for these restaurants? We provide them a way to promote their events and specials while enhancing their customer experience by giving their customers a phone charger, which in turn keeps them there longer and boosts their revenue.
So Connor and I started Plug-in Promotions in November of 2023 with his last $3,000 invested. I slept on Connor's couch as we expanded in Huntington and Charleston, West Virginia. And then when we moved up to Morgantown, he slept on my couch. And then we were finally able to get a 2-bedroom apartment around June 2024 after generating $38,000. We were accepted into Vantage Ventures in Ignite, West Virginia in January. And then to date, we have generated $85,000 in revenue.
So before Vantage Ventures, we were just under the assumption that local businesses and businesses of all sizes were having a hard time finding affordable and effective out-of-home advertising methods.
And that was really our only assumption. So through Vantage Ventures, they really pushed us to look more. And I think that we validated that assumption throughout the program. We generated an additional $21,000 throughout the program. We learned a lot about sales, which really helped us. And this increased our MRR by 38%. But our instructors, Ryan Angus and Elliot, they kept pushing us to keep on talking to our customer segments and learning more.
So we reached out to our customer segments, one being restaurant owners, and they told us that they really struggle with keeping up with their in-house promotions. We then went around to our beverage distributors, and they told us that they spend a lot of time and money sending out their sales representatives to change out these paper materials for these bigger brands. And then we went around to our local businesses, and they confirmed that our assumption was true, and that small and medium businesses are really just having a hard time justifying spending the amount of money they do on traditional out-of-home advertising methods.
So we really wanted to focus in on our venue providers and why they take our technology and how that may be fixing any problems they have or how it could fix some problems that we didn't know about.
And when we talked to these restaurant owners, they told us that events like live music and things that happen every single week is too cumbersome to keep up with because they don't have the time. They're managing these restaurants and they're focused on their customers' satisfaction.
So we hit the drawing board to see how we could maybe fix some of these issues, and we came up with a version 2 of our plug-in promotions device. We made this in just 2 weeks with a tablet, a 3D printed case, a portable charger, and some demo software.
So what is the V2? This is a new device that features menu browsing, interactive content, pay-to-play games, and even an AI promotional image generator.
And the image generator was the big hitter. So we made an app that featured where these restaurants could go in there and just put in their specials or events that they're trying to promote. So for example, if they have like a brunch, they could just open up our app, type in Sunday Mimosa Brunch, $2 a glass, put the time, hit submit, and it'll automatically make them a promotional that they can then put on their social media and devices, giving them the max promotion for this event or special.
So with that creates additional revenue streams where we can have people pay to play the games on the devices. And also the restaurants said that they'd be willing to pay a small fee for a subscription. And we're also going to keep our advertising revenue.
So through Vantage Ventures, we learned a lot about our business and how we could grow exponentially. And we've decided that we're going to keep on expanding with our current technology while developing this new technology in the background. And then as soon as it's ready, it'll just be simple as swapping out the old for the new.
So through Vantage Ventures, we found that bigger cities like New York City are really struggling with having a dead phone because in these cities, they are so reliant on them and they can't pay to get on the subway. They get lost, myself included. And we found out that New York City is the global hub for out-of-home advertising in the world and for dead phones.
So through Vantage Ventures, it really changed our trajectory and where we're going. And we decided that we're going to keep on expanding in West Virginia and Pittsburgh regions and bring this to about 150 venues. And then additionally, we want to expand into bigger cities such as New York. And once we bring our venues to 250, we have the potential of $500,000 a year in annual recurring revenue without changing our pricing model.
Special thanks to everybody in Vantage Ventures, Ryan, Elliot. You guys taught us so much, and we learned a lot about our customer discovery and our sales tactics and product development, and we really appreciate you guys.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for coming and supporting these entrepreneurs. I know a lot of you have been supporting them in lots of different ways throughout the last year, couple of years. But we couldn't be more proud of them. Just, they dug in, they challenged themselves, they challenged each other. They obviously challenged a lot of assumptions. Maybe you guys are tired of hearing the word assumptions for today. But really the community is the biggest part, and just how quickly that community formed, not just that cohort, but the previous cohort, which a few of them I'm going to have talk here in a few minutes. But folks like James Carnes, our entrepreneur in residence, put on multiple sessions outside of the classes so they could get to know each other, commiserate together. Early stage entrepreneurship is not something you want to do solo, even if it's just with your own team. You want to have a community to build with, to commiserate with, to be honest with. So the community is definitely the best part of it all. So if you're looking for a community, you're out there building something in West Virginia, and you want to be a part of a community, we're building something special here at Vantage. We'd love for you to be a part of it. And there's only 15 days left to apply to this next one. So we'd love for you to apply. And rather than me tell you more stuff about what you're going to get out of it, I'll let you talk to a few of the alumni and hear from their perspective, what they learned, what they got out of it. And if you have any questions afterwards, just come up and talk to us. And happy to answer any questions. Connect with us on LinkedIn. Reach out via email if you're introverted and you don't want to come up, talk to us afterwards. We'd love to chat with you.
I can start speaking. Hello, everyone. I'm Carlos Dodero. I'm the CEO and founder of Estudia. And I want to talk a little bit about how my experience was at Vantage Ventures. First of all, I would like to recommend everyone who wants to, I don't know, create their own business, they have an idea or something. Vantage Ventures has helped us not just to scale and really launch our product to the market, but also they have helped us into how to optimize our capacity in a team where we work from different countries. I have my team in Spain, in the US. We validated so many hypotheses. Even being an engineer, you will thought that you will use hypothesis testing every single day for everything, but actually Ryan and Elliot were the ones who really showed us how to make those hypotheses and really make big decisions with data-driven approach. So basically, I just recommend to everyone to apply now. You can also get some money that it will help us. They will help you scale your business. And yeah, I'm really thankful to you guys for the opportunity last semester. Even though it was the first cohort, I think it was super good. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Logan Kuvo, owner and CEO of Best Damn Tape. You'll see me up here in a little bit for Ignite, but I just have so much to thank these two for. Dr. Angus has absolutely believed in me. He's my teacher. He's a mentor. He was the leader of the cohort. It was seriously just such a pleasure. And I know he mentioned the community and everything that we're building in West Virginia. It's just so powerful. There really isn't a better time to be an entrepreneur in West Virginia than right now. And Vantage is just one of that small piece to it. Launch Lab, everyone, it's just really something magical. And testing the assumptions, moving to the next level, I learned terms that I never even thought I'd be able to learn when I just sat on one meeting with Vantage. So it really gave me that grasp of really scaling my business and moving to the next level. And it's just something that I'm just forever grateful for the both of them. They gave me the opportunity to invest in me, just so many awesome things from it, and I can't recommend it enough for everyone else. So thank you, guys.
How are you guys doing? My name is Nate Weimer. I am co-founder and CEO at Bright. These are my awesome co-founders up here as well. They're probably coding somewhere in the hallway. But we did the Vantage Ventures Accelerator program last semester as well. And a little bit about our startup is what we do is we help universities uncover what leads to college students dropping out so they can better support and retain their students. And so the way we do that is we provide schools with brand new data metrics they've never had before using our app where we engage students every single day with gamified check-ins, which uncovers hidden student challenges, and then ultimately that allows schools to lead their retention efforts. But the thing is, this is not what we used to do. So at the very beginning of our Vantage cohort, we really had a different direction and a different vision, but Ryan and Elliot, they just continued to push us to challenge our assumptions and go out and test. And ultimately, through many failed sales calls with universities, we ended up completely iterating and going a new direction. And after doing that, we achieved over $40,000 in recurring revenue. And again, we wouldn't have been able to do this without just being challenged and thinking about our business a little bit differently. Thank you to Vantage Ventures. So Yeah, very much encourage it. It really does. They test you to push the needle, and that's really what it's all about. So, but of course, before Vantage Ventures, whenever we were still college students at WVU, to really get this thing off the ground, we utilized the WVU Launch Lab too. So that's a great, great place to go from idea into the next realm. So thank you guys so much. Happy to connect at any time. Oh, also the Vantage Ventures presentation is now over. I think we're transitioning into Ignite West Virginia. All right, so we'll hear from Logan. He's about to pitch here in a little bit, and Carlos. Good luck, guys.
Actually, Logan starts.
Logan starts.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your patience as we work through the IT issues, but welcome to the 2025 Ignite West Virginia Pitch Competition. We got it now, baby. All right. So thank you first and foremost to the John Chambers College of Business and Economics. Dean Josh Hall, can you wave? Let's give Josh Hall a round of applause for being here and supporting Ignite West Virginia. Okay, so I'd like to start out by saying thank you so much to our sponsors. We could not do this without you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We had several independent folks that wrote checks, and we also had several organizations, so thank you to our sponsors. This would not be possible without you. Just so you know that these competitors are in the second round of competition, so this is the final round. They've been working with Michelle O'Connor. All teams have been working with Michelle, and then all of the teams had the opportunity to go through NSF I-Core. So thank you to our coaches who worked with all of the teams to get them pitch ready for today. I'd also like to take a moment to thank my advisory council. Can you please stand if you're in my advisory council? Sorry, a lot of clapping going on. Yes, thank you to Ashok. Yep, stand up. Thank you to my advisory council. I appreciate you guys for advising me. Of course, we've got our judges right here. Judges, please stand. They're right here in the middle. Kirk, wake up. There you go. Yes, thank you guys so much. You're the best. I appreciate each and every one of you. So I am going to turn it over to Emily, who will be doing the announcing today, and we're going to start with the Main Street track. Over to you, Emily.
Oh, my mic just turned on. My bad. We're going to welcome Best Damn Tape to the stage, as well as Hill and Holler Herbal Company on deck. So please give it up for Best Damn Tape.
Hi everyone, I'm Logan Kuvo, owner and CEO of Best Damn Tape, and I'm here to disrupt the hockey tape industry. This is a video I like to show every time I do these types of things. It really encapsulates the whole sport of hockey. It's a big hit, a big fight, and that's the captain of the Anaheim Ducks, Radko Gudas, with our tape around his shin guards, keeping him on tight, keeping him safe, and making him look good while he does it. And Best Damn Tape was founded by myself, a longtime hockey player who really noticed a discrepancy in the market of tape. There were two companies who dominated the whole entire space, and myself, my friends, my teammates, we really weren't fans of the product. So, after my 15-year hockey career, came back home and I bootstrapped together $9,000 and threw myself into the deep end. And not only did I make hockey tape better, but I made it the best. Probably wondering, why Best Damn Tape? It's a super bold name, but we really do have quality products across the board. Our clear tape, which you can see over there, is what goes around your shin guards. Keeps them on tight, and players are saving time and money because they don't need to use as much tape to keep their legs tight. And our cloth tape, which is behind the screen there, and what goes on the bottom of your stick. We really work with our manufacturer to have a fray-resistant formula. This was something that I noticed as a player that was a really, really big issue. And through innovation at Best Damn Tape, we make sure it doesn't happen. And our wax, made here in the United States with the rest of our products, outsourced from our manufacturers, it really is used to give a little more grip for the puck and a little more longevity for the cloth tape as well. And the family-like relationships, this is something that we really, really lean into here at Best Damn Tape. It's a cornerstone of the company. I am a hockey player. I understand what these teams, these equipment managers, I know what they want and I know what they need. And it's that family-like relationship and to make the process as easy as possible. And the potential losses with bad tape. Junior players can lose up to $60,000 in scholarships, pro players up to $800,000 in contracts, and parents can waste up to $15,000 in league tuition from tape that comes unraveled, unwrapped, and these players have to go sit on the bench and retape their sticks or shin guards in high-pressure moments so they can be seen by a scout. And these are some of the teams in the family. As I mentioned, the Anaheim Ducks in the NHL, absolute honor, and we are in every professional league in North America, with the Syracuse Crunch in the AHL, the Allen Americans in the ECHL, and across the NCAA with Princeton, Ohio State, Bowling Green, and Sacred Heart. And the market size of hockey tape and accessories, we're projected at $1 million annually within the next 5 to 6 years. And this is targeting our segments of players, pro players, college players, youth players. And then with an expansion to retail, it turns into $5 million within the next 4 years. Pitches are already set with some of the biggest retailers in the world, Walmart, Dick's, Pure Hockey, and Hockey Monkey. And this Tam, Sam, and Sam over there is what we're focused in on right now. We want to be that big fish in a small pond of hockey tape and accessories, then make that jump to be the #1 sports tape company in the world. And our accomplishments to date, we've created 4 different revenue streams: website, team sale, retail, and our new subscription process as well, along with gathering a family of athletes across all the leagues in North America, from professional all the way down to the junior levels, and the 50-plus teams using BDT worldwide. This has been amazing. United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Kenya, Greece, Lebanon, Puerto Rico. It's been awesome to bring tape to these non-traditional hockey markets. And then the big one, a 686% increase in sales over a year. Our first year, we did $7,000. End of 2024, we did $55,000 in sales, and we're projected to do $130,000 by the end of 2025. And we're ready to keep growing. Our ask to Ignite West Virginia is $40,000. $20,000 of this will be put into reinvesting into the inventory that we already have and getting 3 more pallets of our tape products, allowing us to serve 8 to 10 more college teams. And this really gets us away from that $9,000 flip I had mentioned prior and propels us to that next level, and also gets us ready to accelerate into retail. And the other $20,000 will be used for key marketing purposes targeted to youth players, equipment managers, and pro players. The Battery Youth Influencer Tournament is the biggest youth tournament in the world. Along with the Cap City Summer Elite League, these pro players can use our product and bring it back into their locker rooms at the end of the season. And then the FATSFEM conference is the equipment manager conference, where we can keep building these relationships, that one-on-one, face-to-face time with these guys, and really getting to understand their needs more. And so we want players to play the best, using the best with Best Damn Tape. Thank you so much.
So in your literature, you mentioned your better-known competitors. What stops them from simply upping their product to match yours and taking you out of the market?
Yeah, that's really the big scare with kind of the whole hockey tape industry. Kind of the industry standard for forever has been outsource the tape from different manufacturers. And like I said, we've made it a lot easier now because we were originally getting from China, but now we're in the United States. But I really do think it's past that. Like I mentioned prior, I'd like to say it's the people behind the brand, and we get a lot of our revenue and a lot of our traction from these B2B partnerships that we have with the Anaheim Ducks and Ohio State, and really being someone that they can go out to dinner with and ask them how their family is so important to these people. And I like to say that it's really the people behind the brand, and they have to compete with kind of that, what I bring to the table on that end. And obviously our products do stand out just with the different comparisons of what's in the market right now. Our clear tape is our flagship product, completely different. And I went through kind of the whole finding a manufacturer process here in the States. Only one place had it, and it was pretty crazy to go through that. But thank you for your question. I appreciate it.
Logan, really good job presenting the idea. Great job. My question is more about the R&D. You say it's the most durable, it's the most stickiest tape. How did you come up with that? Is your background in science, or did you outsource that? And if you did outsource that, who owns the rights to that?
Yeah, so like I said, it's really all outsourced across the whole industry. Even the #1 competitor, who really has dominated the space, monopolized the space since I was a little kid. And that was kind of the reason to push and do it. They still outsource all of their products. And my dad is an entrepreneur, and he has a hockey shop as well, and he was just kind of getting this from a manufacturer in China. And usually that tape is used for floor marking. It's usually used for placing it down. They have different colors for it. But I really found that there was a use for it in hockey. Like, I used it, my teammates used it. I feel like my whole life was a customer discovery journey, just because going in the locker room, throwing out this new tape to these guys and allowing them to use it kind of gave me the pop in my head to go out and do it.
Yeah, great job.
Thank you.
You said your next expansion or into the marketing would be with retail. How do you see that going, and where do you want to target that?
Yeah, so I have a pitch set with Walmart next month, which is just kind of crazy. We'd really like to target their online marketplace, just because, or with different ones with Walmart especially, we're not going to be able to sell tape to Arkansas. We know that the hockey market isn't super big down there, so we don't want to hit every single store and being able to do that. And the same thing, I mean, I guess it's a little different with Dick's, but still more of the same thing with being in the places that are targeted around hockey. And like I said, I want to bring more hockey to West Virginia. Like I want to promote that and be able to do that. And just like the Michigans, the Minnesotas, the New York, those are the big spots that we'd probably push hard for. And there's a couple different things through Walmart that they do PO financing. I've had the opportunity to get an investment from Vantage Ventures and kind of have that door open if it's needed to go there and really make that jump for the next level. Thank you.
Yeah, not necessarily a question, perhaps more of a comment. First of all, excellent job. Thank you. As I look at hockey, it is you just mentioned it is a limited outlet for sales.
Yeah.
And as I look at your product, every sport needs to be taped, right? I mean, I've played soccer, and you taped your socks.
100%.
Football players tape their boots,
Yep.
right? And so I think if I were to give you some commentary, it would be like start with hockey, that's great, but then immediately toggle to just say athletic tape.
Yeah, and that's really the goal. We want to be the #1 sports tape company in the world, and that's across football, basketball, baseball, I found boxing even, combat sports, for all those things. Like, we want our tape to be the tape that's used for everyone, and we want to be able to bring that relationship instead of them going off and buying from a wholesale website. I know it's easy to just click reorder and make that happen, but we really want to bring more value than just it being tape at the end of the day, and really want to be able to be that #1 company down the road across all sports.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Best Damn Tape. Welcoming to the stage is Hill and Holler Herbal Company with Nicola Lighting LLC on deck. Again, let's welcome Hill and Holler Herbal Company.
The mic, there we go. Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Nicholas. I am what's called a traditional Appalachian herbalist, and I created Hill and Holler Herbal Company. Go ahead and switch this down here. Just to start off, I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself and what inspired me to start my business. I grew up along the Elk River in Duck, West Virginia, and because I grew up in such a rural area, my brother was the only other kid that lived up my road. So naturally, my best friends ended up being our grandparents and our elderly neighbors. I spent a lot of my childhood listening to their stories about the old ways, their folk tales, helping them with their chores, and learning about the things that their grandparents taught them. I personally really enjoyed the stories about granny witches and old mountain medicine. But the lessons that I learned from them were the lessons that they instilled in me were a deep love for our culture, for botany, and for conservation. I actually spent so much time with my grandpa, my papa, and my pap that there's a running joke at home that I've been an old man since I was 12 years old. But since then, I've expanded on the lessons and the wisdom that they taught me, and with a combined passion for environmentalism and for tea, I officially launched Hill and Holler Herbal Company on Earth Day of 2021. From the beginning, our mission has always been the same. We seek to honor and celebrate Appalachian culture while promoting sustainability and accessibility. We are dedicated to preserving the rich history and ecosystems that make West Virginia wild and wonderful. Now, what makes Hill and Holler different from other apothecary shops and tea blenders? Well, I've been identifying and working with plants since I was a kid, and I've researched these concepts for hundreds of hours in the years since. Herbs can be dangerous, but I embrace the responsibility of identifying medication interactions, compound intolerances, and dosing guidelines for my customers. While I'm not a practicing medical herbalist, I use native and naturalized herbs in traditional remedies, mixed with the feel-good properties of various tea leaves. As for the sustainability aspect, We do use things like carbon offset, solar energy, and locally sourced ingredients, but the biggest key is our packaging. So our bath products and our tea samples are packaged in easily reusable and recyclable glass and aluminum. Our skincare products are packaged in paper tubes rather than the industry standard plastic, and all of our tea bags and package labeling are fully home compostable, which is especially important in West Virginia. In the now 4 years since we opened, the 3 original tea blend recipes have expanded to over 100 unique products. I've traveled all around the state and neighboring areas to establish my brand in different markets around the area. I created a tea bar at events so that customers have a chance to taste a set of fresh brewed teas on site, which has led to a huge boom in sales. And I've also created a community of loyal customers who really connect to my mission and my brand. Across all platforms, my products have over 400 5-star reviews. Now, what keeps our value as a business so high while keeping our direct costs relatively low? I recently talked to my wholesale and my tea importers, and they're reducing their costs for my tea leaves for 30% going forward, and I prioritize the herbs that I grow and forage myself in my products. As for supplemental herbs and produce, I buy from West Virginia farmers and organizations to support local agriculture and ensure the freshest and highest quality ingredients for my products. Now for the numbers. The graphs on the left show the progression of my success at in-person markets as I've worked to establish myself around the region. And the graph on the right shows my growth in revenue from year 1 to year 4. It's important to note that the growth that I've seen is mostly through bootstrapping. And I believe that I can capitalize on this by accepting wholesale contracts. Today, I'm asking for $30,000. I need $19,000 for a digital die cutting machine, which would save me about 20 hours a week. That may sound like a lot, but I actually end up hand cutting a lot of my labels to ensure quality and consistency. I have 7 local businesses on deck to accept wholesale contracts as soon as applications are available. So $5,000 for stock and packaging would allow me to have products on their shelves by midsummer. I allotted $3,500 for machine upgrades like a high-quality printer, some professional-grade herbal processing machines, and farm equipment, and $4,000 for advertising and marketing to open my business back up to the global market. I'd like to end today with the words from my grandpa that started this whole thing. As long as we take care of our hills and hollers, they will always take care of us. Thank you so much for your time. And does anybody have any questions?
Caroline, thank you so much. As a British person, I love tea. I love the samples you've given us here today. I'm actually wearing some Lepus Lazuli, so that perfect tea selection. My questions are about your long-term growth. It seems like you have a great product. You're building a great community. How do you see it expanding as you grow? Where do you see the brand in a few years down the line? Is it all wholesale or is it in retail? Where do you see that going?
So the next step to my growth would be wholesale. Actually, with the 2500, I've seen a lot of success in the past with like podcast advertisements. I actually have regular customers in California, in Germany. I'm shipping packages out to Austria, Australia, Ireland. I have a large global market that I would love to expand into. Wholesale contracts are the first step to where I can open myself up and give myself a little bit more free time rather than traveling all the way from Pittsburgh to Eastern Kentucky to manually do all of this work.
So you just referenced, and I noticed in your literature, that you would hope to expand internationally as well. Do you think that your name is an asset or a liability to that sort of thing?
At the moment, if you look online, Appalachia, specifically like spooky Appalachia is trending, and because of that, all of Appalachia is trending. People think that in the past, I will say my accent and the way that I speak has been a liability. It has caused people to not take me seriously. But as I've expanded out past, say, Pittsburgh and been out in California doing business on calls, out in like up in New York doing business on calls, they think that this is a sign of authenticity. They think it's very charming, and it makes them believe in the hard work and the integrity in my product.
So, great job.
Thank you.
In this type of business, Customer acquisition is key. And in your literature, you discussed your repeat customers. So you are surveying that, it said. So what percentage of your customers are returning, and how's that, like, how are you measuring that, and is it being successful for you?
I have a lot of spreadsheets at home. I do have a spreadsheet that tracks customer retention, and I do have a 62% customer retention rate, and that is customers that order 2 or more times. But my returning customers actually make up for about 48% of my revenue year after year. So people will buy one tea, they love it. They write a review, they order more, and then it has turned into like pretty regularly like $70, $80 orders going out at a time to the same people who order over and over again.
First of all, you don't have an accent, so anyone who told you that is... They don't know what you're saying. I don't believe it for a second. So, great product. Couple of distribution questions. First is, where can I get this today?
I have had consignment deals in the past. Right now, you can order it on my website is mainly what I'm shipping out of. I do a lot of events, a lot of cultural events. Like I love doing the Vandalia Gathering, Festival, all of these. I'm doing a cultural event in Elkins. But right now, my main sales are online, just simply because along with the in-person markets that I'm doing and the revenue that I'm making at those, I haven't been able to make the product or package the product that it would take to put teas in stores. That's what the die cutting machine would do for me, would free up those packaging and time restrictions.
Great. And then if I wanted to dip my toe in your product, which one do I have to try first?
So one of the teas that I included today is the Aries blend. I recommend the red tea blends for people who you're not sure you like tea, you don't even really like sweet tea. The Aries blend is a great blend for that, my red teas in general, because they don't taste like what you would commonly associate with tea. The one that I gave you is a blood orange and cinnamon rooibos. It's got the fruity notes, it's got the spicy notes, but the red teas are definitely where I would start if you're not sure if you like tea.
So I'm an Earl Grey fan. What do you recommend for me?
I have 2 Earl Grey blends. One of them is included. It is the Lapis Lazuli. That is one of my Earl Grey blends. But it is a little bit of a brighter Earl Grey. It's a blueberry and blue spruce. On the flip side, I also have the Zeus blend, which is a hyssop and white pine. Apparently, I like pine and Earl Grey together. I don't know what that is. But it is a hyssop and white pine Earl Grey that is deeper and darker, and a lot of Earl Grey fans really love that one.
Great job.
Thank you.
Get us back on.
Thank you, Hill and Holler Herbal Company. On stage now will be Nicola Lighting, LLC, and on deck will be the Dog Watchers. Let's all welcome Nicola Lighting, LLC.
What if your home didn't disappear at night? What if it became the highlight of the neighborhood, enhancing beauty, safety, and security? That's the power of outdoor lighting done right. Hi, I'm Luke McConnell, a senior entrepreneurship student at WVU and the proud founder of Nicola Lighting. I founded Nicola Lighting on June 6, 2023, when I got my first sale. It started with a vision, my parents' old suburban van, and some handmade flyers. Since then, I've added holiday lighting as a service, I've purchased a work van, and I've turned Nicola Lighting into a full-service, low-voltage lighting company, all while being a full-time student. Our services include landscape lighting, holiday lighting, and maintenance and repairs. For landscape lighting, we pride ourselves on offering the highest quality fixtures, expertise, and staying up to date with the latest design trends. For holiday lighting, we go all out. we leave hot chocolate and candy canes on install, and on takedown, we leave boxes of chocolate with handwritten thank you cards. Our wreaths and garlands are lifelike and can be customizable by a partnered florist. Our holiday lighting is a full-service rental. This includes the installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage. For our maintenance and repairs, we offer the Nikola Glow Protect Plan. This is a yearly maintenance plan we offer our clients to ensure to them that we're there to keep their systems running smoothly and efficiently year after year. The total addressable market of landscape lighting in the United States is $2 to $3 billion. Our serviceable addressable market of West Virginia, Ohio, and PA is $197.5 million. We offer affordable luxury to homeowners, business owners, HOAs, and commercial property owners who value the increased beauty, safety, security, and nighttime enjoyment we bring to their properties. Our customers love our work, and it shows. We earn consistent 5-star reviews with wording like they did an amazing job, they were quick and clean, always dependable and courteous, and everything always looks beautiful. That reputation right there is our foundation. We stand out from our competitors by specializing solely in outdoor lighting. We provide a premium holiday lighting service focused on customer experience. We offer nighttime demonstrations for landscape lighting so our clients can see what their home's going to look like before making the purchase. We developed a visual proposal and budgeting software. We're able to give catered quotes on site that meet their unique needs and budget, and also offer a mock-up image so we're all on the same page. So pre-graduation, we built real momentum, generating nearly $200,000 in revenue. With this momentum, we have a strong foundation post-graduation to do $780,000 in our first year, $1.5 million in our fourth year, and $2.3 million in our fifth year in revenue. These numbers are all very doable as I will be graduating and be able to put my full time and resources towards this growth. Right after graduation, I plan on wrapping the van and installing lighting jobs over the summer. I then plan in mid-summer to purchase a box truck and wrap it and deploy a second install crew and get them ready for the up-and-coming holiday lighting season. From October and January, I plan to provide service to a projected 200 holiday lighting clients. After the holiday lighting season, from February to April, I plan to attend home and garden shows to build out our schedule for the remainder of the year. By doing all of this, we should reach our goal of $780,000 by our third year in business. So today, to fuel this momentum, I'm asking for $49,000. $35,000 would go towards a used box truck. This will allow us to feasibly install 200 holiday lighting clients in a single season. This will also allow us to take on bigger jobs and make it possible to take down 15 holiday lighting clients in a single day, increasing our efficiencies. Secondly, I'm asking $6,000 for branded vehicle wraps on our current van and a box truck. These vehicle wraps have the potential to boost our visibility and trust with our clients and generate organic leads. Thirdly, I'm asking for $5,000 for a display booth and promotional marketing at home and garden shows. A well-put-together booth will allow us to stand out from our competitors and generate high-quality leads. Lastly, I'm asking $3,000 to cover the fees for the home and garden shows in the state of West Virginia. These have the potential of booking out over $100,000 in potential jobs. Nikola Lighting is more than a business. We're building a brand built on loyalty, innovation, growth, hard work, and transparency. And with your help, we can light up West Virginia together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good job. So your business appears to be, at least for now, somewhat seasonal, with a lot more work during the holiday seasons. What are you going to do for employees to get seasonal employees to do what you need to have done?
Yeah, so service that we offer is landscape lighting, and that could be done through the springtime and summer. For the seasonal aspect, during the winter months when we can't install the landscape lighting, we have the holiday lighting service to pick up that momentum, and that service alone could eventually generate more than $1 million in revenue just from the holiday lighting season. So it is able to do a full-time throughout the year and keep our employees on board, and especially when we start going to home and garden shows, bringing some of them employees along so we're able to sell more jobs. Thank you.
Luke, great job. presenting. My question is about, you very briefly mentioned there's a software aspect to it, the software where you can pre-draft what the homes look like. Can you talk to me a little bit about that and how that whole process works out? And do you see that as an asset for growth, or do you see that more as a marketing to bring in the lighting customers?
Yeah, so how the software works, on consultations, I show up with my iPad, and the first screen of it has all of our products on the screen. And as I go through the design and consultation with the homeowner, I'm able to add the different products on the screen. And as I do that, that also builds out a client proposal on the back end. So as I finish and close the consultation, I have already a built out proposal with like their name, email, home address, all the different materials listed out with the markups listed, and then also a mock-up image of what their home's gonna look like. So once they have their proposal, there's no further questions pretty much about if there's a light going here or here and there. So, and then we also offer the nighttime demos, which is a battery packs on our fixtures. So we're able to show up at night, place the fixtures around the home so they can see exactly what it's gonna look like before making their purchase. And then seeing as an asset, definitely, because the clients, they really value that we're able to give them a quote in the same day. That's very detailed. And as we continue to do business, definitely building that out further. Thank you.
Congratulations on living the entrepreneurial dream already. You're getting started.
Thank you.
I love the idea of buying a van and going to work, right?
Yeah.
That's a great thing. Look forward to you having 50 vans in the future, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Quick question, why landscape lighting?
Yeah, so growing up, I've always been a hardworking kid, always working out with my dad doing the landscapes around our property. And I've always been interested in architecture and design. And in high school, I started working for a company who did some landscape lighting, and I really fell in love with it. And I took that and made the service better and offer premium fixtures and my own way of doing things and building out a brand that could one day be bigger than me and potentially service more service areas in the country.
And then follow-up question, you gave us a really big market, right?
Mm-hmm.
How much are you servicing today?
So right now we go about 3 hours from the Morgantown area. That could expand because when we do the home and garden shows, we'll have those leads come in, and then we'll be able to set up consultations if they're further out within like a whole week. So we'd have someone out there doing all the consultations, and then those sales that come in, we'll be able to do the install in 2 weeks or a week scheduled out. So about 2-3 hours from Morgantown area.
Very good, thanks.
Thank you.
What's your install take typically average?
Yeah, so normal landscape lighting jobs can be completed in 1 day with one crew. If the job is if it's bigger and a lot more detailed, it could take 2 days. Almost every single one of our jobs gets finished in 1 day. The holiday lighting side of things, depending on if it's just the roof line, if they want to add wreaths, garlands, different trees, that depends. So a typical roof line we get done from show up to leave in about 2 hours. If they want to add the wreaths, garlands, trees, that could be 5-6 hours, depends on the complexity of the install.
So in your video, you showed the tapes and things that are on walls and on the side of escalators and things of that nature. Do you all do that kind of work? Is that product available now?
Yeah, with that was a concept that I'm exploring to add as a new service. And through the iCore, I've been able to gain valuable insight of who our customers are for that. Currently, right now, that service we do not have, but it is something that I'm looking to potentially go forward into later on.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicola Lighting. On stage now is the Dog Watchers, and on deck will be the Next Ridge. So let's give it up for the Dog Watchers.
I'm the founder of the Dog Watchers. We're a dog boarding and daycare service launching in Fairmont, West Virginia. As a lifelong dog lover myself and a business professional, I saw a clear gap in our region's pet care services. And if you're a pet parent like me or the many pet parents that I've spoken with, you know that our dogs aren't just pets, they're part of our family. And when life gets busy, we're often left scrambling for care for them. And on top of all the busyness of life, who needs all the hassle of trying to track down a place, making numerous calls, to just find a spot for your pup? That's where the Dog Watchers comes in. We're redefining and simplifying pet care in the region. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
If you're a dog parent like me, you love a dog. They're part of the family. So when the kids and I have to be away, we always miss them. And leaving a dog behind is nerve-wracking. It's tough finding someone who even has space for our coach. And they won't just leave your pet there and look for a brand new.
So one of the top concerns that pet owners have when they're leaving their dogs is, will my pet be okay? And with the Dog Watchers, you never have to wonder, because every owner gets live, real-time access on video, so you can check up on your dog anytime, anywhere, from any connected device, from your office or while you're on vacation. That peace of mind is just a tap away. Online booking is just as seamless. It starts with a simple calendar, and you can see real-time availability, select your dates. You don't have to make phone calls, wait for messages, callbacks. Next, you choose your dog's accommodations. Whether you like a cozy crate or a larger suite, you book it just like you would a hotel room. You can also select attractive add-ons, such as extra play sessions, treats, activities, grooming, and more. It's a customizable experience, so you can tailor this experience for your dog. You check out securely, and you receive instant confirmation with your full itinerary for your pet's stay. We've laid the groundwork with our facility, which, as you can see here, has excellent visibility from I-79 in Fairmont. The narrow corridor along I-79 from Clarksburg to Morgantown has about 150,000 people, and we know about 90,000 of those have an interest in dogs. We're requesting $65,000 in startup capital. The funds will be used to fully equip and outfit our facility, including kennels, security fencing, play structures, and the tech. Beyond our current facility, this is the vision: a clean, modern, fully outfitted dog care center with indoor-outdoor play areas, overnight suites, and more tech. And Marion County is just the beginning. The regional market is underserved, and especially for parents of pets that want more than just bare bones care. Our model is scalable, tech forward, and in high demand across similar communities. The Dog Watchers is more than a business. It's a solution for modern pet owners. With your support, we're ready to lead the next generation of pet care in West Virginia and beyond. Thank you.
Leonard, great job. I know you also prepared a lot of materials ahead of time. We were reading some of those. Great job on those as well.
Thank you.
My question's about, in the materials and towards the end here, you talked about scaling and going national. Talk to me about that. What's the potential, if everything goes well, timeline on that? And how do you see that happening? Are you just picking sites and building new facilities, or how does that look to you as you scale?
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that?
Yeah,
I
of
couldn't
course.
quite pick it up.
You talked about scaling, and I want to know what that plan looks like for you as you scale. Is it adding more facilities? Is it expanding across the country? What does that look like to you?
Yeah, thank you. The scaling is, initially, we would scale up from the small 3-bedroom home that I've set up for this to that facility that we saw, the new blue building. We have space to accommodate that. That would be the next step. Beyond that, additional locations along the I-79 corridor, and from there, we can take that up into even franchisees. There are a couple of franchisors out there that do this, and we would be able to play in that space as well.
Thank you. My wife and I are dog owners as well. We have one's a therapy dog, and I'll guarantee you if I get sick at the same time as a therapy dog, my wife's calling the vet first. There's no question about that. But my question to you is this: if we were to grant what you asked for, how many dogs could you facilitate at that time?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's really varied depending upon the kennels. I can have approximately 20 kennels maximum in the current facility. Those could be doubled up or tripled up depending upon the dog owner's wishes. I wouldn't cross pet owners, of course. That many, and then with the expansion into the new building, that would give us another 20 to 25 kennels simultaneously, and beyond that, additional locations.
Thank you.
Thanks, great job.
Thank you.
And my wife would call the vet for me. So, it seems like in this space that tech is your differentiator. Is any of this proprietary?
Great question. No, it's not. We've used third-party companies for our ERP and our camera solutions.
What research have you looked at as far as the daycare side of the business? I get the boarding, people are on vacation, but the folks are going to drop their puppy off in the morning, pick them up in the afternoon. What's the data there?
Yeah, thanks. The differentiation between daycare and boarding, I haven't made that specifically delineated. As a whole, the daycare segment, the reason I selected this particular location is that it is adjacent to I-79. Most of the time, when you're dropping off your pets somewhere, at least the places that I've experienced personally with my dog, they're out in the country somewhere, which is great, but if you're commuting daily down the I-79 corridor, it's a lot more convenient to stop by our place 2 minutes off of the interstate than it is to take a 25-minute detour off into the hills. So that is what we hope to be a large market for us, maybe even larger than the boarding.
Well, certainly one reason they build in the country is because of the noise. Is that going to be an issue for you?
Well, we'll have fencing up that will eliminate a little bit of the noise. The dogs don't seem to mind it. I've had my dog over there. She still loves it, has a great time.
Do you have neighbors that will mind it? That's really the question.
Yeah, great question. To the left of me, there's not anyone for a little while. Immediately to the right, there is a neighbor, and there's a clearly marked boundary, and there will be fencing set up for that delineation as well.
Thanks. Great job.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, the dog watchers. Welcoming to the stage is going to be the Next Ridge. Let's give it a hand for the Next Ridge.
Hello, my name is Dr. Rush Holt. This is my wife, Julia Holt, and we launched the Next Ridge about 1.5 years ago. We adopted our pups when we were just kids in college. They were like children to us. They were there on some of the best days of our lives and some of the hardest. One day while working on the ER floor, I took Fergie here for a quick potty break outside when she suddenly collapsed. When I put that ultrasound probe on her abdomen, my heart sank. It felt like all the air left the room. Fergie was bleeding internally, and we had a tough decision to make: emergency surgery or to let her go. We decided to take Fergie home. We spent the day together snuggling as a family. We fed her pot roast. With our help, she crossed over in a place she felt safe, surrounded by love. That day forever changed our lives for the better. We gave her a peaceful goodbye, and it inspired us. Everyone and every pet deserved an ending like that, and we were determined to make that dream a reality. When pets reach the end of their lives, most owners face it alone, without access to compassionate in-home care that honors the human-animal bond. This market represents both a meaningful and scalable opportunity. I'm not sure how many of you have been to the vet clinic recently, but it isn't exactly fun. Let's face it, going to the vet clinic is very, very stressful. And then once you're there, there's all kinds of new sounds, sights, and smells that can be scary for your pets and for owners as well. With the Next Ridge, we come to you, where you and your pet feel safe and comfortable. Appointments at the vet clinic are largely based on doctor convenience, and that's just the way it is. As doctors, we're trying to manage multiple cases, multiple rooms, and communicate with all different kinds of clients. And it's tough. If humane euthanasia is elected, oftentimes your pet's going to have to leave to go out and have an IV catheter placed, and that's traumatic. With the Next Ridge, you're going to be with your pet every step of the way, and you control the pace. We don't want you to ever feel rushed.
So we currently serve a 90-mile radius of Morgantown. We're licensed in Pennsylvania and West Virginia. And since September of 2023, we've had 100 new hospice care patients. And what that means is Dr. Holt comes into the home and he assesses the dog's pain, maybe prescribes an appetite stimulant, and assesses overall quality of life. We've helped 700 pets pass peacefully at home, and in 2024, our net profit margin was greater than 50%. And that's expected to grow in 2027 to 60% due to an expansion of service and our client base. So the global veterinary care market is booming. In 2023, it was worth $87.3 billion, and in 2030, it's projected to be worth $149 billion. The primary care segment of this pet market share is 58%, and that's the largest of this market, and that's the market that we want to get into. 44% of cats and dogs in the United States are seniors. 40% of dogs and 55% of cats had no vet visit in the 18 months prior to them being euthanized. So then critical conditions become unaddressed, and then it becomes harder to manage those symptoms as they arise. So the question becomes, why are these pets not being seen? Well, with our customer discovery in I-Core, we learned that the pain points associated with taking your pet to the vet clinic for euthanasia generalizes to the primary care visits and the emergency visits as well. For example, maybe you have a large dog that's painful. You can't get him in the car. Dr. Holt is going to come to you. Maybe you called your vet clinic and you tried to get in after your after work hours and they didn't have any for 6 months. We can do that. We can accommodate that. And so with this care gap, we see an opportunity to grow our customer relationships to do more than just euthanasias. And in order to do that, we're asking Ignite West Virginia for $73,000. We're asking for $35,000 for mobile software services. This is going to enhance our clinical operations through streamlined documentation and communication. We're asking for $21K for a mobile blood machine, microscope, centrifuge, and send-out labs. This is going to expand our services, improve accessibility. It's going to improve our quality of care and convenience with the results right at point of service. We're asking for $17K for pharmaceuticals. This is going to expand our services to the hospice and primary care, growing those customer relationships.
Again, we just want to thank Ignite West Virginia, and thank you all here for your time, and we hope to make the next Ridge a part of your pet's journey. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you for defining the market, and great job with your presentation. First question I have is, how many pets can you get to in a single day?
That's a great question. I would say at our most busy, I think the most we've ever done is 8. Typically, where we're at right now, on a slow day, we're at about 2 to 3. Most of the time, it's about 3 to 4 pets a day.
Is that available immediately, your timeline, or are there waits typically?
Typically, we can get to everybody within about 24 to 48 hours. We do offer same-day emergency services as well for an additional fee.
I saw in your literature that you say there's a firm in Pittsburgh called Laps of Love, and apparently you say they're overburdened. So what does that mean, they're overburdened? How many animals do you think they're serving, and where do you think you'll be when you max out your business?
I don't know. Okay, there we go. So Laps of Love is normally a 2-week wait in Pittsburgh. It normally takes them about 2 weeks to get to them. And owners really struggle with when to know when the right time is. And we have a tendency to wait a little bit longer than we probably should, but that's perfectly normal because we want more time with our loved ones. So they are booking out, I think, about 2 weeks.
Dr. Rush, Julia, great presentation. Great job, you guys. My question's about, you asked for 73K, and we talked about our current capacity. That 73K, where does it get you capacity-wise? Like, how many animals would you be able to help provide care for, let's say, within a year? Once you have that money, what does it do to the capacity that you can help provide care for?
I would say mainly it would just give this the ability to do more. I mean, in a perfect world, I would be booked, solid each day. And with owning a small business, there's a lot of ebbs and flows. The main thing is we want to be more than just a euthanasia company. Laps of Love is a euthanasia company. We want to be more than that. And I think as far as we can expand what we can offer and do that in a setting where pets feel safe, we'll be able to see more and grow those relationships with owners and be their primary care provider.
And we've started to do that a little bit with the hospice care patients. And it helps owners too. They're not just meeting Dr. Holt at the last appointment when emotions are running really high. We've had some of the consults where you kind of know what to expect, know what to look out for, and it just makes everything a little bit more peaceful at the end if we can get in there a little sooner.
The $35,000 piece of your ask, could you tell me a little bit more specifically what that will get?
Yeah, and I have a slide for that. So the $35,000 is going to be Easy Vet for 7 years, and that's going to allow us to take the documentation at point of care. So we're going to be able to take that on the road. We're also going to be able to communicate with say they have a different primary care provider, that'll streamline that process of us, once we do euthanize a pet, or if we do, run some blood work for a pet, we can easily streamline that documentation to a different vet clinic if they are still with their primary care provider that's not us.
Real quick, one more question. I know you provided some examples of dogs and cats. Do you primarily work with dogs and cats, or have you ever worked with equestrian pets as well?
Yeah, so I used to be a food animal veterinarian. I was a large animal veterinarian, and so I'm very comfortable. We do have horse clients as well.
Thank you.
And goats. And goats.
Thank you so much. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for the Main Street track participants. Excellent work, everyone. So I'm going to go ahead and ask the Main Street judges to switch with our tech judges. We'll just take a couple minutes so we'll get the new packet set up. And while we do that, I would like to say thank you to our tech and innovation judges, and we will go ahead and get ready with our next group. Everybody, advance slide. As soon as they're ready, we'll get going. Good deal. Do you put the scores on there? Yeah, that's up to you. The scores don't mean anything, it's just a reference. It's a point of reference. You don't actually, yeah. Yep. And then you can take
that's the, not operator error. Yeah, that's good, yeah. You did well.
Ronnie, are you?
Alrighty, folks, we're going to go ahead and switch to tech innovation. Just kidding, we have to change the microphones. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and remind all the presenters that here on the judges table there is a timer, and it will count down from 10, and whenever it gets to 3, it will start beeping. Oh.
bringing the others out right now.
Good deal. Thank you. Alrighty, so we got those mics switched out, and I think we are ready to begin tech and innovation. So without further ado, let's go ahead and give a round of applause for Battle Buddy Bears, LLC with Global on Deck.
I am so grateful. I think my mic's, there it is. I am so grateful. Last year, you believed in my mission to help children going through cancer. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. This is my life's purpose. These images are my own sons who bravely overcame cancer. His journey is the reason for Battle Buddy Bears. This year, after listening to countless families, the crisis is bigger, we're expanding. Children's emotional health is in crisis. Suicide is now the second leading cause of death for ages 10 to 14. 1 in 5 children suffer from a mental health disorder, anxiety, depression, and trauma. There is a lack of child-friendly tools to help. We are changing with that. Meet Rafi, an emotional, intelligent, interactive bear companion designed to support children's emotional well-being through anxiety, trauma, and everyday challenges. I am currently writing 15 storybooks and videos to teach children how to recognize, understand, and regulate their emotions. Even Rafi will read the stories out loud to children.
Along with Rafi is an app that is built in alignment with integrative medicine protocols promoting emotional wellness. Our mobile app monitors mood patterns and provides parents with real-time emotional tracking. If 3 negative emotions are logged within 12 hours, an automatic alert is triggered to ensure early support.
Here's a simulation of Rafi. If you notice, after she put on the negative emotion, it'll trigger whenever, it'll trigger an alert whenever the child puts on 3 negative emotions within a 12-hour period.
We've advanced from prototype to production-grade hardware. As expected, we've encountered a few challenges during this transition. We're actively resolving them to be ready for manufacturing. Under Rafi's fur is a tiny but powerful system. With your support, we will secure kid safety certifications, ensuring Rafi meets the highest standards for safety.
Here is our customer segments. Our competitive analysis. Notice we check all the boxes. Our key components are all in West Virginia except for the manufacturing of the teddy bears. Our amazing team members. We are close to a working prototype, secured a provisional patent, and started integrating AI for scalable production. These key milestones moved us closer to bringing Rafi's emotional support to children who need it the most. We are building a strong two-path business plan, a B2C version for families, a B2B version for clinical partnerships. With your support, we'll complete all safety certifications and launch a 20-bear pilot with West Virginia families and child advocacy centers. On the B2B side, we just got accepted into the Oncology Tech iCorp program and will travel to Chicago with the American Society of Clinical Oncology, opening key doors to bring pediatric emotional health solutions directly into the clinical care. We are ready to move forward. In the future, we plan to launch a nonprofit arm. We are seeking $90,000 to launch Battle Buddy Bears. This is how the investment will be used. Here is a breakdown of the investment. Thank you.
A question. In the caregiving sequela, who is the caregiver that controls the activity of the parent to go out and acquire this, and then who pays for it?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yes. Where in the healthcare delivery mechanism does the responsibility lie or the opportunity lie for someone to tell a parent your child needs this? And then when that happens, who pays?
Okay, that's a good question. So when it comes to the healthcare, my plans are to implement the bears into the oncology department of each hospital, and then it would be through the child life of getting them out into the family's hands. And then that would probably, I foresee that being either paid through the hospital or donors. Or that could be through the insurance providers as well.
Hi, Laura, this is Ronnie. I think it's a great journey that you've been on since last year. So it's really nice to see how Ignite can
Thank you.
join you in the journey and see your growth. So the question I have for you is regarding the safety. How long do you think that process will take before you're able to go to market? And two, are you better off focusing on B2B or B2C so you can accelerate your sales and you can, take the revenue and the profits and push them to some other areas? I'm just wondering if you have an idea about the child safety process and how tedious it may be.
Yes, so child safety is going to go into two different categories. So it'll be the product side. So it'll need to go into child safety labs for the actual product itself, which would be all of the electronic components and and everything that goes into the bear. And then the second child safety would be through COPA, which would be the tech side of it, just in securing, the private data and the security on that end of it. And then to answer your second question, my plans are to go into the B2C side first, because I would like to open up a 20 pilot bear program to West Virginia families and also child advocacy centers. And then that way we can use that data to be able to showcase that this is going to be a positive product for children, that's going through trauma. So we already have secured North Star to be one of our pilot programs, and then also Lighthouse was the other advocacy center.
Great job on the presentation. A couple of
Thank
questions
you.
around the nuts and bolts of it.
Okay.
First of all, how is this powered? Is it going to be something that would go on a charger so it's rechargeable, the Bear, or are you pulling out like AA batteries? That's part one. The second question and bigger question in my mind was the response that the Bear has to the child. How is that programmed, or how does that happen?
To answer your first question, there is a power supply within the Bear that can be recharged. The total battery capacity is 20,000 milliamps, so about 5 times the charge of your normal phone's capacity. I'll apologize, I don't remember your second question, if you could quickly summarize it.
Is the answer that the Bear gives, is it pre-programmed, or is it something where you're using like an AI, like a Copilot or ChatGPT?
The mood part, the initial response to gather the child's answer is pre-programmed, but then there is generative AI used after the child speaks back to the Bear.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Battle Buddy Bears. Next onto the stage is Global with plug-in promotions on deck. So let's go ahead and give a round of applause for Global.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, is he gonna demo on this or only PowerPoints for some reason? Okay. Do we have the clicker? Yep. It should. Forward, backwards, okay.
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to first start off by showing you this photo, and I want you to imagine that you're here by yourself. There's no Western restaurants, there's no fast food, nobody speaks English, nothing looks familiar. It's just you and your cell phone. This was me 15 days ago in Phnom Penh, Cambodia, after solo traveling the past 2.5 months. My name is Jack Fewer. I'm a student at Marshall University and former Marshall soccer goalkeeper, Go Herd. And myself and my co-founder, Patrick, are on a mission to empower more travelers to see more of the world. We launched a startup called Global, and what Global is a mobile app that acts as your personal travel companion, being able to provide the necessary travel tools that allow you to travel seamlessly. The problem today we're solving is that solo travelers are relying on a patchwork of broken apps to facilitate their day-to-day travels, and it's failing them. So what are the existing solutions? They typically fall into one of two categories. On the left side, you have the travel jungle bundle, as I like to call it, where I currently sit in, where every day I'm balancing between 10 to 20 plus apps simply just to get by when I'm traveling in non-Western countries. On the right side, you have the trip planning tools, like TripIt, GoWander, Stipple.io. These apps are amazing, except they become virtually useless once I'm actually traveling. And so what is actually the root cause? And it boils down to 3 things. These apps don't work half the time, they rely on Wi-Fi or cellular data, and they're not personalized to the traveler, basically only having basic functions. On the right side of the screen, you'll see all the apps that I use
to get by day to day when I was solo traveling in Southeast Asia. And so my goal is to turn this into this. Our solution provides the tools necessary that allows travelers to get by on their day-to-day, providing the essential tools that allow them to be successful. But what does this actually mean and what separates us? It's divided into 3 different categories. Our app is always learning and training on the traveler's data so that it becomes more valuable the more the traveler uses it and the more users that are on our platform. Our app is always online, so regardless of whether the traveler has Wi-Fi access or cellular data, they're able to make sure our app works. And then lastly, our app allows you to have instant access through our travel widget that allows you to basically use any tool at your disposal in under 5 seconds. Here's a demo of our app. We recently just launched this week in Japan to 10 solo travelers, and we've seen a 90% daily active user retention rate, with on average every user opening our app between 9 to 11 times in a single day. Our app isn't just working in concept, it's also economical. On average, solo travelers like myself spend over $45 or more a month on travel apps just to get by day to day. With Global, we plan simply just to charge $5 a month, allowing travelers to have access to the tools they need. The travel market is absolutely massive and is growing rapidly. This year, there's over 200 million solo travelers, and it's expected to grow another 30% next year. But we're only focused on the people that need this app the most right now. And that includes backpackers, budget travelers, and people traveling to non-Western countries. It's important to note that 84% of this market is female, ages 18 to 27. Here's how we plan to win and scale. We create a moat through 3 separate ways. We have first movers advantage that allows us to capture market share quickly, and our AI model is constantly building off of travelers' experiences, and the more users on our app, the more valuable it becomes for the traveler. We also allow full offline and instant access experience so that when travelers need the tool, they're able to access it immediately. Our traction backs us up. We've amassed over 2 million followers across all social media platforms, including Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and Facebook. Our marketing is also our early adopters. We've acquired over 200 plus solo travel influencers with a combined reach of over 50 million followers who have already signed up and are ready to promote our app. Today, I'm asking for $70,000, with $60,000 going to product and development and $10,000 that allows us to scale and grow with the user demand. The $60,000 will allow us to guarantee that solo travelers are able to open our app and that they can rely on us to access the tools they need. Our timeline aligns with this, and we plan to launch at the end of June to our over 5,000 user waitlist. From there, we plan to scale over the rest of the year and hopefully achieve over 100,000 users by the end of this year and achieve over 50,000 monthly reoccurring revenue. My goal has been the same.
Great job, Jack. Quick question. So you mentioned you're having to use all these different apps like currency, translators, maps, etc. Well, when you bring all of those into one app, now Global, are you still having to pay for those apps within Global as well? Because you're technically getting access to them?
Great question. So the whole idea behind it is that I'm essentially balancing multiple different apps at once. So when I was in Vietnam, I was balancing 3 currency converters because I don't know if you guys know this, but I was carrying around about 9 million Vietnamese dong, which was changing constantly. So I'd buy a coffee with a few $100,000 bills, and then the next day it was $500,000. And so we really want to be able to provide an all-in-one experience so that you're not having to rely on balancing multiple apps just to perform a basic function like converting currency or translating. So hopefully that answers that. Yeah.
So just to be clear, you're opening all these other apps and keeping them running and managing them?
Could you repeat the question?
So your app opens and manages all of these other apps and keeps them running properly? Is that what you're doing?
So essentially what our app does is it takes each of the components from all the existing apps and we're basically putting it in and running it server side. So if you think of like, your currency converter app, it has to be constantly updating with the new rates every time. And so a lot of the apps don't do this, and unless you have Wi-Fi or cellular data, they pretty much become obsolete. And so what we do is we take all the components from the translator app, from the currency converter app, from eSIM, and basically allow it to run simultaneously all at once. So we want to make it super simple so that when I'm stuck in that market 15 days ago, I want to be able to open my phone and be able to use it instantly.
Are you doing airplane and train bookings and all of that?
We are strictly focused on current active travel. So when I think of like pre-travel accommodations, so like Airbnb, Expedia, Trip.com, these apps work great and there's a lot of them, but they become virtually useless once I'm actually on my trip. And so we want to focus on the people that are actively traveling and need tools in that moment.
You lost me there for a second. So if you pull in the data from these individual apps, you load in them to a server. How do I access the server from the middle of nowhere if I don't have Wi-Fi or if I don't have cellular? I'm confused.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
You said you pull in a lot of data from these apps and you load in them to your server so people
Correct.
can access it. So how do I access the server if I'm in the middle of nowhere and I don't have any wireless or Wi-Fi?
So we allow you right before you're able, if you're even going offline, we allow an offline option. So it'll basically update with maps, GPS, through APIs that we've integrated so that you're essentially able to navigate without the need for Wi-Fi or cellular data. So if we already have a model that already translates and it's already working efficiently, then we don't need to constantly be connecting to Wi-Fi just to be able to facilitate translation, if that makes sense.
Looking at some of your supporting material, you mentioned different customer segments, and there were some unique different ones. And I noticed you had like the more cost conscious, like the backpackers, so to speak. Obviously, they're not out to spend a lot of money. How are you looking at those different segments? Because in my mind, I would wonder if you wouldn't want to go to the upper end of that segment, the high-end segment.
Totally. So while I was traveling the past 2.5 months and part of I-Corps, I had to interview a lot of travelers. And so I totaled about 400. And what I realized is that a lot of the travelers I was interacting with, they're not staying in resorts. They're not in primarily English-speaking countries. And so they're pretty much relying on this giant bundle of tools. And so I would really recognize that they have a huge pain point and that they're kind of traveling to, on the unbeaten path. And so they're really looking for a solution that can ultimately scale into people that are just traveling in general, whether that's Japan, Southeast Asia, Africa, Eastern Europe, all these places that are growing extremely fast, that more people are going to be traveling to in the future. And so we want to be able to provide a tool for them.
If we have 5 seconds, how do you convince the user who only travels, let's say, once or twice a year, but now has to pay monthly memberships for your app, and they're not using it?
Gotcha. So I think the difference between us is that you're able to pause it and unpause it when you need to. The thing that we recognize is that with trip planner apps, you're only planning a trip, once or a couple times a year. And so there's really, there's no way to constantly maintain user retention. And so we're really focused on when you decide to go on that trip, it's the first app you think of to download. And so that's essentially how we plan to operate.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All righty. Thank you very much, Global. Next up on the stage is going to be Plug-in Promotions, and on deck will be Studia. Again, let's give a warm welcome to Plug-in Promotions.
Mic check.
This is the wrong one.
Technical difficulties, one moment.
Yep.
Thank you.
Go forward, backwards, and then raise it forward.
Okay, thank you. How do we get it to pull up on here, sir? Oh, we don't have it? Okay, awesome.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Connor Briggs.
And I'm Seth McLean.
And we're the founders of Plug-in Promotions. Plug-in Promotions puts phone charging stations with digital display screens on bar tops, advertising both local businesses and menu items.
So what's the problem? The problem is current out-of-home advertising methods are either expensive or outdated. So I'm going to paint a story real quick of how plug-in promotion works and for you to better understand. So this is Ellen. She's walking into one over 1 million full-service restaurants here in the United States. But for this case, it's Oliverios, one of our service providers in Morgantown.
So Ella walks into Oliverios, she sits down, and she notices her phone's at 10%. Oh no, she's about to have a few drinks with her friends, and she needs to order a ride home later. She also needs to let them know that she made it. Ella shares this concern with 63% of Americans who leave their house without a phone charger.
Just as she starts to worry, she notices a plug-in promotion station next to her, and it has a phone charger. As she's plugging in her phone, she notices Oliverios' drink menu pop up with the watermelon spritz. That sounds perfect, so she orders just that.
So Ella's friends arrive, and they gather around the charging station. One of them notices an advertisement for the Ruby Memorial Concert Series right down the road. This sounds like a perfect way to end the night, so they do just that. And this is an example of the spillover effect, which means just because you aren't influenced by an advertisement, that doesn't mean your friends won't be, and your friends influence you.
And this is a classic plug-in promotions advertising experience, and it's real. We've had restaurants say we've even brought customers in the door because they're looking for a phone charger, and then once they're there, they'll get food and drinks and wait around. And then our business advertisers, we've had advertisers say that they've seen a return on investment within the first month.
So why plug-in promotions for the venues? The real question is, why not? It's absolutely free, there's no risk or liability, and we take the hassle of designing, printing, and shipping these bar top promotional materials right off their shoulders.
And plug-in promotions fits all sizes of venues, no matter if you're a small independent owner trying to save time and stress, or a large chain that wants to streamline changing these promotions across multiple venues in just seconds.
So right now, our outside advertisers, like your local realtors or doggy daycares, is how we make our money. And our contracts range anywhere from $750 to up to $6,000. And on average, our advertising clients are spending about 49 cents a day per venue compared to our competitors at $2.22 to up to $27 a day. And we have served 75 West Virginia businesses from our venues to our advertising clients.
So we started plug-in promotions in November of 2023 with Connor's last $3,000, and we expanded them to Huntington and Charleston as I slept on his couch. And then when he moved up to Morgantown, he slept on my couch until we finally had enough money to get a 2-bedroom apartment. By the new year, we are accepted into Ignite West Virginia and Vantage Ventures, and to date we have generated $85,000 in revenue, and we're expansion ready. So we saw 372% year-over-year growth in 2024, and we're currently sold out of all existing ad spaces that we have available. We're currently also generating $72,000 in annual recurring revenue.
So what we learned through iCore's program was that our locations, they want more devices. Our advertisers, they want more locations. And the viewers, well, they want more interactions and functions. They want more of everything.
So we hit the drawing board to see how we can make this a possibility, and we came up with the version 2 of a plug-in promotions device in just 2 weeks. This features pay-to-play games, and then also additional features that restaurants said they'd be willing to pay a monthly subscription for, and we're going to keep the ad revenue.
So what are these new features? Games, menu browsing, and most importantly, an AI photo generator. If you have a brunch special, all you have to do is type that in, hit submit, and boom, you have a brand new advertisement that you can then promote on our charging stations and your social media at an instant.
So we were asking for $50,000 to make the first 100 devices, and expand them across our existing West Virginia locations. This will bring our annual recurring revenue potential up to $150,000 in our existing locations.
Plug-in promotions, time saver and stress reliever. Electrify your business.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
I'm curious to know whose couch is more comfortable.
Mine.
Okay, good.
His for sure.
How are you planning to compete like Ziosk, which I'm probably sure you're familiar with, the Chili's and I think part of Darden restaurants? Well, they also take payments. I haven't seen that you guys have in your radar taking payments, which obviously opens up a whole new revenue stream. So how do you compete and differentiate yourself?
Yeah, that's a great question, because that's literally what we're going for, is taking that payment system out of it, because currently it just confuses operations. The servers hate it. They don't know when orders are coming in. The guest also, it just degrades the customer experience with it. So we're going to give all the benefit of Ziosk without that confusion of operations.
A quick question on charging. Like he mentioned Ziosk. How are these charged? Is it nightly basis? Is it rechargeable? And then does it come with the cords for different types of phones? I know everyone's going to USB or USB-C charging.
So right now, it's just basically a portable charger where you just plug it in overnight, and then these batteries last 32 hours, and it comes with a multi-charger, so it has a USB-C, micro USB, and the Lightning charger as well.
All right, nuts and bolts question to follow up. When you're going to a location, are you charging per device or are you charging per restaurant?
They're completely free to the restaurants currently. So for the new version of the devices, we're planning to charge a subscription feature, but it'd probably be freemium maybe even, so we can give them for free, and if they want the additional features, they could pay. But our existing technologies on this side of the table, right now we just give those for free to like 15 restaurants in a specific region. Like Morgantown, we have 15 locations, and then once we hit that number, like we can't expand after that, and that's why we're trying to produce this additional income with the devices.
How many devices can you charge at one time from this port?
So there's if you check out that device right there, it's just one will fit only one device, but there's also a USB port on the other side if you turn it, and if somebody has their own cord, they can plug that in there, and sometimes restaurants provide that.
Can you speak on the unit economics cost per device?
So previously, it's cost us on average $158 per device, but we have an order in right now ready to be paid on, and it's only coming out to $120, so we're not getting affected by any tariffs or anything. $120 for the batch that we're looking to get next.
And to add to that, the new devices are going to be around that $120 range as well.
Yeah, we expect the same.
Can you talk about your near-term expansion efforts? I know you're sold out in all the cities that you've went to, but just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we're looking to go up into Pittsburgh this summer, and then after that, regions like New York City, they really rely heavily on their phone to look at the train schedule or even pay to get on the train, take business calls. So we're looking to expand into these bigger cities, maybe college towns as well, because that's really worked well for us. And just larger areas, more populated areas.
In terms of protection of the device, what stops somebody from taking it home with them? I mean, they look to be small enough that they'll fit under your arm or in a purse.
Right. So we have these 3M sticker security devices that stick to the bar, and all you have to do is just lock it in. There's okay. Yeah, there's just some holes on the bottom that'll just click in there, and it secures it. And there's a key for the restaurants to put in there, and then so they can take them off to charge them.
If you're charging devices, how long does the battery on this thing last?
That is the prototype. So we're using portable chargers right now, and they last about 12 to 18 hours.
Yeah, we're not sure with the new device yet. We're still in the development stages.
So if they're charging 3 or 4 phones?
Yeah, our plan is to have the same size battery, if not a little bit bigger, and have multiple phone charging cables coming out for multiple people to use. And it'll last all day.
Just a sec. Does it protect itself if it runs out of battery like 20%, if you have 4 or 5 phones and it predicts that the device will die in the next 10 minutes? Does it cut off the charging to allow people to see the ads, or it forces itself to turn off?
No, it'll just keep on going, and then if it gets low, it'll keep charging the phone until it's just drained. If that answers your question.
Thank
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Plug-in Promotions. Next up on the stage is Studia, and on deck is Tour Equestrian. Let's give a round of applause for Studia.
Hello everyone, I'm Carlos Dodero and I'm Studia's founder and CEO. Students today feel enormous pressure to succeed instantly, which affects the way they prepare for exams. A recent study by Charlie Health shows that this pressure can lead to anxiety, depression, and long-term issues. I experienced this firsthand in a small college in West Virginia, where a student took his own life after failing academic cutoffs. Through market research and over 500 conversations and interviews with our users and community, we found out that the students spend over 5 hours a week organizing material and creating material to study. Also, 3 to 4 hours procrastinating, feeling overwhelmed and bored. They clearly lack a learning structure. In Spain, where I'm from, 27% of students drop out from college. Here in the US, 30 to 40% do not finish their degree within 6 years. The problem is clear: time loss, lack of structure, and no personalization. That's why we created Studia. In 3 simple steps, students upload their material, they organize it by subject, and they generate instant educational resources, such as summaries, flashcards, mind maps, and different kinds of exams. They can also track their progress, use an interactive calendar, join gamified challenges, and even solve any doubts with our AI chatbot that is just trained with the notes the student uploads. Our method is simple: learn, practice, and reinforce. Students use summaries, flashcards, and mind maps to learn, different exams to practice, and our 2 unique tools, such as the flash test and the final exam, to reinforce. This method boosts confidence, reduces stress, and improves the quality of life of students. That's why our users report that using Studia, they have increased their grades by 25% and reduced their study time by 40%. The EdTech market is huge, valued at $400 billion, with major players like Quizlet, Mindgrasp, and StudyFetch. We can say it's a competitive market. We are targeting 67 million students from English and Spanish-speaking countries who want to save time and reduce stress. Partnerships with iDuke and USP help us grow faster and offer different benefits to our users. From September 2024 to December, we spent heavily on paid ads, but in reality, the platform wasn't ready. So the majority of the users left and some stayed. That's why late December 2024, we pivoted. And now our strategy is to fully build the platform with our community, with a user-centric approach. This today is helping us bring thousands of users each month organically and build a real community. Today, we offer real value, but we still have a lot of room to improve. We stand out because we offer 24/7 human support, a clear, structured, and personalized method. We speak the same language as our users, not just literally, but generationally. We help those who cannot afford subscriptions with video ad rewards. Also, our biggest strength turned out to be our competitive advantage. We are co-building a product with a community, which is really rare in EdTech. They are helping us with sales, marketing, and development, which helps a lot to our pocket. We are saving thousands of dollars each month and lots of time. Since launching the subscription-based model in late December 2024, we've grown from 20,000 users to over 36,000, zero active subscribers to over 100, lowered our churn from 40 to 18%, and made a total revenue of $3,800. We are aiming to get to 100,000 users by the end of the year and more than 5,000 active subscribers, which we will aim to get $39,000 in monthly recurring revenue. We are a team of 5, 3 in Madrid, 2 in Madrid, and 3 in Morgantown, with expertise in engineering, finance, and marketing. We started as students with a mission, but today we are spending our own money and time with a clear purpose. Today, we are asking for $30,000 to launch marketing campaigns, hire a B2B sales expert, and a senior developer. This will help us launch key features, scale marketing, and prepare for a round in late 2025.
So your value proposition is that, if I think I understand this right, you're using AI to create study materials, right?
Yeah, that is right.
This is the second pitch I've seen in 2 weeks on this. I saw one at UC Davis in California, exact same thing. Great idea, but how do you defend it, the intellectual property? Because it's crowded space and anyone can jump in and do this.
Yeah, it is true that in terms of the technology that we use, and even the guy that pitched 2 weeks ago to you, it's really hard to find an entry barrier. The thing is that we focus on the culture. We are building a product with a community, and they are really feeling that this product is their product also, you know? We also offer different kinds of functionalities that are not related to AI. For example, the progress tracking. We offer reports of how they are doing in the different exams they take in the platform. So we are differentiating in other things that are not the AI-oriented, because we already know that the majority of our competitors will do similar or even better things in most cases. Thank you for the question.
Great job. My question would be, it looks like you've already gotten a fair amount of traction with user growth. What is your anticipation of translating users into revenue? You know, what does that subscription model look like, and how are you going to get people to pay for it?
So our subscription model right now runs into 3 different kinds of subscriptions. It is true that the prices are cheap, starting at $4.99, but because we are trying to help really the student community now that we are creating a solid foundation. In the future, of course, with the implementation of video ad rewards, we will increase our subscription price, because we believe that other users who cannot afford those subscriptions, they could always watch video ad rewards that open a new revenue stream for us, and they also help them save some money. Because having a community, you learn a lot from them, because you really understand every single person's situation. We have a huge community of more than 500 members who we chat every single day. And there's a lot of people, for example, in Spanish-speaking countries like South America, Ecuador, different countries in South America, they cannot afford these kinds of technology. So we try to help them as much as possible, at least in the beginning, to really build a solid foundation.
Can you explain to us the process of how the student loads the information in that they would like to get questioned, you know, after, or however that process works.
Yeah,
Glad I understand
I'm gonna, thank you for the question. I'm gonna go back to the slide, because there's a video. I went really quick through that slide, so maybe you didn't see it. But it's 3 simple steps. They just create a subject and a topic, whatever, math 101, and equations, for example, right? And then they upload the material they got from class, whatever, a PDF, Word document, PPT, images, and really soon, YouTube videos. And in the next step, they just select what kind of resources they want to generate, and from the resources we offer, the different kinds that are, for example, different kinds of flashcards, questions and answer, or fill the gap, or these kind of things. So in just 3 simple steps, in seconds, you can generate educational resources instantly.
What's the number of your average daily users?
Our average daily users, I don't know exactly right now, but I can tell you that our weekly active users is over 5,000.
And I saw in your data that your churn has been down since January 2025, which is great to see. What's the average life of the relationship? How long does a customer typically stays with you before they cancel their membership or they close their accounts or whatever?
The lifetime value in dollars right now is at $37.
No, time. How long did
time? I mean, we launched subscriptions in December. There's lots of users who have started with us since December, and they still stay. But it is true that at the beginning, in January, we had a high churn, as I said, 40%. But in average, they stay with just 4 months that we have as data. They stay around 1.5 months in average. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Studia. Welcoming to the stage is Tour Equestrian LLC and our very last presentation of Ignite West Virginia. So let's go ahead and give a huge welcoming to Tour Equestrian LLC.
Quick show of hands, who here's ever fallen off a horse? It's kind of an occupational hazard when you're an equestrian, and it's actually a pretty common occurrence. The story I'm going to tell you is actually one of my close friends, and this happened to her pretty recently. So a couple years ago, my good friend Emma A., who's an 11-year-old equestrian, fell off her horse practicing the night before a horse show. The impact was actually so great that her helmet broke. After spending the night in the emergency room, doctors confirmed that Emma had a sprained knee, bruised ribs, and a concussion severe enough to have Emma experiencing dizzy spells and vision problems for the week to come. The only upside to Emma's fall was the timing, because if it had happened even 1 day later, when Emma was in the show ring instead of the practice ring, she wouldn't have been wearing a helmet at all. She would have been wearing a hat, like millions of other equestrians, adults and children alike, who ride horses competitively. You see, 70% of all riding falls result in head injuries. And despite the fact that wearing a riding helmet reduces your risk of severe head injury by 50%, many riders and trainers still reject the use of them in competition. And wearing your helmet to practice but not to show is about as useful as wearing your seatbelt Monday through Friday. Helmets are unstylish, uncool, and so taboo that they can even negatively impact your outcome in a horse show. My name is Eva Tour, founder and CEO of Tour Equestrian LLC. I've been riding for almost my entire life, which means I've been dealing with this problem for almost my entire life. But I'm not the only one. Horseback riding. Our solution is the Slim Safe, a patent-pending, ultra-thin riding helmet designed to fit inconspicuously under a hat. with 3 protective layers of proprietary materials and hardware and firmware to deliver the maximum amount of protection possible with a fraction of the profile of a normal helmet. We've got an incredible team of hardware and firmware engineers, composite specialists, and foam manufacturers to get this incredible amount of protection. So what does our market look like? Well, you might be surprised to learn that horseback riding is actually the leading cause of sports-related traumatic brain injuries. Roughly 15,000 equestrians a year will present to the emergency room with head injuries alone. And of those 15,000 equestrians, the hospitalization rate is nearly 6 times higher than football players in the same situation. These 15,000 equestrians represent our serviceable, obtainable market. But it's estimated that over 30 million Americans ride horses every year, and this represents our much larger total addressable market. We have 3 customer segments: parents of children who ride, amateur riders, and horse professionals. But our primary customer segment is parents of children who ride and show. These parents have spent an average of $50,000 a year just for their child to participate in the sport. So in addition to the obvious concern for their child's safety, they have incredible purchasing power. We'll sell direct to these consumers through our website and various in-person events, but we'll also sell B2B using existing equine vendors, since they've already tapped each of our 3 customer segments. When it comes to competition, our situation's rather unique in that we're not competing against individual products on the market as much as we're competing against the social norms and stigmas that exist within the horse industry. And I know that sounds kind of scary, right, competing against social norms, but there's actually never been a better time to do it. Late last year, 2 very prominent equestrians died from head injuries within a few weeks of each other. Horseback riding is one of the few sports to not mandate helmets across the board, which means we're facing increasing outside pressure to get with the times. I mean, we've seen this trend in every other sport before us: football, hockey, even other sectors in the horse industry. Helmets will eventually be mandated, and Tour Equestrian is going to be at the forefront of that technology curve when change finally happens. 2 years ago, I stood on this stage and pitched to you my first ever product, the Tiny Tack Room, a portable, collapsible saddle holder for equestrians on the go. Since then, I produced a small batch of 10 units that I'll begin selling as soon as I graduate in a couple weeks. I've also grown my business to include a full product line of merch products that I didn't really give much credit to until we went to our first event last year, where we did over $3,000 in sales in just 3 days and would have done $4,000 if we hadn't sold out. We only had merch products to sell. You all trusted me a couple years ago to take a product to market. Well, I've done it. I've gotten traction. People are getting behind the brand in a very big way, and I'm ready to do it again with the Slim Safe. Last year, the Slim Safe was just an idea. Now, we're mere months away from an MVP. So today, I'm asking you for $45,500. This will get us our physical MVP, as well as 50 small batch units on the market by this time next year, so that everybody can stay stylish, stay safe, Slim Safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice presentation. I feel like a lot of startups will point to a huge market and say, imagine us getting 10 or 20% of that. You've kind of done the opposite, and in a way it's refreshing. I have a pretty good comfort level with how you're going to get your first customers, but when I looked at your projections, I didn't see further out in time, like how you're going to go beyond, let's say, turning this from a lifestyle business into something bigger. When you talk about 30 million people riding horses, I don't know if that segment cares about what's on their head. I mean, so talk about this.
That's a great point. So I use that 30,000 number because it's hard to get data on the worldwide equestrian community. So those are 30 million Americans who ride horses in the US every single year. But I couldn't get data to account for the worldwide equestrian market that also faces this problem. So I figured it kind of balanced out. So I understand that not every person who sits on a horse is a customer, but I put that in there to kind of compensate for the worldwide community that we'll eventually tap, hopefully in the next 5 years.
Is your hat insert a one-size-fits-all, or is it custom?
So it is not one size fits all, but it's not custom. We'll have several different sizes, just like there are different sizes for helmets. We'll focus on children first, so we'll mostly be doing children's sizes, and then we'll expand after that.
Do you have any idea at this point, I know you're just at the MVP stage, do you have any idea of the unit economics, like what it's going to cost to produce at volume and what you're thinking on retail?
Yeah, so I have given you all a handout on a breakdown of the ask. I'm estimating $300 per unit for a small batch. So this is a cost that we would get down at a later stage for a larger batch. But I'm planning to sell this for between $500 and $1,000.
Great job, Eva. So your insert sits on top of your head, right?
Yeah.
How effective is it against frontal impact?
Frontal impact, it sits on your head. It takes up the same footprint that a regular helmet would. It covers all of the same spots that a regular helmet would. It's just much thinner.
And how does it stay on since it doesn't have strap?
So these prototypes don't have straps, but we will have straps. Right now, what we're thinking is clear plastic so that it can stay inconspicuous and hidden while still staying on your head, obviously.
Thank you.
I would make a comment here also. I'm a big skier, right? So when I was growing up skiing, nobody wore helmets, but now, a large majority wear helmets. But I would consider there's a fair amount of people that still hold out in which they could put this under a stocking or toboggan as well. So you might want to consider that as the market as well, because I think that's a much bigger market than people that are actually doing tour riding. Or tour jumping and things like that.
Absolutely. So we have definitely considered other industries as potential customers. Right now, we will be focusing on the horse industry since that's what I know. We'll grow there. We'll perfect the product there before we expand out. But the horse industry is actually a lot larger than some people think it is. So this little graphic just shows you the economic impact in the United States alone of some of these major sports. And as you can see, horseback riding is actually a really, really huge sector of that market.
I know you talked about using e-commerce and trade shows for your sales and business development. Can you talk a little bit in more detail around that, how you're going to reach the customer, and is there trade associations that you're working with to get your name out there?
Yeah, absolutely. So the horse industry relies heavily on face-to-face, in-person interaction. So for the next 2 years, we're going to be going to as many horse shows as possible and just putting ourselves in front of all of our customers. Once we've built the brand, then the trend that I've seen with other equestrian businesses, we can rely a little bit more on that e-commerce. But for now, in-person sales are going to be our best sales channel, and that's also going to help us interact with our customers, figure out, get a better idea even of what they really, really want and need.
Lastly, do you have an estimate on time for like a full production model to actually sell? I know you're getting ready to start selling the stands, but what about the helmet?
Yeah, so this is just a quick little project timeline. We're planning to start our discovery phase of the hardware and firmware in the helmet in June. That'll take 4 to 6 weeks. As soon as that's done, we're going to hand it off to the offshore developers, which should take 3 to 4 months. Then we will have tested it, we'll have debugged everything. The hardware will be done, and we'll have physical units of that ready to start putting into helmets, and then we can start our small batch production. So that'll also take an estimated 3 to 4 months. I mean, everything takes longer than expected when you're in business, but we should have something on the market by around this time next year.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, let's give it up for the Tech and Innovation track finalists. It's such a beautiful thing to watch all of these folks go through the final round of competition. So congratulations to everyone who competed today. This was a big day of competition. I know that a lot of you have been in this hot room all day long. So let's give a round of applause to you for holding out all day. Okay, so I will invite everyone to attend the reception. That'll be at the Bavarian Inn from 5 to 6 o'clock, and we will be doing the awards there. Judges, I will ask Amber, who's going to stand up and wave. Judges, so we will take the tech judges, will go with Amber, and the Main Street judges will go with Emily. She's waving to you right now. So we will see all of you at the reception at the Bavarian Inn. Thank you.